opportunity, girl, to make me comfortable. You are see when I am down. You are need when I am down. Girl, you take me higher. Girl, you set me on fire. Whoa. Every move I make, every step I take, put your arms around me. Let your light shine on me. When I'm in my darkest zone, when I'm in my darkest zone, you wrap your arms around me. You shine your light on me. You shine your light, baby. You simplify, baby. You're the reason every move and every step I take.
I'm kinda like complicated. I never know what I'm chasing, no. I don't need someone to save me, but you appear like a lightning bolt. Maybe you're a wizard, 'cause you're busy. There's magic in your rhythm, like a shockwave to my system. Maybe you're a wizard, 'cause you're busy. 'Cause every time I'm with you, you're my one and only elixir. Like a magnetic attraction, a supernatural vertigo. It's a chemical reaction, something I never imagined, no. Maybe you're a wizard, 'cause you're busy. There's magic in your rhythm, like a shockwave to my system. Maybe you're a wizard, 'cause you're busy. 'Cause every time I'm with you, you're my one and only elixir. You're the one that lights me up, ah. You're the one that lights me up, ah. You're the one that lights me up, ah. You're the one that lights me up, Maybe you're a wizard, 'cause you're busy. There's magic in your rhythm, like a shockwave to my system. Maybe you're a wizard, 'cause you're busy. 'Cause every time I'm with you, you're my one and only elixir.
I'm so sin. Baby, you can give it up to me. Stop playing, baby, stop teasing. 'Cause your body's so tempting, you know you're a blessing, I'm the guy up to saucy, baby, come give it to me, 'cause the sauce be drippy, too drippy, I'm saucing on you. Be too litty, I'm saucing on you. Be mine, come be my lady. Be mine, come be my lady. I'm way too saucy that damn man. Let me put this sauce on you. Show you what a man can do. Baby, you know what to do. Cause the sauce be drippy, drippy, yeah. Too drippy, drippy, yeah. I'm saucing, I'm saucing, I'm saucing on you. Be too litty, litty, yeah. Too litty, litty, yeah. I'm saucing, I'm saucing, I'm saucing on you. Cause the sauce be drippity, drip, drip, drippity, drip, drippity, drip, drip, drippity, drip, drippity, drip, drippity, drip, drip, drip.
Okay, look, I've been on a mission to the top, and when I get there, it's gon' go down. Lapping the competition while they telling us to slow down. Come for it all, no, that ain't enough just to go round. Waking up the sleepers, if you ain't know, ha, well, man, you know now, yeah. I'm not your average guy, we set that bar too high. There's more than monetary differences between you and I. Hey, this the squad that you don't wanna meddle with. You know we take it higher, we ain't never settling. Come on, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Hey, we be about to go off. These boys ain't got no sauce. On the winning streak, I promise we ain't taking no loss. We ain't got nothing incoming, you and I. Money keep falling like stars out the sky. Take it easy, hey, they don't believe me. We on another wave, like we ain't hearing what he say. Yeah, they talking trash, you can put it in the garbage. When they know you rap the hardest, you gon' always be a target. Yeah, I put that on my mama. We ain't down for the drama. Keep on adding the commas, the numbers is getting longer. Hey, yeah, I told you, homie, we ain't nothing to meddle with. We just broke the knob, going to another level, yeah. Okay, hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. 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 Hold up, cause I'm going in. You know what it is. I be on my level. I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level. Pull up, all I do is win. You know what it is. I be on my level, I be on my level. Can't touch me now, I be on my level.
Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Blah blah blah. Break. Dance. Dance. No way you'll see my team. No, we beat them all. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Blah blah blah. Break. Dance. Dance. No way you'll see my team. No, we beat them all. They keep running their mouth. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na.
Kamikaze flying off the top. I done posted, I just live a lot. Yeah. Look at my watch in the rotation. Pass the smoke in the rotation. Ooh, that's so awesome. Get up above me if you're not bossy. Ooh, not too frosty. It's appalling the way you're bossy. Yeah. Watch me do this without no hands. I'ma do this without no hands. Flexing on them, do my money dance. Watch me do this without no hands. Yeah, no hands. Yeah, no hands. Flexing on them, do my money dance. Watch me do this without no hands. Better look easy, ooh. Got a new freeze on my wrist, ooh. Rella, you know I won't stop for you. I don't need permission to do what I do. Ooh, that's so awesome. Get up above me if you're not bossy. Ooh, not too frosty. It's appalling the way you're bossy. Yeah. Watch me do this without no hands. I'ma do this without no hands. Flexing on them, do my money dance. Watch me do this without no hands. Yeah, no hands. Yeah, no hands. Flexing on them, do my money dance. Watch me do this without no hands.
Made it look easy, too easy. No pressure, no effort, believe. Undefeated, that's our key. Say you wanna smoke, but now you weed.
Ooh,
I'm a top dog, like Lamar. Get you put in park.
ooh,
Dripping in sauce, green like boss. I'm gon' win regardless.
watch me do this without no hands. I'ma do this without no hands. Flexing on them, do my money dance. Watch me do this without no hands. Yeah, no hands. Yeah, no hands.
wanna stay with you. Watch pleasure on the foamy ground. Show you, baby, baby, wet time. I'm fending in the platch on the floor. Wait tonight on the floor. I feel my call through your baby eye when you lick my brain, chasing all this fight. I feel insane, you drag me up. I love you when you wanna let me play. You feel the same, I'm watching you when I drink your water. You are ready to be all over me and over me. Inside, fingers under. Maybe I won't eat, maybe I won't go. Face of grace, it makes or breaks. Then my feet over my chest. The end, well, the end. I break down my knees and go before the rest. I feel my call through your baby eye when you lick my brain, chasing all this fight. I feel insane, you drag me up. I love you when you wanna let me play. You feel the same, I'm watching you when I drink your water. You are ready to be all over me and over me inside. Inside, my chest before the rain, over me.
It came through like a hurricane, blowing right through my brain. That boy drives me insane, like a hole in the head. Swarm off like a hexend. I saw him flirt with my best friend, but he knows my address and finds a way to my bed. I know I should
endless. I know I should give you up. They say love is just bad luck. I can't seem to shake you off of me. No, one more chance is all you need. You got the best of me. Could you be my boyfriend just for the weekend? Could you be my boyfriend just for the weekend? Don't wanna be friends just for the weekend. Could you be my boyfriend just for the weekend? Don't wanna be friends, you're just for the weekend. I don't care what you think of me. Live my life like I'm 17. Late night party life. Oh my, I've lost my mind. Glitter eyes, watch me do my thing. And I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. You might say go, but your body resist. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby. Give it up. Won't you give it up? Don't be shy, just let it go. Get ugly, baby, and enjoy the show. Oh, late night party life. Oh my, we lost our minds tonight. We're getting physical, and I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. You might say go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of Prince. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up, baby. Give it up, baby. Give it up. Won't you give it up?
You're the only one who makes me feel this way, yeah. So let's just dance. Follow me until the sun comes. Until the sun comes up. 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 Follow me, we can have it all. 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 Follow me,
Oh my, middle of the night, fire casts a light on you. I slide a little to the right, just so I feel next to you. And as the world goes round and round, you take my hand and we leave the ground. I'm in the stars with you all around. I wanna fly
I left my heart in a hotel room, but when I try to explain, I got no excuse. I would've changed my ways if back then I knew that I'd be lying all alone, 'cause I was lying to you. You put on quite a show, let everybody know that you're here alone tonight. You should come back to mine, and let's pretend that we're still young. Should've spent more time on you, instead of messing around up in my hotel room. But now I'm lying all alone, 'cause I was lying to you. You put on quite a show, let everybody know that you're here alone tonight. You should come back to mine, and let's pretend that we're still young.
Rise up, yeah. Rise up. Nothing can hold us down. Rise up, yeah. Rise up. Nothing can hold us down. It's time to take a stance. Rise up, take back, take charge. No more confusion from displacement blinkers on. Yeah, Generation X, yeah, Generation Y. Let's stick together, make a change. We can take back the sky. Demand change from the powers, cause it's necessary. Smoke and mirrors can't divide us, had enough already. Rabbit holes, damn it, flows, this ain't no Canterbury. Tales of the youth and how we won't let them just take us down. Nothing can hold us. Nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop us. Rise up, yeah. Rise up. Nothing can hold us down. Rise up, yeah. Rise up. Nothing can hold us down. Big dreams, big things, now we can't ever stop. Taking over, take charge. Rise up. Big dreams, big things, now we can't ever stop. Taking over, take charge. Rise up. 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 Nothing can hold us. Nothing can stop us. Nothing can stop us. Rise up, yeah. Rise up. Nothing can hold us down. Rise up, yeah. Rise up. Nothing can hold us down. Look at what we gonna done, we done. Look at what we've all become. Tell me when you're gonna learn. Tell me when you're gonna learn. You're the one that beats the drum. You're the barrel of the gun. Tell me when you're gonna learn. Tell me when you're gonna learn. What you gonna do now? What you gonna say now? We can rule the world now. We can start again now. Tell me when you're gonna learn. Tell me when you're gonna learn. We can make it if we try. We can make a new life. Tell me when you're gonna learn. Tell me when you're gonna learn. We can set the world alight. We can do it if we fight. Tell me when you're gonna learn. Tell me when you're gonna learn. What you gonna do now? What you gonna say now?
战事正酣，联赛格局风云突变。轮回的走向里，屠龙者略显示威。登临过顶峰的人们，以各异的姿态悉数回归。永不停歇的战场上，敢于革新，才可强者恒强。出钩锁敌，能判人生死。
但这个进化起的也太快了，这太和大招给的也不错。哎呦，但是直接勾住了，完了。
巨斧挥舞，可绝处逢生。
鱼鳄鱼正好把大招开出来，不是跳上直接打出了是一个闪现，所以这边的人就是游泳钻来钻去。
我们或曾犹豫不决，误尽时机；或曾一念天涯，饱受评断。季后赛战事在即，让执念化为前尘，立刻强敌，抬望眼，前路又见星光。
Welcome to another Super Day here in this Week 8 LPL Super Weekend. I am Mazel, and I'm joined by the legend himself, the legendary Munchables, and we are about to have an action-packed day.
Mate, you're putting pressure on me now. It's actually just Crunchables today. I'm going to be crunching
Just
the numbers. I'm
Crunchables.
sitting in the color rolls. So yeah, we'll see how it goes for today. Maybe legendary is too strong of a word.
Hey, you got to build yourself up a little bit there. You know, you got what it takes. But speaking of got what it takes, we had a long night of games last night, and some very interesting things to come away from for it, as we got to talk a little bit about that clean 2-0 victory for BLG, diving straight into RA's continued meteoric rise through the LPL standings, finishing it out with an absolute banger in EDG and top.
Yeah, those last two series especially, insane results. RA managing to continue to prove themselves as a top team. It's kind of unarguable at this point that RA is a top team in the LPL. And then EDG versus Top Esports. If you missed that series, you gotta go watch the VODs. At least do yourself the favor of watching the highlights. That series was insane. Some of the team fights were just unbelievable. I cannot believe I was lucky enough to cast that series. I'm so, like, in hindsight, I'm still excited just about the concept of that series.
I was gonna say it was an absolute banger cast too.
It was a mental series. But yeah, as we look at the standings though, one of the teams I'm definitely looking towards today has got to be LNG, right? 6-6 on the standings right now. When you look at the roster coming into this year, we were all so excited for LNG. We were all saying, like, you know, Tarzan coming over. These guys are going to pop off. They're going to be climbing the standings. They're maybe even going to be a top team. Now they're just fighting to survive in terms of playoffs.
Yeah, and that's where you know these last couple weeks are so important for all these teams jostling for these last playoff positions, because you do have those 4 locked in there, and you know the pickings are starting to get a little slimmer, if you will. But we got to look at today's matches where we do have some jostling potentials here, and especially looking at that first game between LNG and OMG. That one's going to be really interesting. That's the one that we'll be diving into first. But then you have your heart torn by game number 2 there, Munchables Suiting versus WE, rounding it out with RNG JDG.
Yeah, I don't know how you pick a winner between Suiting and WE. I'm hoping we can all just call it a draw. Like, no violence is needed. Like, let's let both teams win that one. Yeah, RNG versus JDG though, really exciting matchup for me, because both of these teams, obviously big names within the LPL. Like, RNG is kind of the big name this year, and definitely the most intelligent team we have this year, up against JDG, who those were the exact statements we were making about JDG last year. So it feels kind of like the 2021 model replacing the 2020 model to an extent. So JDG maybe looking for a bit of revenge later on.
Trying to, at least, and we'll have to see about that a little bit later. But now, Mr. Crunchables, we got to get into today's matchup, the matchup we're going to be getting into ourselves here. It's going to be that LNG versus OMG matchup, with OMG trying to keep those playoff hopes alive, that dream alive, if you will, and LNG trying to cement themselves, trying to make sure that they can make it across that playoff line.
Yeah, and most importantly, they're looking towards that bottom lane. This is the way that LNG have been operating for the entire year, is trying to protect the ray of light that they have in the bottom lane. And interestingly, it's not really Light himself that is the big focal point of how they're playing. While he's the benefactor, he's the guy that's carrying at the end of the day, it's actually much more about the rest of the team making sure that he can do so, making sure that he is set up to succeed, because he's the primary damage dealer when it comes to them statistically.
Yeah, especially when you're looking through it and just seeing the kind of play that they like to pull off. It's a lot of Tarzan getting some leads and trying to shove that gold into the pockets of Light, trying to get everybody down there, dogpiling bot lane just a little bit to make sure they can keep Light safe, make sure they can keep Light happy.
This is the key thing, is we see these long drawn out skirmishes in the bottom side where Icon will walk down, and you'll see Mikuya, or Ale sometimes as well, TPing into this bottom lane to make sure that they can set these skirmishes up, and Light can be the benefactor of a lot of these ones. I will say, not always the cleanest fights. You can see the pure chaos that's happening on your screen right now. While this is something that LNG do often, it's not always something that goes their way. As you can see, Light goes down in this clip, and it ends up being Icon on the Aurelia that gets a lot of the gold coming in. But the key thing is that this is a consistent style for this squad, and Tarzan being one of the early game carriers, it feels like Tarzan is the guy that has to lead the charge in the early game, and then it's, as you say, trying to transition that lead into the bottom lane, trying to get Light ahead. Hopefully Icon can pick up a kill or two. And Mikuya and Ale, at this point, it's their job to be willing to sacrifice their lead in the top lane to get down to that bottom side and turn it into something for the bot laners.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, with that 11.5 buff, maybe we'll see some of those TP plays as flanks as all that dogpiling potentially coming to fruition there for LNG especially. But on the other side of the table, we got OMG, who have had some struggles this year especially, but they love to lean in on that little Fiesta style.
Yeah, OMG all about the kind of mid-game 5v5s, and we've actually seen a fairly similar style from OMG to what we were just talking about from LNG, where a lot of it is about getting down into that bottom lane, but it's a different flavor from OMG, where actually, in terms of drafts, this is, in a weird way, one of my favorite teams in the LPL right now. Not necessarily that they have the best drafts in the league, but still playing things like the Galio. We're seeing very few teams bring out things like the Galio. We see the LeBlanc coming out in the mid lane as well, but a lot more of these TP plays to try and get Eric ahead in the bottom side as well. But it's Cold and Aki in the early game that are really setting a lot of these plays up, with Nu using his teleport towards the team as well. But these kind of 5v5s in the mid game around your dragons, this is where OMG have been able to excel with the picks like the Galio, the Alistair, Skarner. These picks are all so good in these big skirmishes early on.
Yeah, and for me, it's Wu Ming being able to be on that roaming style from the mid lane, being able to help his teammates a little bit, being able to help Aki a little bit, because I think that's one of the catalysts here into this one, especially when you're looking at the stats for either side. It's, you know, a little bit rough.
Yeah, and like when you look at LNG stats, yeah, it's not great, right? But I want to give context to how these teams stack up right now, because OMG statistically are one of the worst teams in the league. I'm just going to say how it is. And going into this series, even though we're talking about the styles being similar, and even though we're giving some positives of how OMG play and what has worked for OMG, ultimately, this is still very much an LNG favored matchup. And when we're talking playoff standings, when we're talking what our expectations should be of these teams, especially coming into the league this year, LNG should have been a top team. They're currently 6-6. This is the kind of game where they need to go for a clean 2-0. LNG can't be messing about on the Rift today.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we were kind of talking about leading into this, is like this is the time to prop themselves up, to kind of cement themselves in that playoff running, and especially against OMG, who, as you said, down at the bottom of the standings, these stats do not lie in some of those aspects. And this is a match for LNG to really capitalize on some of those strong points that we were talking about them for. And you know, we talked a little bit about Tarzan earlier on, about those jungle differences, but he's going to be going against Aki, and looking at these two players head to head, there's some slight differences in the ways that they like to play and the ways that they like to get ahead, but it's a lot of the same as well.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously statistically, Aki's going to look a little bit worse because he's on a team that's currently 2-10 in the standing. It's kind of difficult to look exceptional in those regards. But in terms of, you know, things like the Olaf, things like the Graves, these carry picks in the jungle is where both of these players excel. So anticipate a similar style of play in that they're wanting to find themselves individual leads, then transition that elsewhere on the map and try and force that, especially down towards that bottom lane. And I feel like Aki, especially when he can link up with Cold, has been one of the most promising rookies coming into this year. Like, bear in mind, Aki is a rookie coming into the LPL this year, and he's shown a lot of promise. Like, he's on a roster that has obviously been having struggles, but I think him and Cold as that support jungle duo show a lot of promise and show a lot of proactivity in the mid and early game. So it's good to see Aki stepping up on stage and showing what he's made of.
Absolutely, and that's where that team play that we were kind of looking at for both teams earlier, it really comes into its own, right? And you're seeing some of those great plays from the combinations of, you know, jungler, mid coming together. You're getting the support roams on top of that, especially, and that's where for this first game, for getting into this series especially, like, this game one means so much for how we're going to see the meta develop between these two teams in this one in particular. And my eyes are on OMG to try and strike first here.
Well, we'll see if OMG can strike first. They're going to step onto the stage now. Is LNG already there? Obviously, we're over in LNG's arena, so we'll get to see the cool dragon and stuff as we go into the game. Look at Icon.
Dragons?
He's like slouched all the way into his chair. That's a gamer posture right there, if I've ever seen it.
You see the side of OMG just go straight there, getting ready for the games, getting everybody all aligned and whatnot. But yeah, serious gamer posture coming out. I like it. It just means you're comfortable for the game, right, Munchables?
It's not great for your back in the long term, but it's relatable, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But Icon honestly is an interesting player to talk about this year, because when you think about, like, this is a guy that has been in the LPL for years and years, and when you saw him coming onto this roster, it was like, okay, how can he pair up with Tarzan? What's this mid-jungle 2v2 going to look like? And to be honest, they've not really been linking up that much as a mid-jungle 2v2. Like, a lot of the plays that we see, it's like a whole team making a play towards the bottom side. It's very rarely him and Tarzan as a duo. So it's kind of interesting to see that even though they're both, you know, veteran players, in terms of their styles, it's not really matched up.
Yeah, and the thing for me when I'm getting excited for some of these matchups in particular, and we already talked a little bit about Eric, about Light, but that ADC matchup, those late game team fights, that is going to be the bread and butter here. I want to see these guys that we've hyped up, these ADCs that have such good mechanical skill in the fights and in those team fight potentials. I got to see that come to fruition here in this series.
And I think with the ADCs as well, like the actual really interesting conversation to me there is actually the supports and how they could set these AD carries up, right? Because I think in terms of the AD carries, Eric versus Light, I'm very heavily leaning towards Light there in that matchup. But in terms of the supports, like Light and Iwandi as a duo have been looking great. They've been looking for 2v2s in a lot of matchups. I mean, they were one of those duos that was picking Samira Alistair every single time they could. They were picking the Tristana long before everyone else was. Like, this is the team that was locking in Tristana every game long before it was better. So just like give that context to yourself as you're thinking about how this bot lane is going to play. But I feel like their 2v2 is far and away above what we've been seeing from OMG, so anticipate LNG finding advantages there.
As we do have the players set and the picks and bans rolling. LNG on the blue side, OMG on the red. We do have that Zoe ban away, the Lilia, and the Renekton. So some different focuses coming out from all three bans. OMG take away the Olaf, tried and true. Got to get that champion off the board there. The Thresh also going to follow it up.
Yep, Thresh taken off the board removes the potential for a weak side bottom lane here. And then you could, I mean, I was thinking you could have gone for the Udyr ban there, but deciding to ban the Tristana away from Light, understandable as well. Definitely first pickable at this point, but Kai'Sa available, Udyr available. Plenty of options for these guys, but the Hecarim as well, something that's been sneaking in more recently. Something that is very high priority in other regions. It's not been as high in LPL, but the last sort of few days of LPL, we're seeing it more and more and more.
I'm just getting deja vus of those Hecarim Udyr matchups everywhere else and across the board, but we'll see what that response is in the jungle pool, at least for OMG. Is that Hecarim can set you up nicely early. It can set Tarzan up to get that gold into lanes that you want to get them, and the skirmishing early on is Hecarim's strong point as well.
Yeah, and obviously once he gets that turbo chem tank, he's just gonna sprint it at you. Kai'Sa gonna be locked in though. There's the answer here, which again, just incredibly strong AD carry, incredibly safe to lock in most situations. But it is going to be Tarzan with, as you say, that kind of early snowballing jungler. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Udyr locked in, but it's just going to be the 2v2 for the bottom lane here for Eric and Cold. Fairly safe lane here, really strong support, really strong.
And I really, really like this for OMG, right? You're getting one of Eric's most played champions. You're getting this deadly duo. You're getting one of Cold's most played champions. I mean, they have 11 and 12 respectively played on each one of these. And looking at that and seeing that comfort come out from OMG early in the draft, this is where we got to see what the response is from LNG. They already picked up the Xayah. They have one more pick in this first phase.
Yeah, could go with something like a Rel here if they want to just look towards the fights. Obviously, Rel not the greatest matchup to Alistair, but it's actually going to be the Rakan. Rakan is something I want. He's already played 4 times this split, and when you look at the Xayah that's come out, it's 5 times from Light. A lot of the time when we're seeing this Xayah come out from Light, Iwandi's happy to lock in the Rakan alongside it. It is coming back into its own now as OMG round out their first phase of the draft. It is going to be bot lanes and jungles by the looks of things locked in, and that Udyr, we talk about it every single day. It's just such a powerful pick.
It is. I don't know. I'm just getting highlights back to when Graves Lilia was the premier matchup we saw in every single match. But here the Hecarim and Udyr are coming through again, meaning that we do have some pieces set up in the traditional fashion for both of these teams. But this also means Crunchables. And we got to talk a little bit about these solo lanes, because yes, we didn't highlight too much on them, but they are going to be very, very influential here in this one.
Yeah, the Jace being banned away from Makuya here, which is something we've not seen a ton out of Makuya. We saw it one time and it looked pretty decent. Makuya willing to play those carries occasionally, but generally has been put in the frontline role. And it's a similar story for Nu. But when you think of Nu last year, a couple of the picks like the Wukong, for example, stood out. So it's certainly not something where Nu is afraid to be on more carry-oriented picks. But the key thing is going to be looking towards what ultimates Nu has, whether he's going to be able to have that big team fight ultimate, that presence in the 5v5.
The Galio is the last ban from OMG. They don't want to give that over, give some of that synergistic possibilities over to LNG. Also, you know, one of Wu Ming's favorite champions. Make sure to if they're not going to take it away from the enemy here. So we'll see, as the last, or the fourth pick at least for OMG is going to be the Scion. So they're going to leave that last pick for mid lane, potentially getting a counter against Icon.
Yeah, Azir is open right now, which I feel like is just insanely strong. We're looking at a composition on the side of OMG that wants to scale pretty decently. It's going to be Orianna, though, for Icon. I was kind of expecting just the blind Azir here, but Orianna perfectly safe as the blind pick as well. Yeah. And we're going to see both top laners just go with tanks here. It's just going to be scaling up in the top side. This is exactly what we should have expected. Just frontliners, team fighting top laners. Now for OMG, I'd love to see this Azir from Wu Ming. It's something, when you think back to last year, Wu Ming, one of his most highlight champions was that Azir. It's great in the meta right now. Just feels like it would slot in with this composition exceptionally well as well. They obviously need some magic damage on this team, and it would be great scaling consistent damage.
Yeah, I'm really interested. Oh, it's actually going to be that LeBlanc for Wu Ming. So we'll see a little bit of, early game potential, early game roaming out of Wu Ming, something we saw, or we like to see at least coming out from him, but on a little bit of a different champion this time around, especially, having only one game played so far in the season.
Yeah, so interestingly, this composition from OMG, aside from the Scion top, and the jungler, the bottom side of the map is exactly the same as when they got their win against WE, with this LeBlanc in the mid lane, with a Kai'Sa Alistair in the bottom side as well. LeBlanc, obviously, it's going to be difficult to find kill threat onto the Orianna in a 1v1 unless Icon really misplays that lane, but you can quite often just get roaming onto the map, and we're talking about early skirmishes, we're talking about skirmishes towards the bot side. LeBlanc can definitely get down there and cause a lot of chaos.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're looking for. That's what you want to see coming out from OMG. They want to get some of those leads, some of that snowball going, but you got to index back over to Hecarim and this Udyr. They're going to be a main driving force for how both these teams want to play that early game.
Yeah, the Hecarim and Udyr should be setting the pace, and when we look towards the junglers, I'm curious if either will start on towards the top side and try and path towards this bottom lane, because realistically with the two tanks in the top lane, it's not a lane that I'm expecting much action to go towards. You'll occasionally see someone ganking up there anyway, but I would expect both teams to be looking to try and make moves down in the bottom side of the map.
Indeed, they will. The moves shall be done as we are going to be diving into first game of the day. This is going to be an action-packed evening, but we're kicking it off here with LNG versus OMG. Can Tarzan, can Aki get something going early to get that gold in the bot lane? That's where I want to see this stick for either side, and especially for LNG coming into this one. They've got to make it true. They've got to hold on to something. They've got to cement themselves, as we've talked about time and time again, in those playoff standings, and continue to push up. They feel really good right now. You know, sitting at that 9th place, they can get a little bit further up in the standings much quicker.
Yeah, this is the opportunity for LNG to climb their way up the standings just a little bit, and also specifically for Icon here, he's up against his old organization. Yeah. This is the first time he'll be playing against OMG here on his new squad. And just remember that Icon was on OMG for 5 years. He joined the team at the end of 2015. Like, There's a lot of history between him and OMG, now on the new squad, higher in the standings, and wants to prove that here today in the mid lane.
Indeed, you see that Mercedes logo, you see that Summoner's Rift coming to your screen as we hit the Rift for the first time of this evening. You are in for a treat.
Yeah, here we go. Game number 1 then between LNG and OMG. Just to remind people of what is at stake here. LNG are fighting for playoffs right now. They are fighting to maintain their position. They're 6-6 in the standings. OMG currently at 10 losses. Basically, they need to win every single series they have remaining. They have 4 series remaining. They need to win every single one of them. And they need a lot of teams above them to lose games to be able to make playoffs. Like, for OMG, playoffs is out of their hands. They just got to get the wins and pray. For LNG, it's very much within their own grasp. They've got to find the wins themselves. They've got to make that happen for themselves. But I want to look towards the junglers. We asked whether the junglers were going to start towards the top side. Both of them starting up there. And when you look at these compositions, you have to lean towards OMG in the early game, right? With this LeBlanc, with the Kai'Sa as well. Yeah. You want to see Aki putting his best foot forward and trying to find advantages early on. Because when we talk about scaling a little bit, it's going to start to lean towards LNG.
Yeah, exactly that. And that's where I really think that you can get up in the Hecarim's face and Tarzan's face here and try to put a bit of a stop to that early farming, to that early pace that Hecarim can have. Because we've seen that Hecarim, you know, if he's not getting that early gold, if he's not getting those early advantages for his team, he can have a little bit of a rough time setting up the rest of his team, setting up himself to be successful.
It's whether or not they're going to be able to set it up. And remember, we talked about it before in the A block. We showed a couple of clips. Both of these teams very willing to use their top laners TPs down towards that bottom lane. So when we're keeping our eyes on Aki and Tarzan, there's a good little trade there from New using the level 2 spike there. You see both junglers power clearing towards the bottom side of the map. If we have a fight for Scuttle Crab or we have a fight in the bottom lane, it's very possible that we see the mid laners roaming down. It's very possible that we see the top laners TPing as well. So just be ready for explosive action to go from 0 to 100 real quick.
You know I'm always ready for the hype here, Munchables. But yeah, I'm just ready to see that dog pile come in. And we talked so much about how they all like to party in the bot lane. Well, I'm looking forward to that party. Hopefully I've got an RSVP. But Icon has actually been taking some serious trading in the mid lane for Wu Ming, and I like to see that pressure early. That also means that bot lane's going to get the flash out from Light, as Aki was right there ready to go for the stun.
Good stuff from Aki. We said he needs to be putting his best foot forward, making moves towards the bottom side of the map. That's exactly what he's done to start this one off. We'll be able to get himself the Scuttle Crab, but look at Tarzan on your screen right now. Yeah. He wants a bit of vengeance for that early gank because he moves for a lane gank here.
Interesting early lane gank here from Tarzan. They do get the knock up with that grand entrance there with Wandia. Colt's getting very low here, and Tarzan just walks out of the bush, spins a little bit longer, and they're going to get the first blood here. Tarzan get a little low on the back end of that, but a big pickup for LNG.
Yeah, so very nicely played by LNG. Also Cold, not realizing Tarzan was in the lane there. They'd lost the trade badly, and he's like, okay, everything's on cooldown. Now's my chance to get a bit of damage back so the trade's a bit more even, but you don't get to do that when the jungle happens to be in your lane at the time. So a little unfortunate for Cold there, but again, we talked about the LNG 2v2, Light and Iwandi. Realistically, that was a 2v2 win, and it was just Tarzan was there to sweep it up at the end, but very, very nicely done. This is why people lock in the Xayah Rakan. In that 2v2, it's so incredibly potent.
It is, and the pressure that you can put on that in the lane especially is what's big to me. And you know, you're getting a leg up against this Kai'Sa, against this Alistar. Yes, you still got to be careful in that lane because there's a lot of kill potential there with the passive procs for the Kai'Sa, with the damage just coming down as well. But setting yourself up on the Xayah to be that late game hyper carry, to get that gold in your pocket a little early, even if it is just the assist, feels really good. You're still adhering to the win conditions that we set out for LNG.
Yeah, one of the concerns I have for OMG here is that you have this Udyr, right? And with Udyr, you can gank any lane you want. You can play whatever style you want, really. This is why Udyr is so strong. You can just power farm all game if you really want to. Your clear is more than fast enough to do that. but you have incredibly potent ganks with, even without flash, quite often you can make it happen with just the bear stance.
Yeah.
But for Aki, he needs to be proactive. Even though that first play hasn't worked out, he can't let that dissuade him from being proactive, because if it's just a farm fest here, it's going to lean the way of LNG. We need to see Aki trying again towards that bottom side while Lights flashes on cooldown and try and make that happen alongside Cold.
Yeah, and you can already see Aki heading that way already, trying to get back down there, trying to be the run stun job done man for his team here. But as you said, I want to see that pace continue to be there for the Udyr, for Aki, because it goes back to what I was just talking about with the Hecarim, and you don't want to let that pace continue to be there. He is a horse, you know, he's pretty fast and he's pretty strong. Although we get the Ornhorn in the top lane, not going to be able to get the second proc on it. Just the unstoppable onslaught's going to come through too. New flashes. We got Mikuya flashing as well. See if he can chase him down. This is a wet noodle fight, but you know, one of those noodles is a little bit stronger than the other right now.
That was actually a really nice flash from New as well, because he body blocks Mikuya.
Yeah.
If Mikuya doesn't flash the other way there, it basically he can end up getting stuck in the lane. So nice little play from New there, trying to find himself the solo kill. And again, Sion, while he is a tank, has insane wave clear, has a lot of damage if you can line that Q up. But we do see Aki moving towards this bottom side. You can see the reset came through from Icon, so no one in the mid lane there for LNG. Means that OMG have the opportunity here to just go for that Drake and start stacking them up. This is one thing we always talk about with Udyr compositions, but especially when you have the early strength that this composition has from OMG, stacking these Drakes is going to be crucial.
Exactly that, and getting that stack going early is always nice. Aki gonna be caught or spotted out, at least on his way to stop that, to take his red buff. Tarzan might be able to just steal this away. It's gonna be really close. Aki goes right into the bush. It's not gonna be taken away. He's just gonna walk up. Thank you so very much, Tarzan. Aki's gonna keep farming.
Yeah, it didn't even need to smite it. Literally just walks up and autos it one time. Appreciate the leash there, Tarzan. Good man. And when it comes to the farm right now, the junglers are dead even. The only difference is that first kill that we obviously saw Tarzan getting, but also then the dragon that Aki got for himself. So interesting to see that these two junglers, that's the matchup that we were kind of teeing up as our head-to-head to watch in this series. And it's good to see that they're going even so far. But I'm expecting, you know, in 4 minutes time when that Drake comes up, that'll be a big point of contention with the tether onto Icon.
Yeah, you get the double shockwave though on Icon, or from Icon, to stop any further engagement, get a little bit of damage traded back onto them, and Icon gets out without having to burn that flash. So yes, Aki shows up, keeps that pace up, what we were saying we wanted to see, but Icon takes the brunt of it.
But this is what we wanted from Aki, right? Is for him to be proactive in the lanes. Even if it doesn't work out, even if you don't get the flash, got the shockwave out. Nothing significant burned there aside from the ignite from Wu Ming, but good to put the pressure on the mid lane, and we want to see this from Aki. We want to see him continuously trying to pressure in these lanes. But this bottom lane right now, very much going in favor of LNG, not necessarily in terms of CS, but in terms of the priority. And it means that when we do come to that Drake in 3 minutes time, that could be an issue for OMG, because you're going to have priority mid with Icon on this Orianna, who can just clear the wave and leave. And the same thing down in the bottom side for Light and Iwandi with this Sire Rakan. They will be able to get push. And that can make these Drakes much more difficult for OMG. That's when we could end up seeing them actually grouping up much more significantly and getting New involved in the fights.
Yeah, and as we get further on, we'll get more involvement from the pieces across the board. I would like to keep an eye on this Rift Herald, though. Another objective is on the board. I want to see what team is going to try to capitalize on it first, as LNG have gotten a little bit of vision from Mikuya up there. We do see some transitions here. We see the bot lane, Light and Iwandi coming up this way as well.
Exactly. Just as you mentioned it, Light and Iwandi moving up towards the top side. They know that they are the big strength for this composition right now. They know that they need to be involved if it happens. But you know what, Mazel? We've got all 5 players on both teams moving up here. We've got a bit of a fight on our hands, I think. And I'm not going to lie, I'm looking at the Orianna. A big shockwave this early in the game could change things, but I think OMG just going to get this one by default. A lot of pings, though. I don't think this is going to be going for free.
Yeah, Makuya gets caught there. They also onslaught of shadows in the back there. You still have a lot of damage from Light. He's going to pick up a first kill as well. See what the Blade Caller can do. Not going to come through right now. Cold is a little bit low. He's got that Unbreakable Will, though, so he's going to be able to survive a lot longer. Gets the re-engage there. Has to flash away. Still dies Taiwani. Aki could get really low here. He's going to go down, too. Light has picked up a couple kills now. And this Xayah is popping off. Look at the Feather Storm. To get out of the decimating smash, LNG are smashing it.
That was beautiful from LNG. Really great shockwave from Icon as well towards the end of the fight, but just managing to pick OMG apart. Makuya looks like he's caught out at the start and can't even get the second proc of his ult off because he's just CC'd the whole time.
Yeah.
But beautifully done to buy time for the rest of the squad, and then they can just chase people down. Like Rakan and Hecarim causing so much disruption in this fight.
It was just a beautiful pinata set up for the team to smack on while the rest of their team got picked off by LNG. Yeah, that combo is just too good. And it's just a lot for OMG to keep eyes on in this fight. I mean, they had the target selection early, but it all kind of falls apart.
And then you see Rakan go back in again, the shockwave to follow. We got another fight, though. 3v2 in the mid.
Icon has to flash away from the engagement there. Aki is still looking for the stuns, but it won't come to anything in the mid lane. Almost tragedy for LNG.
All right, so let's revisit what we said up here. We said that OMG have to be the ones putting their foot forward, right? We said they need to be starting this game off aggressively quickly. Well, with that big fight for LNG, suddenly that win condition becomes much more difficult to execute upon because now you've got this huge lead in the bottom lane. Look at the item difference between the AD carries right now. It's a massive, massive lead for Light and Iwandi. And when they find themselves the lead, LNG are able to play through Light as the primary carry. Icon as well has been looking good this game, but he's on this Orianna. So all he has to do is at least match Wooming. Make sure Wooming can't influence the map in a big way, and Light and Iwandi will win the game for him.
You see the Rift Herald used by LNG in the bot lane. Not necessarily going to get the tower, but it's awfully close. Thought they might use that distraction a little bit of time to try and pick up that dragon, but luckily Aki is right there to dissuade that and not let LNG just free take any objectives at this point in the game. So we'll still be at that one dragon taking the other dragon on the board, which is that Cloud Dragon.
Yeah, so this would be Drake number 2, and you know OMG desperately want this one. Tarzan's around, though. And again, we mentioned it before, the push very much in favor of LNG on the bottom side of the map. The TP from Icon to get to mid here. Surely we've got to expect LNG will contest this with the lead that they have, with the bot lane that they have. Tarzan's moving in and TP's come through.
Yeah, the Grand Entrance going to be there as well. It's going to be taken by Tarzan. They get their first dragon. Can they take the fight afterwards? Nu's getting very low. He's tanking up a lot, but look at the re-engage on the back line there, Munchables. They are turning tails. OMG are running away, and they are getting picked off. Tarzan actually will die to Wu Ming, so there's a trade back, but LNG coming out on top yet again.
LNG is starting to pick OMG to pieces right here. It's a 4,000 gold lead, which is 13 minutes into the game. And now they can go anywhere on the map that they want. They already heralded in the bot lane as well, so Light will be able to finish that tower. First tower of the game going with a huge amount of plate gold going into the pocket of Light. The guy that we keep talking about is the premier carry here for LNG. It all just feels too good to be true for them. And now on the side of OMG, you're starting to wonder, okay, what is next on the chopping block? Because I guess we're playing for picks at this point.
Yeah, you just got to find those potentials. It was so close to Aki being able to get that one, but the fight that ensues is just too much to handle. And LNG have such good positioning in this one. The Killer Instinct came out, but it was too late. Eric was already caught by that shockwave on the other side of it.
Yeah, it didn't feel like OMG were really positioned to properly go for that. It didn't feel like they were sure whether they wanted to contest, right? They weren't grouped as a 5, bursting down the dragon and then trying to get out as a unit. You had Aki on the dragon. You had the bot lane kind of nearby. You had Nu separate from everyone else. Like, they needed to decide on what they wanted to do. Are they committing to this Drake and fighting for it, or are they backing off? And they kind of went half and half and end up losing on both situations. Tarzan obviously managing to get the smite there, which was just down to pressing D better, because D obviously is the button for smite, because flash has to be reserved for Ghost in this situation. But yeah, really, really nicely done from LNG, I think, is the key takeaway. And what do we say?
Yeah.
We needed to have a commanding performance from LNG, but Mikuya's caught.
They don't want to keep going on that one, Mikuya. He's going to be able to get out of that fight, though. We have seen a transition to LNG going with a lot of presence in the mid lane, a lot of presence in the enemy topside jungle. We'll see what happens as you get the flash over from New. He just wanted to engage, but you have to be careful at this point. You got the Ornhorn coming in. There's the full re-engagement by LNG as well. New is just completely caught. He's going to go zombie mode, and there's nobody to smack that time around as LNG capitalize.
I'm not sure what the plan was here from OMG. They're kind of starting a fight in the mid lane while their AD carry is down on the bottom side of the map. And Light is able to just free hit onto a tier 2.
Now.
And now you get a tier 1 in that bot side as well. Light should be able to finish this tower off once the minions arrive. There's no real answer because look where Tarzan is on the map, making sure that he's covering for his AD carry there. They can clear the wave, get Light out of there. So much gold again for Desire. Watch the items when Light recalls here. Look at, he's 3,000 gold ahead individually.
Oh,
that is absolutely bonkers.
It really is. And hey, I mean, it all pans out. The check marks are starting to come through for LNG when we were talking about the style they like to play on. And it's been the little things, right, for me. He's gotten 5 assists. That's not going to be always the most gold. He's gotten a couple kills. But the other thing is that turret plate gold, that lane assignment coming through for Light has been so crucial to him scooping up all this extra gold across the map.
And I actually really like this Ornn pick as well from Mikuya. Not even just that it's obviously like Ornn's not the most meta pick right now, and I feel like there's a lot of tanks you can go for in the top lane, but Ornn just fits the composition quite nicely, but it also fits the style that LNG, sorry, want to play regularly, right? Where Mikuya could just be that weak side. You're very safe on the Ornn in most matchups. Even if Sion's going to win in CS and maybe he has, you know, infinite scaling health and all of that, but it doesn't actually matter because Ornn has the guaranteed long-range engage that a Hecarim and a Rakan can follow up on so beautifully. When Ornn pulls that Ornhorn into the enemy jungle from miles away, Iwandi can just flash forward, pop the quickness, dash in and follow up with a knockup, then Tarzan ults across everyone as well. And then you throw in a shockwave from Orianna. Like, Light is the big carry here, but the rest of the team don't ever get to focus on him. OMG looking for a pick, though.
He threw the feathers in there. He's got the feather storm and the blade recall, but can he survive a little bit longer? Eric doesn't, though. Eric is in the back line. Eric just dies to Tarzan, and OMG are running away yet again. We're getting a little bit of deja vu here, Munchables, but New is going to have to stay behind. Tarzan finds Wu Ming. If he could chase him down, there's the Ornn Horde. He gets the prediction over the wall, but can anybody follow it up? Tarzan, no doubt, just get a devastating charge over here. Make sure to get that kill. Oh, Wu Ming goes back, breaking some ankles before he goes down. But Tarzan's going to slam that one home, and another big win for LNG.
Yeah, I don't know why Wu Ming flashed at the end there. You already knew Tarzan was there. I don't know what you expected.
For the breaking of ankles, all right? For the breaking of ankles.
Yeah, I guess so, but LNG now just tearing it apart. Look, I actually like the play from OMG, even though it went pear-shaped. This is why Xayah is picked, right? Because in those situations, Light still gets away with it. They look for the pick. They know that they're getting outscaled. They know that they're massively behind, even though they don't win out the play. If they get a pick there, they get a dragon, and they maybe find themselves back in the game. So I like the idea from OMG, but it just doesn't work out.
And that all started with Light face checking that bush. He even checked it with the feathers first. It was like, oh, they're not there, but they were waiting right around the corner. And after all that is said and done, he still survives. We have Mikuya getting caught by a rare bear in the jungle up here. He's going to have a little bit of a hard time taking him down by himself. Well. And LNG can capitalize on this. You're getting the TP coming in. You're getting the rest of the squad here as well. There's the engagement on Aki, but it's not going to fall up. They pull off because of that TP coming in from New. Nothing else is going to happen.
Yeah, let's just quickly just take context of the fact that Baron isn't up yet. There is nothing in this top lane to fight over. That was both teams committing teleports, fully committing to a potential 5v5 in the top lane. Just for the presence on the map. Aki's going to get kicked out of the jungle as well. I mean, OMG have completely lost control of their half of the map. They don't have a half of the map. They just have a small quarter at the top right now.
And there's Shelly number 2, or Kelly, coming out. Going to get the charge off. Actually loses a decent amount of health, but the tower is going to go down. The second tier tower down in mid lane for OMG. See if they get that charge off. That's going to be a lot of damage onto that inhib tower as well. So LNG have put a lot of damage here onto the base of OMG.
Yeah, and LNG can just move towards the bottom side, get light pushing away there, and look towards a tier 2 there as well. Because realistically, OMG, they need to... I mean, they need to look for a mistake from LNG. They need to look for a position where LNG are leaving someone alone in a rotation, and maybe OMG can collapse and find something off the back of it.
Yeah.
But when you look at the composition from OMG, they are very good at that, right? When you've got a LeBlanc to work with, you've got an Alistair that can flash in with the headbutt pulverize, you've got an Udyr that can flash in for the stun, and then you've got a Kai'Sa that killer instincts. Whenever someone's CC'd, right, Eric can just fly into the play to finish somebody off. So it's not like OMG don't have the ability to go for picks, but it's down to whether LNG make any mistakes, whether they're on oversteps by themselves for OMG to punish.
And for me, it's in the team fights that have been so interesting as well, because there's so many cautions, so many things to be worried for in those big team fights, in those 5v5 moments when you're trying to face up against LNG. Yes, the gold differential is huge, right? But you're looking at the pieces themselves. You have the shockwaves, you have the initiation there with the Ornhorn, the onslaught of shadows, but you always have to be careful about the feathers. This is what we were talking about, though. OMG needed to find a catch out. They do find Icon, but he shockwaves them right back, and they get the re-engagement from LNG. No. Oh no, Eric is down. They've got the flank here by Tarzan as well. Cold is in the front line. Can they follow it up, though? Icon a little bit low. Cold getting low, though. Has to pop that unbreakable will, but he will survive for not very much longer. The chase down is there. Icon gets the kill, and you have Aki on the other side of the map while his base is burning right now. Light trying to get the kill onto New. Can't find the damage, but they can find the win, and there's pings onto Baron right now, Munchables.
That was a 4v5.
Yes,
when that fight started, Light was hitting the tier 2 in the bottom side of the map. And then he walked over and he just like rails on New, make sure they at least get a flash out of him. But now onto the Baron they can go. LNG are just so far and away beyond what OMG are capable of in this game right now. When it comes to the gold lead, they're 10,000 up. Aki wants to try and find a steal, but honestly, OMG, they are searching for a miracle at this point. And Wooming ain't found it.
They got the flame from Aki. Oh no, he gets devastating charged out of the way. The Baron's still alive.
Beautiful.
You do have Eric going down too, and half of LNG are finding kills onto OMG. That Ornhorn's gonna come in. New's gonna be stunned up and go down yet again. LNG 18-2 with a huge gold lead and Baron buff.
And man, doesn't it feel good for Icon? Look at his score, 8-0-5 against his old squad that have struggled so much in recent years. Now he's on a better team and he is flexing on his old squad right here. His shockwaves have been on point, and let's be honest, we saw some suboptimal Orianna play yesterday from Knight, so it feels pretty good to see a good Orianna on the Rift. And this shockwave here saves the day. He dies in this situation without that shockwave, but that's the CC chain we talked about, right? Where the Rakan can fly in from off of the screen and follow up on any little knock-up. Eric doesn't get to play the game.
And you see that OMG are trying to get those picks. They have tried to get Icon so many times in this game, Munchables, and it just hasn't been able to come to fruition. He's no deaths on the board for him, and they are pushing down the base now with this Baron up. And see if they can get a little bit more. Aki is on the backside here. They want to go for, I was going to say, Eric's really low. That's the unstoppable onslaught there. The inhib goes down. New might have needed to take the other train to go the other way because Munchables, he's down yet again. And Aki just has to watch as he does fall. And they are continuing to get this inhib in the bot lane.
Man, that was just 3 of them. That was just Light, I1D, and Tarzan going, come on, look, 3v5, let's go. We'll take you any day. Like, there's nothing OMG can do, and LNG know it. They are just staring OMG down the eye sockets right here and saying, what are you going to do about it? And the answer is absolutely nothing.
I like the Teemo thumbs up there. Here's the grand entrance. Here's the double knockups. The onslaught of shadows. They're pulling all the triggers right now, Munchables, as LNG want to slam home this win, get a couple more kills. kills under their belt. Aki was just trying to farm up the minions, get that wave cleared a little bit more. There's the ball delivery system, not going to connect there onto Aki, but Wu Ming is going to be able to get Makuya on the other side of the fight. It is still LNG all day long as a couple more shots to the Nexus will secure this win, and LNG go up 1-0 in this best of 3.
Yeah, well, they want a couple more kills first real quick, Tarzan getting the last one there. And well, in their home arena, LNG absolutely slam OMG in game number 1 against Icon's old team, no less, in the home arena. That's got to be a good feeling for LNG fans right there.
Absolutely a great feeling. You see a little bit of relief coming off the stage there. Man, that stage is just so beautiful. But you get to see that dragon. You get to see a little bit of the fierceness coming out from LNG in that one especially. And OMG have a lot to work on going into game number 2.
And, you know, I really can't complain about this one from LNG. I said coming into this one, LNG have had a disappointing split comparatively to what the expectations were for this roster. And coming into this one, we needed a commanding performance. Well, a 24-minute win, that's pretty commanding. That's about as commanding as you can really ask for, realistically. And when we looked at the compositions, we actually said LNG could play this one slow. In terms of the scaling, they felt pretty fine with the Xayah, with the Orianna. There was no issues just going for a slower game, but able to completely outplay OMG in the early game, able to completely read what was happening, and especially the really intelligent lane gank from Tarzan, basically saying, look, Aki might come back, we might have a 2v2, I'm just going to wait here and maybe recall, and the 2v2 comes out from Light and I1D.
Yeah, it's just so funny to me because it got to play, as I was saying in the cast, you know, their check marks are feeling really good. They got to go down the entire list there and check mark almost everything as they played exactly to the play style we set out for them, how they find their strengths, how they find those early advantages, and it worked out so well. And Tarzan was a big part of that. Yeah,
Tarzan doing a really, really good job to completely match Aki in terms of clear speed and in terms of getting around the map, but also to be in the right situation. And LNG as a whole, like calling the bluff of OMG. That second dragon especially, where OMG were like kind of half committing to going for the Drake. I love that LNG are happy to just pull the trigger and go, look, if you're not going to commit to just rushing down the Drake and you're not going to commit to the fight, then we're just going to take both. We're going to outsmite you, and then we're going to win the team fight as well.
And circling that 17,000 gold lead at the end there definitely felt really good as a confidence booster there going into the next game for LNG. And you see that damage as well. Damage Delta champions here. That team fight was definitely on point for LNG.
I mean, how often do you see a gold lead like that?
Yeah.
17,000. That is such an insane amount of gold to be up on an opponent. Like, you see, I mean, that's just an absurd amount. That is just absolutely obscene. And Light individually must have been at least 3,000 or 4,000 or 5,000 ahead of Eric by the end of that game.
It was at that one point in the game. It was like 15 minutes in. So you got to expect that it kept going for him as he was just getting all that gold shoved right into his pockets.
Yeah, it was devastating performance coming out from LNG. And definitely a confidence booster for the team moving towards playoffs. Because remember that, as we said before, this is a team that needs to get wins on the board. I think when I was talking expectations for the teams based on the end of week 7, my expectation was this team's going to finish about 8-8 in the standings. So getting this win on the board is a good step forward towards that expectation. Hopefully, it can be leading towards better things for them in the future as well.
Yeah, that's what you got to hope for. And on the other side of it, I hope that OMG, rather, can find something to fight for here in this second game, can find a little bit of that dream sake that they're looking for to keep their playoff push going. But they've got to find it here as we're going to take a little break. On the other side, we got game 2 between OMG and LNG.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't call me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy.
Or Larson off to the side, Inspired ready to go in. Flash smite on the Udyr up and available. Odoamne acting on the front line, but he's just taking so much damage. They're just deleting him. There's no room now. Inspired into the midst of everyone. The shutdown. Inspired on the chase. Rogue find the fight, and that's gonna be the Baron. Are you kidding me, Rogue? How did you make that work?
I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call.
앞만 봐도 이게 DRX가 이력이 굉장히 좋다라는 생각도 들고 한편으로 댐픽도 원하는 대로 너무 잘 됐다라는 이거를 아니 반대요 다 부메랑을 그렇죠.
Come along for the ride, cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this.
Rest of the damage dealers just burning down EDG.
And now we're back. We're doing this again. It's
Oh
my god! Everyone goes into the wall, drop down. RNG blow this game wide open. The Dragon was once, but Xiaohu does it again.
I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy, cause this is my moment. My moment.
That's a pick, and it's right in front of Baron. That's in 30 seconds. Only one inhib is down, but they just one-shot Perks. He had flash up, and it didn't matter. This is Sword Art now reached the backline. They're gonna just pick off Sven. Triple kill already for Lost. He wants the fourth. It's gonna be no problem, and all that's left is Vulcan. Where is he even gonna go? Sword Art gonna try to lock the man down. They're gonna give him the Penta. TSM will knock down Cloud9.
Muy tocado, era muy buena la definitiva por parte del carrero central de Exten, que ahora tiene que retirarse. Lo clavan al piso a Seo, tratan de confirmar el asesinato. Se reposiciona bien, pero termina cayendo. El invocador de tormentas por parte de Rey para confirmar otra baja más. Lo van a buscar a Jackpot. Rey en contra de Nottingham y Unforgiven, que trata de aguantar como puede. Lo va a ir a buscar a Lon. Termina confirmando el asesinato Rey. Va a ser otro más. Asesinato cuádruple. Va a terminar quedándose con el Penta. Sí.
They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Blah blah blah. Break. Dance.
我觉得他们下路双人组现在发挥的还可以。面对OMG下路双人组，我觉得我们优势在于我们对线都比较打得凶一点吧，然后尽量去线上压制对面一点。
Okay, I'm gonna take over on this one, I guess. I think we're having a couple of little issues here. Welcome back, everyone. We're going into game number 2 here between OMG and LNG, and I'm just gonna me that I've got my old buddy back. I've been replaced by a mannequin of me, and I'm expecting Leonard to get replaced by a mannequin of himself as well. We'll hopefully be able to get everything rocking and rolling shortly. But the key thing is that LNG looking real good game number 1. I wonder especially on this Rakan. Looked fantastic. The 2v2 was beautiful. I don't know if you're back with me here, Mazel, but
I think I am, at least if you can hear me. But
okay, sweet. I could hear you. I could hear you the whole time, though, so I don't know.
So sorry about that. A little bit of issues. But yeah, talking about Iwandi a little bit. That KP is awfully big there.
Yeah, this Rakan looked fantastic. We talked about it. How the Rakan can follow up on these long-range engages from the Ornn. We got to see it multiple times in the game, and Iwandi so willing to pull the trigger. But even when you rewind all the way to the very start of the laning phase, the 2v2 kill, but here with the huge ultis coming out in combination, it's so beautiful to see.
The Wombo combos were aplenty here for LNG, you gotta say, as it leans into that a little bit more of what I was talking about. All those cautions in the fights for OMG to deal with, and LNG were just too strong in that fashion. This was the breaking the camel's back here for me. The fight that OMG looked like they wanted to take, but weren't able to, and got kind of upended.
Yeah, this was the moment where that shockwave, actually denying the killer instinct from Eric. I didn't see that in the moment. That was huge from Icon. And against his old team as well. You love to see it. But that one as well was Eric trying to finish off the kill on Icon. The shockwave is there. The follow-up from Iwandi on Rakan as well. It's just too beautiful to see. And now going into game number 2, things have to change up a little bit for OMG. I believe LNG are still going to be on the blue side. When you look at the win rates for both of these teams, LNG prefer blue side and OMG prefer red side. So I think even if we go to 3 games, it's just going to be LNG blue, OMG red every single game regardless. But I am curious how OMG changed things up here. I would like to see even more emphasis on the early game rather than... I'm afraid that they're going to try and lean into scaling a little bit too much. I'd love to see just aggro in the bottom lane and try and win that 2v2. Try and get your jungler down there. Try and get that bot lane ahead. Because if you can shut down Light, it feels like LNG don't have much in the way of a premium carry. Although Icon's trying to prove me wrong on that one today. But but it feels like that's the way to beat LNG from what we've seen from the top team. So I'd love to see OMG drafting more for the winning 2v2.
And but that's where I get so perplexed a little bit, right? You did have that Alistair, you did have that Kai'Sa, you had some serious potential down there, some serious lethality, and we're just unable to kind of use that to the extent that you could have. And yes, you did get the early start, you did get that Udyr, you do have that pace advantage, but it was that focus in the early game that wasn't necessarily there. The ganks that weren't all the way pulled off from Aki, and those are the advantages in the early game that you have to get in a setup like this, in a situation like this.
Yeah, I don't know how comfortable Eric is on something like maybe the Kalista, or if they can find a way to get Tristana for themselves. The problem is if they don't ban Tristana and they're playing red side, you know that LNG are going to first pick Tristana.
Absolutely.
So there's just no way that they get the Tristana for themselves. So it's kind of a difficult one. I think the Kai'Sa Alistair was a good 2v2, as you say.
It was.
But maybe more of a player gap at that point on the 2v2 that happened on the bottom side, which
that's when you just throw in the dog pile. You know, maybe it's the difference in that 2v2, but once you throw in 5 bodies, things start to change a little bit. There's a little bit of wiggle room there.
Yeah, maybe just like TPing down at level 2, some shenanigans could be thrown in there. I don't know. For OMG, I'd love to just see them go towards something like this Galio as well in the mid lane. We've seen that from them. They're one of the only teams, in fact, that we've seen mid Galio from this split. But things like that, things like the Zoe as well, get out of that mid lane and influence the bottom side of the map. The LeBlanc, I'm not a huge fan of LeBlanc right now. I feel like it's not a pick that's been able to have much influence in the LPL. I can see where they were going with it, wanting to be able to find picks and find opportunities to go for dragons and things in the early game. Really didn't work out, though, and I feel like just having it doesn't have to be a mage, but just a pick that will be able to shove out that mid lane and get out of there is going to be the best way forward. So maybe go towards something like an AP jungler instead, so that you can go for something like the Renekton mid. We saw Wooming playing Renekton mid, and it looked fantastic. So just something like that, perhaps, as an alternate strategy here for OMG.
Yeah, just trying to get a little bit of that priority in the mid lane to open up the avenues for OMG, because that's where we have seen them be so successful, when they are getting that help for Aki and through Wu Ming, through that bot lane, trying to get everybody on the same page. And I really liked their early dragon focus in that first game, right? I liked seeing that come out from them. They did eventually lose out a couple more. They did also lose out on the Rift Herald focus. Maybe we see a little bit of a cleanup from OMG once we get to that 8-minute mark, that Rift Herald play, because I feel like that was a lot of pressure given over to LNG, and it gave them a lot of tools to use in that early game. They could get the distraction with the Rift Herald. They were always threatening something in one of the lanes.
Yeah, it did feel like LNG were the ones in the right situation here. But as we said, LNG on the blue side once more, OMG on the red side. This time, banning away the Hecarim, going full Shadow Isles with the bans here from OMG so far.
Been playing any Root Terror? It's kind of stolen my life at this point.
Hecarim and Azir as a combo deck. Oh my god,
so
it is so
dirty.
much fun. It's absolutely just pure ephemeral. I love it. But let's talk about League of Legends.
Yeah.
This is the strategy mode of League of Legends right here, the draft. Renekton taken off the board, though. Olaf as well. Things like the Tristana, the Kaiser, first pickable here. You could even go towards the Udyr if you really wanted to. Lots of options available for LNG.
And we're seeing some of that focus come through from LNG in that first game. You know, they didn't want to deal with the Zoe. They don't want to kind of give that piece over to Wu Ming. But that Galio's still on the board here. That's where maybe we see OMG go for it a little earlier. I love the Udyr pickup here by LNG. But yes, as you mentioned, the Tristana still available. I wonder if this is where Eric feels comfortable picking up that pick right now with how strong it has been in general. And yes, that is the lock-in.
Yeah, Tristana, maybe something like an Alistar as well would be good here. I'm surprised to see them hovering junglers. You don't need to lock in your jungles just yet. You could do that third, but they are going to go for the Nidalee, perhaps waiting to see what support they're up against before going for the support pick themselves. Kai'Sa will be the answer from Light, and you can expect something like the Alistar to come through. And now on the side of OMG, I feel like just Tristana Alistar would have been a better rotation here. I feel like Alistar is just the best support you can go for, certainly out of the hard engage supports.
Do still have Rel to some extent. I know she's fallen off a little bit here, but I still feel like that's a lot of that engagement you can look for the Tristana.
The problem with the Rel pick in this specific scenario I'm talking about is that Alistar wins the 1v1 with Rel, right? In terms of Alistar versus Rel, Alistar can deny Rel's engage in the 2v2. And so when we're talking about picking the Tristana to be able to win that 2v2 in lane, and then allowing that Alistar through for I1D, it's like you're going to have difficulty winning that 2v2 now. But regardless, we're going to get in towards the second ban phase, and they went for the Gnar. So they're just going for the blind pick in the top lane, and now banning towards Icon with the Orianna ban. Rel taken off the board. You could expect something like a Leona ban as well from LNG. Wouldn't be too surprising here.
Yeah.
Or perhaps maybe banning a mid laner that perhaps women could lean towards, but I feel like just another
Orianna
support
ban.
Probably.
I love the Orianna ban against Icon here because of how devastating it was last game. The Azir also comes off the board, the most played champion for Icon. So they're focusing those second phase bans right into that mid lane of LNG. And as we were talking about, those engaged supports are going to be taken away from OMG. They don't want to give any of that initiation down there, that bot lane. They don't want to give any of that playmaking potential for the Tristana. The Grag is actually the last ban from LNG as well.
Yeah, so could look towards the support here from OMG. I'm curious on the side of LNG, though, where they go in the mid lane here, because things like the Victor available, things like Twisted Fate could be a really interesting pick. We've seen I mean, at this point, Zoe, Orianna, Azir are all taken off the board. So the rest of the picks, in terms of Icon this split, he's picked a whole bunch of champions one time, and then he's picked Set twice. So which direction they go in is a question mark, but I really like the idea of something like the Twisted Fate, the Galio, the Set that can just get out of that mid lane. I mean, the Set less so because you kind of need magic damage here, but something that can get out of the mid lane, just shove it, and get elsewhere on the map. Even something like the Rise could be good.
And the Leona was the pickup for OMG. I thought it would have been that last ban from LNG, but they go with that Gragas, so it leaves it open for OMG to pick up. They've got a pretty sturdy duo lane in the bot lane now with that Leona, the Tristana. The Scion came across for LNG, going against the Gnar in the top lane, and they last pick for themselves a Syndra to put the cherry on top.
Yep, Syndra just generally good blind pick, right? You're going to be able to get shoved in the mid lane and get elsewhere, sorry. We do get the Galio, though. This is what we asked for, right? We said, OMG, get something where Wooman can just kind of handshake the mid lane, just shove the wave and get out of there. Galio is going to tick that box. Great in Syndra because you've got the spell shield. It's very difficult for Syndra to be able to find kill pressure in that mid lane. You've got a strong 2v2 in the bot lane. You've got Aki on a comfort pick for him with this Nidalee. These AP junglers, certainly something he's able to excel on. Feels like this is a composition that can work for OMG. When we talk about their strengths, this ticks those boxes. The question will be, can they execute it when we get into the game?
Yeah, the execution will be key. You've got those pieces we were highlighting. We got those pieces that we were looking for, but it's all about how it comes down onto Summoner's Rift. And we saw some of those early game advantages slip through the fingers of OMG last time around, but now with some new pieces, some new tools, hopefully they're ready and raring to go for this one, as it's going to be a lot of onus on that Tristana to carry the game right now for Eric.
Yeah, Eric versus Light is certainly an AD carry matchup that you have to lean towards Light realistically. But maybe with this draft, maybe it can work out, especially with that Galio post 6. You can really influence the bottom lane in a significant way. But also, Tarzan versus Aki. Aki, the rookie jungler coming in. He trained underneath Karsa. Guess who's like a vintage Nidalee player? Karsa is. You know Aki is a good Nidalee. We've seen it multiple times this split already. It's something he's comfortable on. Tarzan on the Udyr, in terms of their individual impact, you can have a lot of carry power in the early game as this Nidalee. So I really want to see Aki being able to have an influence. And I want to see Wooming on this Galio being a kind of supportive mid laner to help Aki out in whatever his endeavors are.
Yeah, it's just got to keep that communication going. Make sure the walkie-talkie has some batteries in it there, especially as we are going to be hitting the Rift here for the second time. LNG versus OMG. Can OMG keep the dream alive? Can they keep their playoff hopes at some short distance away from them? Or are LNG going to cement themselves here in the playoff standings?
Yeah, and I just want to give context to that as well. Like, for OMG, they're 2-10 right now in the standings. Playoffs is a distant dream for them anyway, but if they lose this series, it is guaranteed not happening. If they lose this game, playoffs is gone. It's a thing of the past for OMG. For LNG, very much this is an expected win for them, and they'll be 7-6 after this in the standings. They won't be locked in for playoffs, but they'll be a shoo-in at very least. But for OMG, again, if they lose here, they're out of the running. So big game for OMG. They've got the composition they need, and now they've got a 2v2.
A little level 1 action down here at the bot lane. We said it's the focus, and they're giving it to us already. Not going to be too much traded in between, but the support's going to take a little bit of that early damage.
So I want to talk a little bit about the junglers, because once again, we're seeing kind of a sort of tank matchup in the top side. Nah, it depends on your definitions. There's another 2v2 here.
Oh yeah, I think we could go with it, but yeah, gold getting very low. Already had the ignite burned, and Eric now taking some extra shots from Light. Needs to be very, very careful. Those health potions are going to be ticking and doing their job right now in the bot lane.
I love that Light is extending that trade there as the Kaiser against Tristana, because Tristana, if you don't have your Halo Blades and your E up, basically you don't do any damage. So Light is like, look, I'm willing to just trade autos all day long while your Re's on cooldown. Bring it on, baby. But looking towards the junglers quickly. Aki moving towards the bottom side. Same can be said for Tarzan here. Aki getting fairly low, but Nidalee incredibly fast clear speed. We saw both junglers going for very early bot lane gank in game number 1, and I expect a similar thing here from Tarzan. Whether or not that can happen on a Nidalee will be a different question.
Yeah, and that's where I'm really looking at this Nidalee, seeing what Aki can do, as that pathing is going to be getting finished up here in that full clear for both junglers. So that is when we're going to be getting the presence on the map. We could be getting resets, but I would hope that we get that scuttle fight going, that scuttle tussle, if you will.
That is really, really rough for Eric, having to go for an early recall here, realizing that the wave is pretty much frozen out for him. It means that now this bot scuttle is completely guaranteed for Tarzan. Aki, you can see, just sprints towards the top side of the map. Wooming, we said he needs to be that supportive mid lane. Well, he's gone up to the top side scuttle to remove the shield off of it for Aki. That is the kind of play that I'm talking about right there. But OMG have good priority across the board here. Aside from this bottom lane that already is going pretty badly, on paper, Tristana has priority in a lot of matchups. You've got a Galio in the mid lane. You've got a Gnar against the tank in the top side. So you can expect Aki to be able to start setting up some invades here and start to try and put some pressure onto Tarzan.
That's what you're hoping for right now. But for now, it's going to be calm, cool, and collected in the jungle. Nobody's going to be pressing any of those advantages. But you got to expect to be coming up soon. As we said, we want to see both of them getting involved early, trying to get in these lanes at some point. And you do have, you know, some topsy-turvy lanes, especially looking at that mid lane. It's been very back and forth for Icon and Wuming. It's actually going to be Tarzan making the first invade here, though.
Yeah, he's not really too worried about the top presence that we've got from New here, and Aki trying to contest, but Tarzan gets the chicken.
Wuming wants to commit for that. I was going to say, you have Iwandi. Yes, they didn't necessarily know, or actually they did. They had the ward over the wall there. So they knew that Iwandi was coming, and they see that it was not going to be a fair fight for very much longer.
Yeah, really intelligent from Tarzan there to go aggressive when he knows the support is on the way, but isn't there just yet, kind of saying like, look, if you want, you can punish me for this invade. I promise I'm alone. And
I'm right
just trying to look as juicy as he can. Yeah, like wiggling that booty, and OMG don't go for it. They don't fall for the bait. So nicely done by OMG to respect Tarzan, but he's building himself a small CS lead. First Drake is up on the map, and OMG, this is what we talked about. With the priority in the lanes, they can start to get into LNG's jungle, and they're going to get some chickens of their own.
And already getting a much different early pace of play from OMG. We're already seeing them all come together here, at least the Cold, Wuming, and Aki trio, if you will, as it's been a little while since Cold has been down to the bot lane. But that's what we were looking for in this game. We need that communication. We need that synergy being on point for this trio.
Yeah, we really do. And you can see exactly how this mid lane is going to go. It's just Wuming queuing the wave twice to clear it out, and then getting elsewhere on the map, going to help Aki out and trying to influence things. Wuming will be level 6 pretty soon. I think he's one more wave away from that level 6 point. And with Drake on the board, you can expect Aki to look towards that bottom side of the map and maybe try and force things. But Tarzan, he can find an opportunity. In the bot side here, Iwandi can engage onto Eric, potentially.
He could. It's really, really close. It's not a knife says down here if they want to fully engage onto this one. They decide to, as Iwandi's going to get the headbutt and the pulverize backwards. But guess who else is here? Aki coming for the re-engage, for the re-gank here, the response against Tarzan. But they are both going to walk away after trying to get a gank from either side. The ignite was burned by Iwandi, but nothing else going to come of it.
Tarzan now chasing Aki up the river here. Tarzan's already level 6, so has that advantage. And now with a huge amount of push in the bottom side as well, might just be able to start the Drake off for himself, because you can see a recall coming from Wuming. Icon has priority in this mid lane, but it looks like Tarzan not comfortable to just go for the Drake just yet. Moving towards that mid lane. As Aki clears up his top side of the jungle. Oh, I see what's going on.
He wants to keep the
Tarzan's
pressure
seen
up
a
here.
scuttle crab. He can smell a scuttle crab on the other side of the map. He's like, Aki, you're having none of this.
And I love that. It's that little bit of heads-up play coming out here. New needs to talk about heads-up plays, though, because Makuya's getting a very nice trade. It's going to be a lot of that walk back. He stops the jump, though. There's the heroic entrance. You had to pull the trigger on that one. The kill's going to go over to Tarzan, though, and we have first blood and a kill to top it off as well. 1-1 now early on from OMG and LNG.
All right, so it's all kicking off now. New and Makuya trading blows here. And it's going to be the jungler in the mid laner picking up those kills. Both of them on tanks, though, so the kill's not the most influential in terms of that gold injection, but still, good to see a bit of action. Good to see Wooming on this Galio getting out onto the map, using his ult effectively to answer a play coming out from Makuya.
Oh, the stop of the jump. Oh my god, it feels so bad for New. He was so close to getting away as well.
But the thing is, this is a mistake from New, right?
It is.
It's predictable that he's going to Q you, right? You know that it's coming off a cooldown. We also know that the junglers are on the top side of the map, so maybe this super aggressive trade is not the play. New did not have to overextend to try and even that trade up. Accept that you lost the trade, getting hit by the first Q, and move on with your life, I think is the correct play there.
Yeah, exactly that. But hey, it still comes out with some advantages for both sides. We do see the Rift Herald being started up here by Aki. They're going to go for that early objective, something they didn't get last game around, and something we talked about the draft. I would have loved to see them do this, and they're doing it right now. Makuya trying to make sure that can't happen. Can't step into the pit though, and that will just be secured by OMG.
Yeah, really nicely done here by OMG, and you could see they moved the bot lane up the river as well, so that if there was a contest from LNG, they'd be the team with 5 members in that fight first. They would be the ones with the advantage. So smart play from OMG. You can see the answer now from LNG. Tarzan and Iwandi moving into OMG's jungle to snag away everything that they can. And Aki, unfortunately, will lose out on some CS here. Good play, though, from Eric and Cole to at least grab the Gromp for themselves and make sure that Tarzan can't take everything.
It's just a bunch of hit squads roaming around together right now in the game, and it leads into exactly what we wanted for both these teams. It's working out so perfectly, as they're really starting to feel themselves, at least in this game. And for the side of OMG, it's a much different early pace. I mean, you're not getting all these deficits early on. You're not racking those up, and it's looking a lot better from a stability standpoint, at least from OMG.
The thing is, though, if this game does... Hang on, Aki. You don't have any lanes anywhere near you here, buddy.
You have no
We
right.
talked about lane priority. You don't even have a bot lane right now. Light's going to be able to stop the recall. Tarzan... Wait, Light's gone in on his own. The rest of the team had already backed off.
It's going to be really close. I was going to say, Aki trying to get over the wall there. He's going to find a rampaging Tarzan here. He's going to go forward, though. The stun's going to be there. The follow-up, the killer instinct, but Tarzan's the one that gets the kill. And they're going to follow up with the CC chain from all everywhere. Cold goes down 2. Light is going to get that one at least, but it's going to be 2 kills quickly gotten by LNG.
That's really bad news. OMG, and now New under the tower, just slamming Makuya. This is going to be the first Drake now for LNG. And Aki, I think, feeling the pressure on this one, knowing that he needs to find a lead for himself individually, because when you look at this composition for OMG, they don't really have much damage in the late game. They need to be picking the pace up and pushing themselves forward, but you can't do it by yourself, Aki. You need the rest of the team there. Eric and Cold had just reset as Aki went for that invade. Really unfortunate decision there, and it's going to be punished very heavily by LNG, who now have themselves almost a 4,000 gold lead. They're feeling real good moving forward in this game.
The biggest thing for me right now is we've seen Wooming getting involved, you know, being this this can on a string communication wise for Aki, but this top lane, New and Aki have found something. Beside my point when I was going to be talking about Wooming and the CS differential mid lane, OMG are striking right now, and they need to find something there. They do get that top lane dive under for Makuya. Bot lane's not going to come to anything, but still OMG are able to scrap away something.
And this is good for OMG, especially because Aki has that Herald, but Tarzan arrives on the top side. Will be able to protect this tower. I don't think they can dive an Udyr at this point in the game. He should be able to at very least clear the wave. There's the TP coming from Makuya.
Oh, wow.
They do get 4 plates, though. Still fantastic for OMG. Even if they don't finish the tower, this is still a huge amount of gold going into Aki and New's pockets.
Yeah, and we see that Aki has been so influential throughout this early game, although is down on that CS department, still trying to get something going, be that catalyst for OMG right now as they try and pull it all together and form that composition that they've drafted out for themselves. A lot of potential, a lot of lethality for themselves as well. Iwandi gets caught by that that Zenith Blade coming out from Cold. I want to see. I was going to say Light is right there. It could back up with some serious damage. The Unbreakable Will is popped by Awandi, but OMG get a nice presence, nice priority in the bot lane.
And this will be at least a couple of plates here. This is a Tristana. Really nice play by OMG. They wait and they force out the ulti from Iwandi. Even if they don't get a kill, they're not looking for a kill. They're looking for those plates and a bit of pressure on the bottom side. Do the minions finish it? There we go. It's a little close, but this is what we wanted to see, though, right? Eric and Cold stepping up in the 2v2, finding advantages for themselves individually. And look at that. Kraken Slayer finished for Eric on the other side. Light, he's got a whole jumble sale of components. He's got the Noon Quiver, the Serrated Dick, the pickaxe, but no completed mythic. So feeling really fantastic there for Eric, and especially when we move towards another Drake in 2.5 minutes, it's going to be Eric with an advantage.
And I want to see that Eric can push that item advantage right now. That Kraken Slayer is pretty good early on, although New needs to find an advantage for himself. It thought it was a 1v1, turns into a 2v1 as Tarzan gets the kill.
And Mikuya, this is the second time now that Mikuya is able to punish New in the top side, waiting for that mini Gnar and then just slamming him once those cooldowns are on and once he doesn't have the Mega Gnar form to rely on. And New, again, just he's trying to get too much in the 1v1. He's trying to overpush his advantage. And Mikuya is just setting it up beautifully for Tarzan. It's like Mikuya, he's the guy he's, you know, teeing it up. He's the guy that's setting the play up, and then Tarzan's there with the baseball bat just swinging for a home run.
Yeah, it's working out so well. He's hit a bunch of homers already so far and feeling really good on this Udyr after
That's
such
my favorite Simpson.
It's a pretty good character to choose from The Simpsons, I guess. You know, maybe Homer is my favorite. I don't know. We'll have to talk about that later on. But speaking of homers, again, 3-0 on Tarzan right now on this Udyr, having just as strong a performance as that Hecarim from game number 1, still being influential around the map, but he's got to keep it going. We do see OMG focusing back in on this top lane, wanting to pick out Icon, but it's a tall task to deal with, although they have committed a bunch of members up here, and as well as potentially getting the Rift Herald off the back of it.
And just remember what we set out earlier, that LNG actually can just
the
chill.
Flash!
Oh.
He gets the flash, the spear connects, and that's just the kill over to Icon. We said he was maybe caught out, and he definitely was.
I mean, he could just walk away there. He did not have to step that far forward. I'm not really sure what was going through Icon's head here. Now an opportunity for OMG to force this Herald for themselves.
The TP now coming in from the bot lane for New. They get the engagement. That's the heroic entrance as well. Get a lot of damage here. The flash already coming out from Mikuya. He's still getting low, though. Eric's going to be getting the kill there onto Mikuya as well. So Tristana comes away with a kill. New still chasing. Almost has the Mega Gnar form available to him. But OMG, they're starting to pull this back in a dominant fashion around these fights.
I don't know what is going through LNG's heads here. Sure, they managed to get the smite on the Herald at the end of that, but losing multiple kills off the back. Icon just got caught out. I'm not sure why you're trying to force a 4v5. Now over towards Drake go OMG, but here's the thing. They have to reset. Tarzan's here flashing forwards.
They are fully committing here as New is flashing. He's got the killer instinct used onto him too. Aki's going to get caught by that wonderful shove back, but it's going to be the flash out from the parties here. New used his flash as well, but dies for it. They still have Eric on the bot side of the map pushing that tier 2, but they're losing everywhere else.
Well, New living up to his name a little bit this game, because I could believe that this was his first game of League of Legends, honestly. That's maybe a little harsh, but LNG off the back of that fight with the priority in the bot side, they'll be able to get themselves a second Drake. And look, they can chill. They don't even need to be going for these fights. I mean, that fight at Herald was very unnecessary from LNG, especially after Icons just got caught on the top side. But then really punishing OMG, knowing that all of the ultis have just been used, knowing that realistically, OMG don't have anything in the tank, and OMG kind of and ahhing about everyone was pinging towards the Drake. They were moving towards the Drake. They needed to just reset. Maybe you could contest off the back of a reset, but realistically, that reset had to come first.
That is the timing that is a little unfortunate. We do have that second dragon that was secured, as we were talking about, for LNG. Does set them up to go to Soul Point next time around. We got the unstoppable onslaught coming to the mid lane, though. See what Mikuya can find. They do get cold caught here, as Leona doesn't have much to deal with, doesn't have much mobility, and Light will get the kill on that one.
Nicely done here by LNG, finding another pick for themselves. And I'm getting a little bit nervous for OMG. Knew we'll be able to get a tower, so there is some answer on the map. But with the 2 Drakes back to back, the Baron coming up shortly, it's feeling like, oh, hang on. Oh, he's fine.
At the last second, the Hex Flash is too clutch. Oh, but Tarzan's coming in quick. I was going to say, Iwandi might want to get out of there. He's taking a ton of damage from Eric, from Aki, as the poke is really, really nice right now from the side of OMG. They got to be careful not to stay too long, though. They actually wanted to take that engagement there on Icon, but not going to do it. And New shows up in mid lane. We have a little bit of a strong presence here, I would say, Munchables, from OMG in the mid lane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, wherever Eric is, it is a strong presence at this point. He's 2 items on the Tristana with that Phantom Dancer 2nd item. Eric is big right now. Like, don't get me wrong. Eric is huge. If OMG can find the right fight and Eric can just bounce around that fight, dishing out autos, OMG are in a really good spot. And let's remember that this is the point in the game that OMG have been waiting for to really push their advantage. You've got a Galio, he's got an Everfrost, and he's got boots. You've got Nidalee with a Night Harvester. They're spiking really hard right now on the side of OMG if they can get that 5v5. But again, LNG, they can play kind of the front-to-back 5v5. They've got these tanks and everything. That's not an issue. But they can also just play for picks with the Kai'Sa, with a Syndra, with an Udyr. You can, if you find someone out of position, you can punish very hard as Mikuya stops the red buff steal here. But they can also just chill and scale up.
Yeah, they can.
Oh, hang on.
Talking about chilling. There ain't no chilling here, Munchables. Light is going to get the kill. The Killer Instinct and the Unstoppable Onslaught come out, and LNG capitalize.
I think I'm just getting lost in the sauce here. I'm trying to analyze the compositions. This ain't about compositions today.
They're not analyzing.
This series
they're
ain't
going.
about compositions. Yeah, this is all about just finding random pick opportunities and going off of the back of that, because yet another pick goes their way. Mikuya with a really great ult onto Aki there. That's the second time this game that Aki is caught out of position. It does feel like he's not having the best game of his life. You can see him on the camera there.
Yeah, a little bit of frustration.
A bit upset with himself. And this will be the second game on the trot that OMG end up losing out on if they do lose here. So you can feel the frustration in camp OMG. This would be the end of their potential playoff dream.
And you see that great call here from both members of LNG, Light and Mikuya, just making and knowing the vision control that they had, knowing that Aki was separated from his team all by his lonesome, get the call, and that opens up so much of that pressure for LNG.
Yeah, it really does. And over towards the bot side of the map we go here as blue buff will be picked up. Tarzan can path. Oh no. Wait, they've got both blue buffs.
They do. They're racking up the buffs here, Munchables.
Yeah, I thought he'd accidentally stolen it. That's why I pointed it out, because I saw the blue buff on Tarzan, but he still had the old blue buff. Wuming's caught though.
He actually gets out of there with a nice time flash, though. He's able to get away from LNG's hurried engagement, but it will be them just still moving as a solid group, looking for the catch-outs. Eric gets the buster, or the rocket jump off there, but takes about half his health on the back of it.
All right, so this is a Drake that, in my opinion, OMG have to fight for here. You got the Nart, you got the Galio. It's time to use this composition, but the catch onto Wuming, this is not it. This is not how the fight's meant to start. No!
It's not. They're never set up for the full fight. They have this great composition. They have these strong pieces, but the catch-outs are key right now for LNG.
How can Galio ult into the fight when the fight is on Galio? That's not how this works. OMG caught out again, and now that'll be Drake going the way of LNG. What I was going to say was they needed to set up, try and go for the 5v5, big Galio ult, blah, blah, blah. Stop the soul point happening. It doesn't happen. LNG have soul point. They find yet another pick on yet another OMG player that's out of position. And I'm starting to feel like OMG are kind of losing faith in this game a little bit themselves. The ward's coming out onto Baron. I don't think there's a realistic threat on towards Baron here from OMG. They're just trying to get vision. LNG, on the other hand, if they find another pick, there's no reason that they couldn't just go for that.
Tarzan is a madman right now. Everybody he sees, he just runs at. If you stick around too long, he's going to stun you. He's going to kill you. And that's what I've loved so far. Just seeing Udyr in general in play, but in this series in particular, Tarzan is all over the place, and he is making it look so dang good. As he will get that original stun onto Nu. I know, he just doesn't stop. He just took a spear from Aki and didn't lose any health, really. And that is just the strength that this Udyr is bringing to this matchup.
Man, Tarzan's Udyr making marathon runners everywhere jealous because he is just sprinting around. Doesn't seem to have any issues of stamina. Another tower goes down at the top side in favor of LNG, and they are in position to set up for a Baron right here. If they can clear all of the vision from OMG, it becomes very difficult for OMG to face check into that one. Cold will have to be the one face checking, or Nu if he's in Mega Gnar at the time, but they're just not tanky enough to be able to actually properly contest here to walk in. Like, Cold doesn't have a mythic. If he tries to face check, yes, he's got his W, yes, he'll have Aftershock, but against the Collector coming through from Light, like, they're still just going to burn through that time.
And what I really like here is the kind of taperness coming out from LNG, right? They're not fully committing onto the Baron. They're not trying to up that tempo too much because they feel comfortable in this moment. They feel confident, right? We've seen those killer instincts from Light. In any other game might be a little iffy, but here that confidence is reigning supreme for him, and it's coming out so well in the execution for LNG that they can take their time. They can set themselves up how they feel comfortable to play.
And this is one of the differences between LNG and some of the other top LPL teams. Like, thinking about teams like RNG, like top esports, these teams will quite happily just force a Baron as soon as they feel they have an advantage. And often it's not really about the Baron, right? It's about forcing your opponent to fight you. LNG feels like one of the more, as you worded it, tempered teams in the LPL when it comes to having an advantage. They're much more willing to play it a little bit slower. And you can see that here where a lot of teams would just go up towards that Baron right now, clear vision, wait for the enemy to check, force the fight, get the Baron, try and push the advantage that way. But when you're already on Soul Point, when you outscale in terms of compositions, just because there's only a single damage threat on OMG. So you can just build a ton of armor. Like, Aki is not going to do enough magic damage to be a significant team fight threat later on. So in terms of scaling, LNG are miles away in that regard. So it feels fine to me to not try and over-push that advantage. So just wait for the soul points coming up in 2 minutes' time. Why try and force something when there's just no need to?
Yeah, and that's also going back to some of the plays we've already seen in this game, is the capitalization on the mistakes of OMG, the overextensions from OMG, and that's where LNG have been really good at knowing what's going on around them and making sure to make the call. And as you said, that you could see it on the gameplay so far. It's just a little bit of waiting, buying time, though. Mikuya does have a lot of members capitalizing. They really need this kill. They used everything on it. And they do have Aki right there behind them to support. They're going to keep pushing this tier 2 tower, but LNG are going to have a response here potentially by Tarzan. Actually, looks like they're going to go ahead and give this one up for presence around the other sides of the map. The mid lane, the bot lane especially, which is being pushed in by Light right now.
Yeah, LNG quite happy to trade this one because Mikuya can just wait at the inhib. Mikuya incredibly good at just clearing those waves. But guess what? LNG want to be on the bottom half of the map anyway. It's 50 seconds until that soul point. So LNG, they would love to be in this corner of the jungle just getting vision. So it feels fantastic for them. Now TP in the mid lane from Wooming. Dragon in 40 seconds. OMG have to contest this area and find their way in before the dragon spawns.
Gotta set yourself up right here in this fight, in this crucial moment, right? I mean, you cannot just let this Ocean Soul go over to LNG. Their poke, their sustain is going to be too good. They want to go for the engagement, though. They've got Tarzan on the flank here, 2 Munchables. He doesn't pull the trigger on it. The TP now coming in as well from Nu. Got a little bit of speed here, doesn't have Mega Gnar available to him. That means that LNG are going to pull back onto this dragon, which will be spawning in about 6 seconds here. OMG take the priority in mid lane, though. That means they will have set up for this engagement if they want to, as they take the fight here onto Icon. Icon's caught. The heroic entrance goes down, but the dragon is the focus from LNG. The dragon is it. The dragon is down. That's the soul going over to LNG, but can they take the fight afterwards? Look at that decimating smash coming in there from Makuya, but it's not going to be too much to deal with. He's going to survive a little bit longer in zombie form. LNG get the objective they came away with. They lose the fight. They lose a couple members, and OMG want to up the ante right now. They're pinging on that Baron. They're starting up that Baron.
Yeah, OMG can go for the Baron. They got 2 picks here, one onto Icon and one onto Makuya. Icon's TP will be up in 20 seconds time, but Eric getting both kills. Now Tarzan forced away. LNG have to stop this happening.
Yeah, the flash already came out from Cold. That engagement not there. They immediately engage. That's the double knockup as well. New is on the backline, though. Has gotten light. The Baron's down for OMG. The fight, though. Look at Eric jumping in. Goomba stomping, but can he get it? He goes golden. Everybody from OMG is getting a little bit worried here, but Light is going to go down. That's the main carry right now, but Icon is back. Icon is doing damage, and Icon is picking up kills right now. OMG off the back of a wonderful Baron call, off the uptick of tempo, lose everything.
And that was so well played for Light during that fight as well. Able to get so much damage done, but also great use of his stopwatch, great use of his flash to kite for as long as possible and get a bonus kill off the end of it. He bought so much time for his team. He had to be the standout. It was Light versus Eric in that fight, and Eric doing a good job, but they're so far behind at this point, and just keep your eyes on Light here, on the Kaiser. They go in, obviously, the engage comes out from Cold. He's just finished off by the Collector straight away. And then at this point, you're like, okay, Light, get CC'd up a little bit here. You're worried about him. Eric jumps in, but guess what? Stopwatch available, and then he flashes over the wall out of the fight, keeps himself alive. Exactly, able to finish off Wu Ming. That buys enough time for Icon to get into the fight, and LNG managed to salvage the situation with an Ocean Soul now, denying the Baron on 4 members of OMG. Everything looks fantastic for LNG.
And, you know, you come away with a death on Light, you know, this big carry, but it's fine. It's just a little smidge there, as that TP there by Icon was monumental. Like, if he wasn't there to rejoin that fight, it would have been a completely different story. But you've got this Syndra who is racking up that CS differential, is racking up those items right now, and you have this full-on 2-carry composition that you have to deal with on the side of OMG.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? If you're OMG, sure, you're only 2,000 gold down, right? There's a way of saying that where it sounds like it's not that big of a deal. But the only damage on this team is coming out from Eric. Look at the items that Tarzan and Makuya have. If Eric has to focus the front line, he doesn't do any damage. Even with the armor pen, they can just stack so much armor because there's no realistic magic damage threat coming out from OMG at this point in the game. And that situation is only going to get worse for OMG. Eric needs an opportunity to get on Light and get on Icon in these fights. But if Makuya, Tarzan, and Iwandi play it right, he should never have that chance.
And look at LNG. They don't even care about what the rest of the map looks like. They've got minions pushing their bot lane, but they want to look for this advantage. They want to keep pressing the pedal to the metal here, Munchables, as they want this inhib tower. They want to try to go for it as the unstoppable onslaught's going to be used, and Makuya gets fully engaged on here. They got the heroic entrance to buy some time as well. LNG expertly pull off of that engagement, though, and are going to be right back to it.
And this is perfect for LNG. This is everything they could have dreamed of right now. With the Warmogs on Makuya to just tank it up. Now they go in.
Oh, they've got Eric caught out, but he does rocket jump away. The engagement's on the rest of the fight. Light gets cold as well, so this is going to be a 4v5, but look at the Mega Gnar. It's not going to get much. The ulti is going to be used as the power unleashed comes out from Icon to stop them in their tracks. Yes, a little bit of a fight, a little bit of something coming out from OMG, but they lose Cold. They lose one of these key engagers for their squad.
Beautifully done here by LNG to disengage from OMG. They realize they don't need to fight. There is no pressure on LNG to win fast, right? They have an Ocean Soul. They don't need to just 5v5. So when OMG tries to force that fight, they just disengage. Suddenly, OMG are out of cooldowns. They don't have any ultimates. So it's just an easy fight for LNG to just put their foot down, take 2 inhibs, and guess what? Both inhibs are on the top side of the map when Elder Dragon is coming up in 70 seconds time. This situation could not be better for LNG.
And could not be more dire for OMG. They tried to fight over that soul. They tried to deny that soul away from LNG. It didn't come to their side. They were able to get that Baron. They lost a lot of those buffs now. But you're on the precipice right now. You give over this Elder to this team, to these strong members, to this 8-1 Kai'Sa for Light. It's a lot harder of a mountain to climb here. It's already a mountain, but you've got a lot to deal with if you do give that over. And we set it up where they need to be getting that vision down around the objective, getting that set up for themselves. And right now, LNG do not want to let that happen, and they're making sure.
So LNG group in the mid lane here, and this is one of the modern classic plays from the side of LNG here. Not for them as a team, but just in League of Legends in general. Group up mid, force priority, let your AD carry solo the Elder Drake. You don't need the whole squad there. You can zone out OMG and stop them ever contesting.
Man, look at this vision. We do see the toggle coming through. OMG looking like they want to take that fight. That Scatter the Weak is going to be really nice from Icon to get them away from it. They are in front of the Elder Dragon pit right now, and they have gotten a little bit of the setup. They started up as well. This gives LNG so many more options when they want to come in and deal with this.
On the flank.
Iwandi on the back here. Can they get the engagement? Look at it. They get the triple headbutt pulverized into the Megadar ulti, but look at the rogue entrance. Is it going to be enough to turn the fight? You've already lost Eric. You've already lost that carry, and the health bars are just not going to be there, Munchables. LNG are going to slam home yet another team fight, yet another win, and Light comes out on top.
It's beautiful to see from LNG, and you know, we finally get that combo that we wanted from OMG. We talked about the Gnar ult, with the Galio ult, with the Leona engage. Like, this was the combo that they needed, but it's just way, way, way too late in the game. That had to happen 20 minutes ago. And now Tarzan can solo out the Elder Drake as the rest of LNG just close out the game.
LNG will slowly but surely secure this victory, secure the dreams being dashed for OMG and their playoff hope. But as we had said so many times before, LNG making that playoff push, making sure to secure the wins where they can, and they get a good one today.
Beautiful stuff from LNG, a confident win over OMG, as we, you know, as the expectation should have been, right? I don't think anyone was coming in here today saying OMG was going to be a favorite, but this was the last chance for OMG. They are now officially locked out of playoffs. There's no way for them to make 10th place by the end of the split. LNG on the other side, now 7-6 in those standings. They have a very real opportunity to start to climb those standings a little bit. And just remember, if you can get to 6th seed in the LPL, you will skip the first round of playoffs. First round of playoffs will be 10-9-8-7, right? So 6th seed is a very, very important marker, and that's what LNG have to try and fight for.
Yeah, and you know, getting this win in a situation where it's expected from you. This is where you're really to show your strengths, and they did just that in the series. But that means that you get a little bit of that confidence built going to the later weeks. We only have a couple left, Munchables, and this is going to be a good track record to come off of into those next games. Look what worked well. Look what was so successful for you. The things that we've known to be so successful for LNG, and just keep capitalizing on that. Keep playing to your strengths.
Yeah, a really smart play from LNG across this series. The thing that I liked the most from LNG today was, especially in game number 2, acknowledging that they were in no rush. There's a lot of teams in the LPL that would have just tried to force fights because they had an advantage. LNG basically acknowledging you don't really get to do anything. The longer this game goes on, the harder it gets for the squad of OMG. So just play it slow, play for the Drakes, stop OMG having that win condition of playing for Drakes. Just stall it out as much as possible, stack the Drakes and play towards the late game. Very nicely done from the side of LNG, but also just punishing OMG for silly little mistakes. So many times across this series. We saw Aki getting caught out 2 or 3 times. We saw Nu getting caught out countless times. Even Iwandi as well got caught out a couple. Not Iwandi, sorry. Even Cole got caught out a couple of times as well. So a few unfortunate mistakes coming out from OMG, but really, really great play from LNG to punish every single little mistake they found.
Yeah, and that's where I want to highlight on, right? It's those little moments. You did get to see that frustration coming out from Aki, but in the player cam. But in general, I thought he had a pretty good pace to the game. It was a lot of the pieces around him that didn't necessarily buff him up or give him those strengths that we were looking for. And looking back over to LNG, like, as I stated before, their check marks are looking really crisp on that board that they had, because they got to play through everything that they like to do. They got to control the pace of the game, as you said, showing a little bit of that flexibility, showing a little bit of that temperedness in game number 2. But all in all, just an insane showing from them. And this last game was no doubt one of the strongest, at least in terms of that objective control, in terms of that pace control of the game.
Yeah, and it's good to see Icon topping the damage again.
Yes,
I feel like Icon had a really good series here today.
Look at
against
Eric,
his old
though.
organization as well. I know, Eric was trying. But, like, here's the thing. Eric should be at the top of the damage chart.
Yeah.
Because this entire composition is built to enable Eric. If Eric is not at the top of the damage chart for this game, he needs to be replaced. It's as simple as that. He was top of the damage chart. I'm not saying he needs to be fired. But, like, with that composition, Eric has to be there at the top of the damage. But I'm excited about the way that LNG are able to play this composition. You see both of the carries firing on all cylinders. But Icon, especially against his old team, feels good to see him performing on the stage. And I think him and Tarzan are growing as a duo. But also, it didn't feel as scrappy as some of the previous LNG series we've seen. Even some of the previous LNG wins, it's felt a bit messy. This was clean gameplay from LNG.
Yeah, across the board too, right? I mean, they did have a couple topsy-turvy fights in that second game, but that had to lead to OMG having a little bit of that need to win in the second game for themselves, and LNG were able to stop that a little bit. And I love to see that Tarzan, yes, had a lot of that early advantage, but was able to transition that into the mid-game lead, into Light's lead, and especially the fact that there was so much focus by OMG to try and get Icon down in game 1, in game 2 even, but it just didn't come to fruition. Icon coming up big.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from LNG. And it's a good feeling for LNG fans, I think, to see the team so confident, because especially off the back of a previous loss, they ended up losing out to EDG. And let's be honest, here wasn't close. EDG really, really managed to kind of have their way with LNG. And especially when other EDG series have not been looking great for EDG, when you consider that some of the other top teams are making a bit of a mockery of EDG, and then EDG does that to LNG. For LNG fans there, it's like, okay, where on earth do we sit in the standings? So, you know, being able to show up, beat the bottom teams, prove that you are still at very least a middle of the pack team is a crucial thing here in the LPL, especially just getting a bit of team morale up before playoffs is always going to be crucial.
That's exactly what I want to go into in my next point here, especially, and talk about that kind of emotional pull that these games can have. Because, yes, on paper, you know, we saw that OMG are at the bottom of the standings. We saw that it was LNG with the more right to this series, I guess, in the ways of having more successes in their past. But it's still, you have to pass that test. It's a test nonetheless, Munchables. And it's all about how you're crossing those T's, dotting those I's. And as you said, building into that emotional advantage, that confidence there for themselves. Even if it is against OMG, it's still a win. It's still a great series, a great showing from everybody.
Yeah. And, you know, we have to focus on the negatives a little as well, because that is now the last important series for OMG from this point on. They cannot make playoffs. They're just playing for pride at this stage in the LPL. And for context on why that is, they were 2-10 before this series. They're now 2-11. The reason that 11 is the big scary number is because BLG, who are currently in 11th place, already had 6 wins. So 10 losses was the maximum possible amount of losses to be able to make it into playoffs, because every team plays 16 series. So unfortunate for OMG, they are now officially out of the running. Same will be the case for TT if they lose another series, also currently 2-10. So bit of work cut out for TT, and teams like LGD, teams like V5 as well, that are just a little bit higher in the standings. 8 losses on the board, so it's still possible for those guys, but they need a lot of wins back to back here if they want to make it to the top 10.
They definitely do, and you do have to kind of sunset on that fact, though. But we do have a sunrise, though. Speaking of some rays of light, we got MVP, and it is the man himself, Light.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a fantastic game out of Light here. We've seen a fantastic day from Light, and this split I feel like Light and Iwandi as a duo have come into their own, but Light's mechanics are fantastic to see. It's not just in the 2v2s either. I think one of the things we've highlighted most in the bottom lane is this 2v2 potential out of Light and Iwandi, but when it comes to the team fights as well, they're doing exceptionally well. It feels like, you know, Kai'Sa's one of those champions where it's very easy to ult a little too aggressively. It doesn't feel like Light is doing that very often. You know, it feels like he's quite tempered on the Kai'Sa. Not necessarily the kind of Kai'Sa that's going to 1v9 in the same way that some others would, but feels like he's a consistent, strong AD carry in these fights and able to find these crucial picks during the early skirmishes.
And what led to me being so impressed about this Kai'Sa in this game in particular is like the lead was there, right? The advantage was there, but those killer instincts were on point every time. And yes, they were a little aggressive at some points, but they had the backup. They had Tarzan right there every time. And the positioning from Light was just so good to pick up those kills, pick up that extra gold, especially in this last fight. Yes, he does end up having a little bit of tussle back and forth, but man, that stopwatch is just too good.
And the key thing there is that he has to cleanse to get that stopwatch off. That was a cleanse stopwatch, so he's CC'd up. If he's too slow in the reactions, he's dead there. But that cleanse stopwatch into flash, meaning he gets the kill on Wooming before going down. Dirty. That play right there, that little series of mechanics, is enough to win LNG the fight. It buys time for Icon to get in, and it means that the Baron doesn't properly go. Well, obviously the Baron went the way of OMG, but they don't get away with all the buffs. So really, really solid mechanical play coming out from Light. I mean, as we're coming to expect from this player at this point, like he has really proven himself as a great AD carry in the LPL now.
Yeah, and you know, having picked up his third MVP, I'm hoping to see that number start racking up some more if we keep getting plays like that, especially because he is a very, very big light in the LPL right now, if you will. Maybe that's a little too far. But Munchables, we got a little break to get to before we dive into our next series. We are going to be having Suning versus WE after this break. We'll see you on the Rift.
Oh, my heart. The beating of war drums thunders across the battlefield. Gnar leaps into the air with an insatiable rage, dominating his enemy.
We're doing this again, it's Shell. Oh my god! Everyone goes into the wall, drop down, RNG!
Old dynasties awaken, slaying their foes to take back their throne.
They won't quite just get it, but a Magnet Storm is insane! On top of the lilting lullaby, that was beautiful!
Anything, at least you get one kill traded back, but look at this Jinx, look at this pop-off, and it's RNG wiping the floor!
When Destiny sends a gold card their way, time itself will freeze over.
Here we go, they're going again! Gold card and his double knockup as well.
A brotherhood of champions is reunited, finding their recovery through defying the odds.
He's like, please guys, let's focus on the objective. Lumao in with a huge 5-man magnetic storm. It's ripping apart the side of East Dark.
Got himself into a choke. Konami's flashing forward. Rocket jumps again. It is like playing Mario Party here. We got Goomba stops left and right.
No victor can be declared until the war is over. Fight with every fiber of your being, for only the fearless shall prevail.
Welcome back to the LPL Quickcast, the show where we bring you the highlight moments from the LPL. The Chinese New Year is past us, and with renewed vigor, let's take a look at what the LPL has had to offer. The standings have seen a big shakeup. EDG no longer remain undefeated, having been struck down twice and losing their grip on first place. RNG took down EDG and overtook them in the standings. Rare Atom continued their win streak up to 7 series wins in a row, and Team WE have their own win streak building up since coming back from the break. Our match of the week is the battle for first place between RNG and EDG. Two teams with years of history dating back to the early days of the LPL. This series was destined to be the battle of clashing titans in more than just one way. The first game of the series was a showcase of how Xiaohu has become one of the best top laners in the LPL. Using Tristana as a flex pick to put into Xiaohu's hands, he was able to absolutely dominate Flandre's Gnar right out of the gates and never let go of that lead. While EDG tried to mount a resistance, the leads that RNG were able to get early into the game were too great to overcome, leading to the RNG victory. Game 2 started off in a similar tone to Game 1 for RNG. Early leads, Xiaohu doing well, and way all over the place. However, JJ was able to constantly battle for control of objectives despite RNG winning most of the early team fights. This gave EDG enough gold to stay even with RNG, so when Mako landed the right hook, EDG were able to win the right fight at just the right moment to run for Baron and full control of the Rift. Jumping into the final game, EDG seemed as though they had the same control of the map carrying over from Game 2. Good early games from Flandre, fantastic team fights at Rift Herald. It looked like EDG's game to retain their first place position, but Wei had enough of it with an amazing lilting lullaby to win one fight into Xiaohu, pulling off one of the most impressive Gnar ults of the split. Now let's pivot over to watch more amazing plays from around the league as we bring it to our top 5 plays. But first, let's watch RNG at number 5 really quick. We couldn't start this list off any other way than with Xiaohu's amazing Gnar ult that helped to win the series against EDG.
Blow this game wide open. The dragon was once, but Xiaohu does it again.
At 4, we see that any champion with resets can be amazing to watch in action, and Puff pulls out every stop he can to dance around the battle for a quadra kill.
As they go straight in, Flandre is going down, but so is Rookie. They're trying to see if Lucas can get anything else down. They do get the Ornhorn out. Puff goes in. He has got the Inferno trigger. Puff gets 1. Puff gets 2. Puff gets 3. And Puff keeps the game alive for IG.
Moving on to number 3, teamwork makes the dream work, especially when you put your enemies to bed. Tarzan lands the Dream ult onto 4 members of LGD that lets Icon go wild on Aurelia. Tarzan, that's gonna win the fight for damn sure with a clean ace on top of it. You know, not every amazing play has to be a bunch of kills, and Cube proves that. With amazing dodgeball skills, he gets all 5 members of Thunder Talk to focus him before running into TT's base to pull off the great escape.
Look at this! Linking up with the rest of the team. That's the biggest play I've seen this year.
And for the number 1 clip, it has to go over to Viper for his insane teamfight against Billy. Mako might have been there to help out, but it was Viper that dove in aggressively to pick up the pentakill.
And they're going to try and gift him over to the Penta. They are going to give him over to him. Viper gets himself a pentakill.
And now it's time for me to wild rush on out of here. But don't forget to come back and enjoy more of our LPL flair next time. Take this gold coin though, and buy something nice.
我觉得对上 WE 的下路组合的话，他们的优势可能就是配合比较久嘛，然后他们经验也挺多的，因为那个 Missing 之前打过 LPL。我和 On 的优势就是我们比较敢打，也可能因为 On 是新来的，然后我们会做一些很奇怪的事情。
Welcome back into the LPL. Mazzella is stepping out. I'm stepping in. I hope everyone is ready. Munch, I know I am ready. But we look at this next matchup, and I know you might have a bit of favoritism when it comes to it.
Yeah, I mean, I've got favoritism on both sides. I just want to quickly address the fact that we've got the League of Legends throwdown on the cast today. I'm loving the jacket, mate. Absolutely loving it.
So, you know, I didn't know that you were going to have such a great shirt on as well. But I was like, you know what? Munch has been doing so much work. I'm going to have a little surprise for him. I'm going to dress all sparkly and shiny, give him something cool to look at. And then you come in here with this awesome shirt, too. I'm like, let's go. We got the great fit going on broadcast.
All right, well, let's talk about the two teams here, because we've got two pretty good-looking teams coming up against each other here. And as you rightly said, I may be theoretically biased as a caster, but the problem is I'm biased on both sides here.
Right. I was about to say, you're a pretty well-known advocate for both teams, for Team WE and for Suning. So we gotta choose the fighter here. Which one, chat, if you're listening out there, which one is yours? Which fighter are you going to back?
Like, all I'm saying is I love WE, but I have Suning Twitch emotes, so I think we know which one I'm leaning towards. But WE as well, one of my favorite teams in the league. And I think especially this year, WE have come into their own in a big way. It feels like, looking at this matchup from a top-down perspective, WE are the favorites now, and it's Suning that have to prove themselves, despite Suning being the team that made it to the World's Finals in 2020 this year, especially with Breathe in the top lane, man. Breathe is just, he's too damn good.
Seriously, just looking at Team WE and how they're playing, you know, I always have a saying when it comes to Team WE, you kind of have to temper your expectations when it comes to WE. Don't get too excited, because sometimes they will not live up to your expectations. However, this split, they are looking hot. They are looking on fire, and my expectations are starting to raise. I'm getting a little bit worried.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking real good. They're looking really, really good. And a huge amount of that is up towards the top side of the map as well. But that can kind of be said for both sides of this Suning WE matchup.
Yeah, and I want to do a head-to-head, not in the normal sense. We're going to do the 2v2 head-to-head in the top lane, looking at both Bin and SOFM for Suning, as well as Breathe and Baisheng on the other side, to see how they compare with one another.
Yeah, this is the thing, that we have two fairly different styles of junglers, but when we look at those top laners specifically, Breathe up against Bin, statistically speaking, actually a lot of those stats are going to go towards Bin in terms of the 1v1 lane domination, but when it comes to kills, it's leaning the way of Breathe. You can see his KDA at 6, number 1 in the league for top laners, but it's the goal difference, it's the CSD that goes the way of Bin. Whereas SOFM and Baisheng, both incredibly intelligent junglers. We're going to be looking at how they're pathing around the map to set their team up, because ultimately, I feel like Baisheng, a lot of people believe that this guy is the best jungler in the league. SOFM, I think, has been a jungler that has been trying to prove himself as one of the best in the LPL for for a little while now, and certainly last year I think he gained a lot more respect as a jungler, but this kind of matchup is always going to be a test.
It really is, especially I'm looking at the first blood participant where both of them are really impacting what happens early game for both teams. And it's a bit of a surprise because that's a FM you kind of expect to be someone who's just hard farming. You look, I mean, both of them, their champion pool, it's kind of overlapping with the Olaf Udyr since that's the meta, power farming until end of days, yet both of them are still looking for these early plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to set up that early aggression. And I mean, when you look at the champion pools, right, very, very similar. And Beishang, even though the Graves is on the list there, Graves has very much fallen out of favor. So Beishang will be more than willing to play whatever is meta at the time. But when we look towards what Suning have been able to do in the early game, I mean, this one was a bit unfortunate from Chalitza. I don't know what he expected in this play and setting Angel up to get way ahead. But Bin is the kind of player that's more than happy to punish that kind of early aggression and more than happy to shut down players even like the Shy.
Right, and that's what's so great to see how they play topside, but it's going into an incredibly strong topside as well on Team WE, where I feel like there's so much communication between them.
Yeah, it's really beautiful to see. And WE, they're a team that are more than willing to be aggressive these days, which is what I'm very excited about. Shanks has really leveled up in that mid lane. He was the huge question mark. If you think back to the start of the year, Shanks was like, okay, how is this guy going to do? Is he going to be able to be a strong laner for this team? Is he just going to kind of farm up the lane? Like, maybe that's okay. But let's just remember, he's replacing Teachermar. This is the guy that was just like, forfeit the lane, get down to the bottom side of the map. So Shanks has brought a new dimension to this team, and Breathe alongside that replacing Morgan, where these solo laners can win individually as well, and it leads to so much more success for the rest of the team across the board.
Right, and that's the thing that's going to be big in this matchup. It's how these two teams play as a team, and it's really going to be the Midnight Massacre between them because really everything is kind of riding high on trying to make sure they're getting the best playoff position.
Yeah, trying to find their way up to playoffs, but importantly, the two teams both like to play around the mid game. When it comes to both Suning and WE, you'll see laning advantages coming out much more so now than you did last year. But realistically, where those gold leads come from is the mid-game fights. When you look at them, gold difference at 15, just under 1,000 each. But then at 25, that's when they start to snowball that game. You can see them increasing their leads. And Suning, especially good at doing that. When you compare the goal difference at 15 to that at 25, they're increasing pace a lot faster than most teams in the LPL, and a lot of that coming down to being able to fight for those Drakes. And when you look at the Drake percentage for Suning, it's not actually that good, but the first tower rate when it comes to getting the Heralds and using that to get Huanfeng ahead, that's where Suning really excel. It's kind of the opposite story for WE.
Yeah, it is, and this is what's so fascinating between these two teams. They both play for this mid game. They both try to get these early leads, yet at the same time, you're seeing that they have different ways to be able to get control early.
Yeah, it's about who's going to be able to win out these laning phases, and I have to say, we already did the head-to-head, but that top lane very much is going to be a deciding lane for me. I will say, though, the top lane meta has moved away from carries. We had a lot of carries towards the start of the year, and I feel like if we'd seen Bin versus Breathe when things like Camille were the top pick, I would have been so excited for that matchup. I'm really worried that we get to see Bin versus Breathe, and it's going to be like, I don't know, Gangplank versus Sion or something like that, where we basically just have a completely non-interactive fight.
But I'll take the Gangplank. It's better than, you know, the Sion Maokai lanes of old, where all it was the wet noodle fight that nobody's really doing anything topside. I'd rather have at least the Gangplank to try to do something.
Yeah, I mean, sure, right? But Bin is definitely your guy. If you want to see a Gangplank picked up, Bin is more than happy to do that. But my point is, I want to see these two top laners go head-to-head. I want to see them fighting. I will say, when it comes to the mid lane as well, Azir is going to be a pick that we have to be looking towards for both of these mid laners. Obviously, Angel, we talk about his Azir every time Suning play. Like, this is one of his absolute staple picks. But on the side of Shanks, one of the big question marks for Shanks this year was, what does this guy play? Because he came in, he was playing Orianna pretty much every single game. Then when it was banned, he would have a really bad performance. But he started to play a little bit more Zoe, and he started to bring this Azir into his resume as well. And the Azir especially has felt really good. It's felt like it fits his style beautifully, but also he is getting more confident, and he's willing to go for these big Shurima shuffles, these big plays that will set up the rest of the team for a win. So it feels like we have two fairly similar mid laners here. We'll see how they face off.
I was about to say, it seems like it's two fairly similar teams. We mentioned before the mid game, that's where they play around. Where it comes around the champion pool too, that's another one where they overlap really well and pretty much consistently cross the board. So many other players play similar thing, but Suning want to prove themselves. This would be a great takedown to be able to beat Team WE, the team that is considered to be, as we've already set up, pretty much a replacement for what they normally do.
We see Suning visiting WE here in their brand new arena, and I have to say it looks beautiful. I'm a big fan of the new arena for WE. But Suning here looking to come in and to an extent upset, and it feels a bit weird to call this an upset. I don't think it's super one-sided because there are only two places apart in the standings, and when you think about it coming into this year, I think a lot of people would have expected Suning to be one of the higher teams, but obviously the removal of Sword Art has hurt this team a lot, and it feels like Suning have been trying to grow across the course of the year, and they are doing so now with a positive win-loss record. WA on the other side, though, sitting pretty in 6th place. They're on a 4-win streak. They're 9-3 in the standings. WE are undoubtedly a top team in the LPL.
I don't know why, but I find that weird when you're saying a team's 9-3, but they're only 6th in the standings. It's just a
kind of
weird
insane,
statement.
isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. It just shows you how much talent is there towards the top. Suning 7-5, they're at 8th place, so they're just right behind on paper Team WE. Yet that is 2 games that separates the two.
It's only 2 series that separates them, but it's an important couple of series, and I think the most important thing is this bot lane difference that we're going to see here. I mean, you can see they're going to be focusing up towards the top side. I'm not that surprised. I'm just a little nervous that we won't see the carry tops that I'm hoping for. But, you know, these guys are carry players. Maybe we get it. Both big fans of the Jacks as well. So maybe shenanigans can happen, but we'll have to wait and see on that top side. But down in the bottom lane, I do want to quickly mention On. Sword Art's replacement coming in this year for Suning definitely had a rough start to the year. I think that's unarguable. But as the year has gone on so far, he has started to improve. His team fighting is pretty good. It's his lane that is the big weakness. And Gragas has actually been one of the picks that I think he's started to excel on for Suning's bottom lane. And we saw Huanfeng talking about it in the interview before this game, how Zhongmeng are missing a very strong 2v2 in the bottom side. But Huanfeng seemed to believe that the Suning bot lane has some kind of advantage because On is a newer player. They can go for wackier picks, which is kind of strange logic, honestly. I'm not going to lie. But look, if it gives him confidence, I believe in it. I'm happy to see Huanfeng happy. Like, if he's happy, I'm happy.
You know, that is fair. And the thing for me is I'd like to say that, like, yeah, you know, they can go for these wackier picks, except for the fact that it still feels like Missing overlaps so much with what On likes to play. You mentioned that Gragas. Missing's played that a lot too. So it's not like there's not this overlap that's continuing between the two teams.
Yeah, I mean, that to an extent, with the way that the meta is, that is going to be the way with supports, right? Because when you think about the amount of supports in the meta right now, there's like maybe 5 or 6
I thought you were
really
gonna say
solid
2,
picks.
Rel and Alistar.
Well, yeah, there's the Rel, there's the Alistar, there's like Leona. And outside of those 3, you're already starting to get fringe, right? We're getting some Nautiluses, some Rakans coming in. There's a few other hard engaged supports there. Thresh there when you want to play weak side, but I wouldn't necessarily expect either of these teams to be leaning towards Thresh today. Like, when it comes to that pool, though, the key point I'm trying to put across here is that it's hard engaged supports are really the name of the game. Let's find out what they're going to pick, though. Let's get into pick ban.
Exactly. I want to see if we're going to see that focus, as you were mentioned. As we jump into pick and ban, we see actually quite a mix all over the place. Suning taking away that Zoe from Shanks, trying to see if they're maybe going to be able to grab something a little bit more like that Azir that you had mentioned, since there is that overlap mid.
So with the bans coming through, actually Aphelios being banned away from Jormung here.
Surprising.
Obviously missing is, I said I wouldn't expect to see Thresh, but actually it's fairly, like missing is known as a Thresh player. He's only played it 3 times this split, but wouldn't be that surprising. Immediately he locks it in. Even without the Aphelios, he's happy to just go for that Thresh. So that's how that one's going to go down. Udyr for Beisheng as well. Hecarim being banned off the table. There's still things like Olaf available for SOFM if he wants to go for that. It's kind of a very big comfort pick for SOFM, so wouldn't be surprised. But also the Azir, we talked about it earlier. This is the Angel pick.
Exactly. Got his pentakill early with this split on the champion. Has excelled for so long. With it not really having that many bad matchups, it's not a surprise to see it picked this early. I just want to see what else they're going to try to grab. It looks like, oh man, I was hoping it was going to be that Gragas that you had mentioned.
It still could be. They're just hovering around. And the key thing is that we expect this to be a support pick, right?
Right.
The Gragas is a fantastic pick here because it's likely that support for On, based on what we've seen Suning doing, but it could still be a flex pick, right? It could still go up top towards Bin, so we'll have to see where that one goes eventually. But over to the side of WE, this Jinx that's been sneaking into the meta just a little bit could be the lock-in. And just to point out quickly, the last 2 wins that WE got were against OMG and were both with this Jinx paired alongside a Thresh.
Well, and that's the thing. You talked about that Aphelios being banned. I was like, you know, they could go Thresh, Jinx, thinking that in my mind, since that is usually the fallback. And WE, like you mentioned, are confident on the pick. They're so happy, even if it might be a bit weaker on that bottom side, it doesn't really matter, since you're going to be able to keep it going, keep it scaling, and be able to win out in that mid to late game.
So now over to the bans as the Olaf taken. And here's the problem, right? Here's the problem with picking the Gragas, is now the jungle pool can be pinched very heavily. We already talked about the Olaf, we already talked about the Hecarim and the Udyr being removed from the pool, one being picked, one being banned. Now Olaf can be taken away. You can go for something like a Lilia ban here as well and make it really, really difficult for SOFM to have one of these premier jungle picks. I'm taking a look at his champion pool here, and you start to really stretch the definitions a little bit, because Nidalee, a couple of times he's played it, you could believe that he'll go for something like Nidalee. Actually, Nocturne banned away?
That's a bit odd. I'm a bit surprised by that one.
Angel played it once, but Azir's already locked in.
Right.
And I wouldn't have expected SOFM to play Nocturne jungle, unless they know something from scrims that we don't know.
Unless maybe it was Ben. Ben was thinking of playing that top side. I think we've seen it once so far in the top lane, if I recall. It would be a really weird pick. I mean, you want something spicy top lane, that would have been a great pick. But right now, I'm feeling that it is going to probably be that mid lane answer from WE, holding on to the top lane pick for Breathe so that they can hopefully get that exciting matchup top.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It's going to be the Victor locked in for Shanks. This is kind of his bread and butter. It's not something Shanks has played a lot in terms of Victor specifically, but this style of control mage, just chill in the mid lane, just clear waves and handshake against Azir is perfectly what Shanks wants to do. We talked about the top lane. It's going to be Bin locking in the Camille. Camille was the pick that I literally mentioned. We could see Breathes Jax. Jax is good into the Camille. It's a great matchup. It's a carry matchup. That would be exactly what I'd love to see.
And the other thing, we're seeing these hovers right now of supports. There is the chance that SOFM plays Gragas jungle. He's done it a couple times already the split, and it seems like they are going to flex Gragas.
Oh my goodness, we get to see SOFM playing Gragas jungle. That was the one flex I wasn't going to talk about because I thought, nah, it's only Caster that's played it the one time. Has SOFM played it? Oh, no. SOFM has played it a couple of times as well, yeah.
Twice.
Caster played it one time, I think. So there's been a little bit of Gragas jungle. The Wukong coming in for the top side to answer this Camille from Breathe. We get some carry top laners. We get some spicy jungle picks. This is what I wanted out of this draft.
You know what's wild to me is that this Camille pick for Bin, that is the most banned champion towards Suning of all champions throughout this entire spring split, sitting at a 92.3% ban rate by teams against Bin.
I mean, it's obvious why when we get into game. We'll see why this is banned so much against Bin, because When this guy gets on Camille, he takes over. Bin is the kind of top laner that will dominate in the 1v1. He will find huge individual advantages. When you look at his statistics, his gold difference at 15, his CS difference at 15, he's in the top 3s of the league. So really, really impressive 1v1 player. And I'm not going to lie, Breathe is going to have his work cut out in this top side, because Breathe, obviously having that Wukong, at level 6, you have a lot of pressure to be able to really push your advantage. But in the 1v1 later on into the game, Bin is going to be able to have a lot of pressure in those side lanes.
As he will. Well, we're going to load up onto the Rift. Game number 1, Suning Team WE. You can see the Keystones. Looks like there's going to be a bit of a forfeit from Bin topside just to be able to survive a little bit more, or maybe even get a full trade early. I'd love to see him try to make that pressure known topside. Having SOFM on Grog is constantly trying to help him out. But here we go, loading up onto the Rift for our first game between these two. Both of them vying for a top position, looking towards playoffs here in the near future.
Oh, look at that. That is so beautiful. The picture of this stadium across the sky. You love to see it. Suning versus WE. I was torn. I really wanted to commentate this game, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know if I can watch this. My two loved ones scrapping with each other. We'll have to see how this one's gonna pan out, though. Importantly, let's bring ourselves back to reality for a second. Okay. Both these teams fighting for top spots in the standings. If WE can get a win here, they'd be tying themselves up for second place. They go for a deep ward, back away. I wasn't sure if they were gonna commit to a level 1 play there. They're just gonna try and get vision and make sure they know where SOFM is starting.
Well, that is the one difficult thing. While we haven't seen Gragas jungle too much, this is still a pick that SOFM is incredibly confident with. Plus, it is Gragas. Gragas has a lot of good damage that he's able to provide early on, and it's a difficult gank to try to invade early for Udyr. Normally, wanting to skirmish, be able to find those 2v2 or even 1v1 fights, Gragas is not the champion you really want to look for that for immediately.
Yeah, Gragas generally does like to have a couple of items, but the thing about Gragas is, even if you don't do a lot individually, just having your E, especially when you've got flash up, can be such a powerful ganking tool that you can kind of make it happen anyway. Similar story for Udyr. Both will have relatively good clears as well. But you can see, importantly, both starting on the bottom side of the map. They are pathing up towards that top lane because it is going to be volatile between Breathe and Bin. We talked about the top lane 2v2. It's exactly what I expect to see over that Scuttle Crab in a couple of minutes.
How crazy would it be if we continue to have this 1v1 trade where the junglers are able to show up? They're going for the full mile. Breathe had to flash away. Bin might want to continue. Not going to actually get the connection on that tactical sweep. Breathe, he was looking to see if he could re-engage this one. Remember, having Conqueror would make it so that in the long extended trades, he might eventually be able to win out.
Yeah, Bin getting the best of Breathe a little bit there. Breathe not realizing that that was a trade that Bin's happy to just extend indefinitely, but Beisheng wants to punish him.
Beisheng, this is what I was wondering. Not having SOFM anywhere nearby to help out Bin. Hook shot. He's going back in, trying to see if he get first blood underneath Beisheng. He flashes away,
Lord.
trying to get nearby SOFM. Not going to be able to get there in time. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but Bin makes it out like a bandit.
Breathe just not respecting anywhere near enough. Bin goes in. Like, every time we see Bin getting 2v1, you can expect him to try and get a kill. Like, that's the kind of player Bin is. He's already got a Sheen. We're 3.5 minutes into the game, and he's stepping into lane with a Sheen. Bin is going to be a monster this game. And guess what? SOFM now, he can look towards a double skull.
Exactly. He's going to be so far ahead. And if we take a look at this replay, honestly, Breathe needed a bail from the fight.
Yeah, Breathe going back in, not really the player. You can see we can slow it down as much as you want. He got the E, he got the stun, he pressed Q, gets a kill. Beautifully done. But importantly now, SOFM does get that double scuttle, which we already set up. Udyr, very, very fast jungler. We talk about it every single game. Generally speaking, Udyr will have the CS advantage early, so SOFM managing to get 2 scuttles off the back of that play from Bin. Bin being able to go even there, in fact go ahead technically because he got the first blood, is such a huge play in terms of the momentum of the entire map.
And the thing I find so crazy is it was Bei Xiong who was the one to first make the gank. Obviously, Udyr having incredibly fast clear speed, but it's still not the pick that you'd expect that to be. You'd expect it to be the Udyr trying to farm up, trying to be able to outpace SOFM, getting the double crabs himself, but because that gank didn't go exactly what they needed to, SOFM read the play beautifully. Said, oh, hey, you know what? I can keep power farming myself, I can get the double crabs, and I can continue to have a little bit of an edge over this Udyr, despite the fact that you'd think on paper it'd be the opposite.
You would have thought so, but I mean, Bei Xiong made the right decision at the end of the day, and now he's making more decisions as he goes in towards SOFM. With his bot diff, though, in favor of Jomung.
Ooh, he got the Lantern to be able to pull that back. Play onto on, even putting down the grenades to cut off the retreat for this Rel, waiting it out. Gonna barely be able to escape, but now they've brought in 3 members to try to deal with Bin. Will he be able to get the hook shot away? Has backup with Angel and SOFM on the other side. Bin is under the turret. He does die, but they're trying to see if they can keep the fight going underneath the turret. But SOFM dies to the double kill of Breeze. Bot lane is a fight continuing as well.
Chaos.
With a kill coming in from Wanfang. Taken down, missing, looking for Jomung, but he's going to be excited. Got to be careful. He could be a bit scary, so Wanfang going to be able to bail. No, he's continuing it. Wait, there's a TP in behind. What's going on?
Yeah, bit of a weird TP from Bin, I'm not gonna lie. He's literally just gonna have to run it top now, or I guess he can run mid because Angel's top. Yeah, I think he was expecting Jomung to try and push the advantage with that get excited passive. Did not happen. So Bin will just clear out this mid wave and then move up towards the top side. Let's try and recap everything that just happened there, because there was a lot of chaos going on. Huge fight in favor of WE towards the top side. Importantly, Breathe getting 2 of those kills. That nullifies the advantage that Bin had in the first place. Bin face checking into everybody. Really intelligent roam from Shanks. And this was the 2v2 down in the bottom side. Missing, going way too far forward. But Jomung on this Jinx, able to stack that Conqueror. Interestingly, going Conqueror, not for the lethal tempo there, but able to trade it 1-for-1 in the end. So 2v2 goes even, support for support there.
That's one of those things that we've seen a couple times with Conqueror Jinx, just depending on matchups. I'm not too confident on that one. I think it's based off, like, if you're afraid you're going to get burst. Well, that's something we'll have to ask Lyric about one day. If you're like, hey, why do you take this in this matchup, so that he can kind of inform us a bit.
Yeah, I think the Conqueror just looking towards being strong in the team fights later. The lethal tempo quite often, it feels a little... what's the word? A little win more for Jinx occasionally, where once you get a lot of attack speed in the late stages of the game, it's almost impossible to actually auto as fast as you're physically able to without just standing still and autoing in those fights. So quite often Conqueror can offer a lot more upfront damage. Chickens go the way of SOFM in the end.
I don't think he got a single chicken there. I think SOFM was able to get all of them with the barrel, then smite on the big one. So he just did all the work while SOFM got all the credit.
Yeah, SOFM getting the credit in the end. But jungle matchup going the way of Bei Xiong just about, but it's purely off of these skirmishes we've seen at the start of this game. And let's just quickly hit on the win conditions for these compositions overall, because I feel like there's been so much action in the start of this game that we've not been able to really talk holistically what these two teams want. When you look at both mid laners, it's obvious that there is scaling on both sides of the board, but with the side lane pressure that Suning have with this Camille, it feels like maybe they can try and split this map up a little bit more and play towards picks. When you've got things like this Kai'Sa, things like the Gragas and Arel as well. If somebody mispositions from WE, Suning can punish really hard. Bei Xiong wants to move into the top side. He's not going to find an opportunity on Bin.
No, but Ben is playing with fire. You know that Bei Xiong is there. And you also have to be careful, because you can see on those wards that you can easily get punished. But Ben, realizing that Udyr is nearby, saying, all right, I can bail out of this one with a hook shot.
So just to, hang on, I don't have time to talk about this.
They're not letting you just, like, ever get
blue.
a chance to be able to, like, dissect the game, be like, all right, what's going to happen? Because, again, Ben, what is that, like the 4th, 5th gank that we've seen onto Ben topside. Bot lane continues for the 2v2 trade on, taking a lot of damage. They just constantly are looking for this pressure. Both sides, this mid-game massacre. They are living up to the name as they go in for the all-in on Bei Xiong with a great body slam. Even the explosive cast, barely alive. But red buff, tick, tick, no! Breathe will barely survive.
Sub 30 HP there for Breathe as he just about gets out with his life. And you know what? That passive absolutely saved him on that one. The stone skin giving him that little bit of extra armor. Down to the bottom side as well, this WE 2v2 with the Jinx, with the Thresh, Jomung and Missing stepping up here. This is the kind of game I wanted, though. Just action across the board. These two teams showing who is boss right here. When it comes to the mid game, we've got two different strategies. WE want to group up and go for that 5v5 fight. Suning want to spread out on the map. But in this early game, it's all just about the mechanical outplay.
And honestly, I love this play coming in from Bin, being able to eat so much pressure for WE so they can really throw it right back at them.
Yeah, Beisheng did not need to go back in there, unfortunately. Nope. Steps a little too far forward, and SOFM absolutely just demolishes them with that ulti. But it does mean that Beisheng manages to get back out onto the map, gets himself a Drake, had so much priority in the mid and in the bottom lane, because Shanks hadn't recalled. You could see Angel had recalled, so he was just TPing back to the mid lane. Shanks was able to shove that in. Gives an opportunity for Beisheng to grab that first Drake of the game for WE.
Munch, there's been so much fighting happening so far that I completely forgot that Dragon and Rift Herald existed. Normally by this point, you know, with an Udyr comp, there's already like one Dragon taken, the next one's about to come up. You have the rotation from bot lane where you send support top side to try to see if they can test Rift Herald. Nah, none of that from these two teams. All they want to do is scrap.
Well, it looks like SOFM would at very least like the idea of the Rift Herald. Shrink just went up there as he moves towards Breathe. We've got another fight on our hands here. Breathe has ulti, though.
Predator was popped, trying to see if they can wait it out. There's the Cyclone, looking for the body slam. It's going to be the double Cyclone. A lot of damage, but an explosive catch was able to knock back Breathe with a turret shot to help out. Gives over to the kill to Bin. Flash in from Jinx with the Chaos Storm. Bin barely surviving. Good body slam, trying to disengage, but Bin finally dies to the Chaos Storm. Beisheng to be able to take out SOFM underneath the turret too.
Beautifully done here by WE, punishing the over-aggression. I have to say that was clean from SOFM to get a kill onto Breathe without Bin going down. But really, really great answer from WE. Angel doesn't get to do anything in the mid lane. We've got another 2v2 bot side.
And both, we have ults used. Flash away from on. Excited. Jomung looking to see if they can continue to chase, but they don't. Instead, waiting for Breathe to be able to rotate up. Another TP that's a bit questionable, but I think it works this time since Jinx is excited. A lot of plates are available, and she can get more gold.
Another top laner TPing down and not getting anything. Angel, in the meantime, has basically been AFK in this mid lane. We got another TP. We got more action. Dark Express to get out of here.
Hello, hello. Look who it is. Angel puts up the wall, making sure there's no escape, and they know who they want to focus. They want to be able to get that shut down immediately, gift it over to a Han Fong. While Breathe, not going to take the lantern instead, just going to use the decoy to be able to disengage, and that is still more scrappiness here. We're only 12.5 minutes into this game.
I'm loving this. I am loving every single second of this. It feels like we have two teams that stylistically are so similar. It's all about this early skirmishing and then the team fighting later on. Right now, on the board, I would have expected the composition from Suning to be doing a little bit better in these early game skirmishes, but I have to say, Jomung's Jinx is actually doing a lot of work during these fights, more than I would have expected from him in the early game. But Beisheng has been absolutely everywhere that he needed to be when it comes to the CS. He's managed to build himself a lead, but also in these fights, he's being able to be more impactful. SOFM once again going with this battle song with his Gragas jungle, which I believe was the build we saw him go for last time he played it as well. Definitely a man of his own strategies here. He's the kind of guy that likes to mix things up a bit.
Pretty much lives by his own accord, saying, it's the whole idea that Karsta had laid out before. If you win enough, you can develop the meta around your own self, and it seems like that's what he's trying to do here, but unfortunately, it's not having that same impact, even though Bin is continuing to look for these trades and to breathe 1v1, but not anymore, because SOFM is here, easy, going to be able to get the Cyclone to disengage a little bit, but there's just so much damage on top of Breathe, and they jump back in for Breathe to die to Bin.
Look, when we made this segment saying, look, we're going to have a lot of top lane jungle 2v2s in this game, I didn't realize it was going to be like literally that's all we get to see this entire series. 4 plates taken by WE on the top side before the plates go down and the tower is finally taken. That's 2 towers now in favor of WE and the first Drake. Second Drake going to be spawning in about a minute's time. You'd expect WE to be happy to put their front foot forward here with a 3,000 gold lead. But it's Herald first as we have a fight.
Yeah, they seem to have thought they had On caught out, but look at SOFM onto Shanks. Looking to see if they can take him down. The Flash coming in with the Super Mega Death Orc and doing a lot of damage to SOFM, and Shanks going to be able to get the kill as they took down Angel as well. With the Rift Herald too. They get 2 kills and the objective. Team WE now are starting to win these scrappy fights.
Yeah, that one was too much from Suning. That one was, they were outnumbered. The Herald was already going down. They thought they had an opportunity onto Shanks, but he had reinforcements. And also, worst case scenario, you've got Missing there on Thresh, who's able to just pull him out to safety. So nicely done by WE to find themselves a Herald. And this felt more like Suning misunderstanding the situation, trying to find a fight when realistically they couldn't. Dragon is just spawning though as the resets come out from WE. Maybe an opportunity for Suning to try and brute force that, but I'm not sure if it's possible as WE will get back out on the map. But when we take another look at this, the stun comes out onto On. You see SOFM flashing for the opportunity onto Shanks, but the threat just isn't there. Angel can't really follow up onto the kill. Shanks is completely fine, and the rest of the squad just finishes this kills.
Yeah, now Suning find themselves about 5,000 gold down at 15 minutes into the game. Well, it seemed like Suning have had really good fights, really good picks. WE are the ones who are getting all the gold. 2 towers, actually 3 towers they have, and there's not a single one that has been secured by Suning.
And this is so weird because on one side I'm like, I'm sad that Suning are losing out in this game, but on the other side, I'm happy that WE are winning out so cleanly as well. These scraps are so intense, and it's so much down to each individual player's mechanical plays. And SOFM, I will say, is popping off this game. Even if they're losing overall, his mechanics have been fantastic on this Gragas. It's really, really great to see. Score-wise, not so much. In terms of what he's been able to do on the map, not so much. But in terms of the mechanics, he's been looking clean.
I will also say one fun fact is, with them playing this Gragas so far, and you were right, it was the battle song that he's built every single time. He is someone who tries to constantly start these fights even when they're behind. Even if they don't have a lead, he's looking for these picks because that's usually what can get Suning back into any of these games they fall behind in.
The hilarious thing is that it's battle song as well as Predator. Like, that is one speedy Gragas. He is looking to sprint into these fights and get the CC down ASAP. The Drake's already been taken. I'm not entirely sure why Suning are playing towards that. Trying to get some vision in the river, at very least, to set Bin up to be able to pressure that bot lane tier 1. Important to mention that Suning have not got a single tower down just yet in the game. WE have 3 taken already, as well as those 2 Drakes. It's a really bad situation for Suning. Importantly, Jomon got so much gold when it came to those tower plates. He's got his Kraken Slayer already. He's got a Zeal on top of it. He'll be looking towards 2 items ASAP. And here's the thing about Jinx. Yes, she's a crit 80 carry. She'll spike incredibly hard on 3 items, but she also spikes super hard on 2 items. You can go for the Hurricane if you're on a team fight. What we've seen a lot is exactly what we're seeing right here, the rapid fire cannon, because we're having so many more skirmishes right now as opposed to grouped up 5v5s. You don't get as much value out of the Hurricane. So this rapid fire cannon just gives you much more power in single target DPS and just a tiny bit more attack speed and the ability to get those ranged autos.
But when it comes to these skirmishes, I'm a bit worried for Team WE. We've seen that Suning are not afraid to try to go for these scrappy fights, try to see if they can pick off members, and if they can have one that is successful, they can suddenly get these turrets. And look at this TP in behind. This seems to be their call that they want to be able to get into the pit, but they've already locked in. Beichonga got a lot of damage on them as well. Angel going into the backline, going to be able to get the knock if they need to on Zhomong. They've taken him down for the double kill for Huanfeng, continuing to see if he can chase down, but that Cyclone was able to get the flash out of him. Golden Shanks, Cyclone from Breathe, takes down On as well. 2 traded back for WE, but the flashes continuing to chase this down. Ben realizes a target that he needs to be able to take and wants to get a little bit more with Breathe being the last surviving member. He's struck down for the triple kill from Ben.
And just like that, Suning are back in the game. What a team fight. What a trigger pull from Suning. They see the overextension from Beisheng and immediately make the play to punish. The TP in behind everyone from Angel to make sure nobody can escape from WE. It is a messy fight. It was by no means clean, but Wanfeng able to do a ton before he goes down. Angel positioning beautifully, and Bin there to clean everything up, punishing WE for stepping too far forward. You can see here, Beisheng went into the jungle, can't take the Dark Passage because of the beautiful Hextech ultimatum. Then Angel's like, nah. You don't get to come out of the jungle this way. Blocks him with the ulti, and Wanfeng flies in. And this is the point where Breathe arrives. He's able to just pretty much 100-0 Wanfeng, so not a lot Wanfeng can do about that one. But that's everything. AD carry's already gone. Your mid lane is already gone. There's nothing left in the tank for WE at this point, so it's all down to Angel and Bin just chasing these kills down and finding the clean ace for that team.
And I was starting to wonder if this was the time. Wanfeng has played Kai'Sa 10 times the split and has not lost. He has won every single game on Kai'Sa this split, which is incredible because everyone's playing Kai'Sa, but at least there are some losses on a champion. But he is showing why they prioritize this, but they gotta be careful. Wait, no, they don't. They still beat the fight. They lose SOFM, but they gotta be careful because Bin's now locked in the pit. Double kill coming in from Shanks, so they at least get a 2-for-1 trade, finding Suning a bit too far out too.
Yeah, Suning are still behind in this game. They need to not get too crazy on this one, but able to trade at least evenly here. Beisheng is up. Dragon's coming up.
Whoa.
And Angel wants to change
into
it.
the pit they go. Shanks is locked up, and they give another kill over to Wanfeng. Angel goes golden. They got to be careful, though. Jomung is here to get a lot of damage back onto Angel. Wanfeng, are you going to be able to flash over the wall? No, can't get out of the pit. It's locked in. A bit too aggressive from Suning.
Look, Jomung survived it all. He's playing Jinx. He's able to just fire away for free in the backside the entire time. So I like the attempt from Angel. I like it in theory, but the follow-up really wasn't there. And without a jungler, they can't do anything. Now WE are like, you know what? We've got a jungler. You don't have a team. We're just going to run straight at this Baron. We've got a Jinx that's on 2 items with a Kraken Slayer. Missing is here to zone SOFM away. WE going to start this one off. Bin and SOFM, the 2 men on the top side of the map, trying to stop this happening.
2v4, 2 against the world. They gotta be careful. It is a re-engage onto SOFM. On's a bit too late to be able to help out. He goes golden to be able to survive. Bin over the wall, ditching the jungler, saying, I'm sorry, man, I gotta get out of here. The Baron has been stopped, but they found Bin as well, dragging him back in with all 5 members here. Tries to escape, barely still alive. How did Bin do it? Getting out of there, and now WE, they've used a lot to try to get this pick, but they got to pick onto Angel, getting him a lot of damage. Emperor Divide doesn't take the kill onto anybody, and now On locked in the pit. Double kill for Shanks. Bin back in the fight, finding 1 kill, but still Bin survives, trying to get away from this entire fight. Hookshot will be able to barely get out of dodge, but unfortunately, the jungler's down and Baron is up.
Even though Breathe was the only one to go down for WE, he played that fight so well. He just runs straight at Wanfeng. He knows that his single purpose in this game is to stop Wanfeng from playing. He can deny everything. This will be the Baron for WE. Beautiful team fighting from them. Denying Wanfeng getting in. You saw the Void Seeker land. Angel goes in. He's expecting the Kai'Sa to fly into the backline with him, but Breathe denies it all.
I thought for a second there, I was looking at Ben, he TP'd me, I'm like, wait a minute, are they gonna keep trying to fight this? Munch, this game has been nuts so far. They are, both teams, fighting so scrappily. When we look at this play, Ben on SOFM, I thought they made the hero play to be able to disengage the Spear.
Yeah, and it looked good, right? They stopped the Baron right here, they reset it, but it's this moment where it's like, okay, it's bad for Suning. They're losing players. Bin's not going to be able to escape from this one. Then as Bin disengages, you'll see Angel slide in. Watch what Breathe does, because Wanfeng is there. He's got marks. Angel's about to go in. You expect Wanfeng to be able to go in on this one with him, but Breathe just sprints it straight at Wanfeng. Angel gets the knockups. Wanfeng is off the screen right now. He can't follow up in any way. Both On and Angel went in to set up Wanfeng there, and Breathe denied entry completely. It's beautiful to see.
This is what a Wukong can do. It's a great pick to be able to have these big team fight ults to be able to hit so many targets, or to be able to completely zone off carries like Huanfeng. He's sitting 7-3 on this Kai'So with the Lord Dominic's regard as well. He's in a great position to be able to carry these team fights, so why not make sure he can never join the team fights?
And you know, SOFM is he's about ready to start a library with his double fiendish codex in his inventory. Just desperate for a bit of CDR, I guess, as they're going to be able to fight themselves to tier 2 at the top side of the map. WE now in a position where they can really start to speed this game up. And when you look at these two compositions, hang on, we got another fight. Never mind the
Of course they're gonna fight. Of course they're gonna scrap. Of course we're gonna see a kill on the other side with On taken down by the Chaos Storm. Bin trying to escape this time. Has to go golden to try to manage it at all. But you can see even with the slice that they don't get the kill they needed to from Bin. WE, perfect position to continue to oppress the base of Suning.
Yeah, and I mean, this is why I like these two teams as well, because when the game's over, they just trap force the play. They accept that they are miles behind, that the enemy's on soul point and has Baron. They're like, all right, let's look for the pick. Let's look for the play.
Might as well.
WE punished them very handedly, but I like the attempt from Suning at the very least. Now the reset can come in from WE. They can go over towards the Drake. I have no idea if we'll ever get a replay of the previous fight, because I think that at this point it's just going to be action for the rest of the game. You can see Huanfeng trying to move over towards the Dragon area. SOFM is back up as well. Bin will be respawning, but he won't have TP. But it looks like WE not actually running straight towards the Drake here. They've only got 20 seconds till that's up.
We have time for a replay. It's actually happening.
Yeah, so SOFM tries to go in from the top side with Beisheng. Just playing Bouncer here. It's a great explosive cast. Here's the thing, like, again, SOFM mechanically has been looking good, but with this build, he's very, very squishy. The team has fallen behind, and it's just pick after pick after pick here. Realistically, at no point was that a real 5v5, right? It was WE grouped up as a unit, and Suning kind of filtering in one by one. Drake is up on the map. This would be Ocean Soul for WE. If Suning can't deny this, it might just be over. And SOFM.
Oh my god, SOFM got blown up, and it's a double kill for Duomong. And of course they're going to be able to get themselves a soul with that.
Yeah, that's, I'm afraid that's game. Here we go. On into the pit.
And look at this, they have Bin left out to try, but he's able to still somehow get the kill over the wall, dying regardless. The TP into the base. Shanks wants to end this, saying, all right, enough's enough. We have the minions already. Why don't we take game one?
You know what? This was everything that I needed in my life. This game was absolutely bananas. WE had more than a kill a minute here, and then Suning had 15 on top of that. Absolutely mental gameplay. WE come out on top. We said that these guys were scrappy mid-game teams, and boy did they prove that right as WE get game one.
So I knew that that was going to be the case. I knew there was going to be a lot of scrappy 2v2 skirmishes. I didn't expect to have no chance to ever really talk about anything, because they just constantly threw their bodies at one another, trying to be able to get those leads every single time they saw their enemy.
Yeah, that was bananas. That was absolutely mental. Fantastic game coming out from WE. And, you know, when Bin got those kills early on in the game, it started to look like, okay, Bin is just going to take over. But there was that one skirmish that happened, I think it was like the 5 or 6 minute mark, where the 2 kills went the way of the Wukong. Breathe managed to find himself back into the game. And from that point on, he had the damage to be able to just 1v1 Huanfeng. And it felt like that singular interaction of Breathe being able to stop Huanfeng playing the fights how he wanted to was enough for WE to then snowball the game out of control. And we had some great Azir ults coming out from Angel. We had some great casts coming out from SOFM, but not enough to turn any of these fights. And let's be honest, there was no way onto the back line. I think Jomon got shut down like once the entire game by Bin. The goal of this Camille in a team fight is to get onto Jomon, right? Be able to shut down that AD carry and stop him popping off. And that happened once in the very last fight of the entire game. Most of this game, Jomon was just free fire out of the backline. That's one of the advantages that this rapid fire cannon offers as well.
Seriously, and the fact that they couldn't burst down Dromong in these late game team fights. It's weird to describe this entire game because you can't even. It seemed like they were late game team fights, but we were like 15 minutes into the game, and they're all constantly having these 5v5 front to back fights that normally you're like, oh, that's like a 30-40 minute kind of style. But both teams are like, oh no, we got enough items, right? One item's enough for a straight 5v5 fight.
Yeah, these teams like to push their advantages. But I think a key thing about that is that both teams realized that they couldn't allow the others to just snowball away with things. And if you don't fight them, they're going to take the objective. So you then have to fight by default. And many TPs were used and abused across the course of this game, especially the TPs towards the bot lane from our top laners, both of which just failed miserably. But it was W that managed to come out on top. And as you'd expect, Jomung topping the damage chart on the Jinx.
Yep, expected result there. I mean, which is funny because it's not like there was very many tanks on the side of Suning. Normally, you're like, oh yeah, when you have a Jinx, you're hitting some sort of meatball front line that you're really getting to stack up those damage numbers, right? Well, here, it's just the fact that Dromong was playing these fights so well to be able to hit so many members from that distance.
Yeah, exactly, and it was very difficult for Suning to get onto Jomung. Here's the thing, like, I talked about the Camille being able to get on the back line. You've got a Gragas, you've got an Azir as well, and Huanfeng on this Kai'Sa. If Jomung mispositions, there were a lot of tools there for Suning to stop him in the team fights. But it felt like there was so much chaos going on at the front of the team fight, no one could ever focus on Jomung. It felt like Suning were never in a fight where they could like set up these gap closers, set up these ways of getting Jomung into the middle of the skirmish. Because it was so scrappy and because it was so reactionary from Suning, they were never able to set that up. And so Jomung was able to.
I want to say before we go to like a break, they're missing. It almost felt like he was just getting overshadowed because everyone else was doing so much, but he was honestly pivotal for that team, constantly being able to find picks when necessary, but peeling properly for Dromong so that you didn't have to ever worry about Jinx getting jumped on by SOFM, by Angel, by Bin.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is why you pick the Thresh, right, as well.
Right.
Missing's Thresh is well known in the LPL to be one of the better ones. He's incredibly competent on that pick. And importantly, the Dark Passages across the game, being able to pull his AD carry to safety many times, and other teammates as well. Really beautiful stuff to see from Missing.
And normally I'd be like, what can we see change from the draft? But I don't really feel like it's anything like that. It's just all about them constantly fighting. So for now, we're going to toss it to a break. When we come back, we'll probably see a lot more of that fighting with a kill a minute in the game too. So stick around. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, you know, I don't really do this too often. Yeah. And we good for real. Just watch. Yeah, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it?
Твои Балкейну врывается хороший рут от Вальхаллы, и это может решить драку, потому что Балкейн погибает, еле-еле успев дать свой ульт. Миркл танкует из последних сил. Гимлек успеет ли дать свои косты? Да, успевает, но не погибает. В итоге ударная волна Максима решает вопросы. Пента!
She see me, email me. I need all formalities. I need all incentives. This money's about the only thing I'm mind like my business.
Dürtme şansı da yok. Beşiktaş her yeri de görüyor Johnny. Baksana mavi güçlendirmenin orada totem var. Bir kule daha yıkıldı. Orta koridor ikinci kulesini almayı başardı. Milyonlar şimdi katılıyor. Yine Wombo combo. Bu sefer başarılı Wombo combo. Galacticos aradığı savaşı mı buldu yoksa?
Listen, man, I'm in these streets. No opportunity, knock at the door, I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish, I don't share, I play for keeps. And that's all game time, know that win all mine, I'ma keep it, baby.
Saw his support, they moved into the top side and he felt like he had control. But instead, he ends up getting picked off. Vitality can now use this to force the Baron. But that is a huge sleep coming in for Tinks.
Three-man sleep, here comes Streets with the quickness on the side, but Shigenda dives onto the backline. Jetsu with the Kraken's lair, trying to do what he can, trying to kill some champs. We're Kraken lacking on the rift, but he's gonna slay the enemy.
Extremely good fight for SK, which they can now quickly convert into their Baron.
When I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah.
and there is not an easy way out for the Team Liquid duo lane. The scoop comes across, gonna buy some time. It is a 2-for-1 so far, though. Double kill for Power of Evil. Hoonie's here in the Gnar backline as well, and he wants another. It's already 3 kills picked up. It's a quadra kill for Power of Evil.
Tell me how you gon' feel. How you gon' feel when I take it?
Tiro, Lucy! Acaba com a brincadeira aqui não, neném! E a equipe da Loud vai tentar buscar. O Melchior passou pela parede porque foi puxado no nariz. Mas olha só!
From we enter inside, I come through and lift up the vibe. That's just what we bring, we get like. Gonna get this party started alright all night. Got the rhythm on deck, I don't need to tell you what's next. Just jump to the rhythm and show me 2-step. Jump to the rhythm and show me 2-step. Got my cup full, I'm fine. Head to toe in that drip, I'm wavy. Couple man I ain't seen from time. Couple girl I might move to wine. Like, hey miss, if it's no crime, would you let this one dance be mine? But even if the stars don't align, ain't no way I'm gonna lose my shine. It's pure vibes on the floor. You got drinks? Brought some more. Got my brethren, all about. We ain't rich, we ain't poor. We're just flexing on the ends. I might text a couple more friends and get loose. It's the vibe when the man run up inside. From we enter inside, I come through and lift up the vibe. That's just what we bring, we get like. Gonna get this party started alright all night. Got the rhythm on deck, I don't need to tell you what's next. Just jump to the rhythm and show me 2-step. Jump to the rhythm and show me 2-step.
Every move I make, every step I take, put your arms around me, let your light shine on me. When I'm in my darkest zone, when I'm in my darkest zone, you wrap your arms around me, you shine your light on.
When the time for bring me down, now you dey ace me up. You keep me focused on the target, you dey give me the punch. You know me eyes, now the dark shine for me like a touch. Light, but it isn't cold and dark, you dey give me the sun. Light, now you know must have before give me the thing. Right, and I want to tell you thank you for the love, the light, the ride, the hype, the tide, the fight. Now I dey with you, I dey feel so alive.
Every move I make, every step I take, put your arms around me, let your light shine on me. When I'm in my darkest zone, when I'm in my darkest zone, you wrap your arms around me, you shine your light on me. Your light on me.
因为这版本我觉得什么 AD 都能用，就比如金克斯、厄培留斯还有小炮这些英雄，具体的话就是看队伍使用吧。
Well, welcome back. We're getting ready for another exciting game between Suning and Team WE. I'm expecting that this game is going to be just as scrappy as the last. Who's going to win? I don't know. But what do you think, Bunch?
I mean, I just laughing at that interview that we just saw. Jarvik's like, look, there are multiple picks that you can play in the meta, and which one you go for depends on the other picks that you go for. Wow. Truly groundbreaking analysis right there from Jarvik on the AD carry meta. I think the conclusion really was, I like crit AD carries, and I'm okay with that conclusion.
I mean, clearly, look at that Jinx and look at that performance in from him. It was great stuff to see how they were able to play, but he didn't get the MVP. That goes over to Beisheng, grabbing that MVP. Not too surprising. Constant pressure in that early game. I'm not too surprised to see that from this player. This has been one of the big successes for Team WE going into 2021.
Yep, the Udyr, obviously a fantastic jungler in the current meta, but Beishang being everywhere that he needed to be, especially during that early game of the 2v2s towards the top side. And, I mean, realistically, having the best in the jungle matchup against SOFM, you have to question this AP Gragas build that we saw coming out from SOFM, whether that was really the play here. Going for the... I agree with the play, all in all, towards the top side. Beishang getting that second kill. I feel like that was more of a mistake from Breed than it was from Beishang. But able to play so well during these fights to peel for his carries. Like, Beishang's entire job during these fights was make sure that Shanks and Jolmung are as safe as possible. That was the goal.
And I love the target selection coming in from Beishang and knowing it when and where to be in these fights and how to be able to go around and skip pretty much the targets. You're like, I don't really care about you. I only care about Angel. I only care about Huanfeng. Everyone else is meaningless.
Yeah, and speaking of Huanfeng, you can see him just completely zoned away from these fights as they were able to finish off Bin as well. Beautifully done here by WE. And I think the biggest takeaway from this series, or from this game, sorry, is WE finding themselves that early lead were so good in this game at pushing that advantage forward. And conversely, Suning were very good at giving them opportunities to do so. Suning consistently forcing these fights onto WE, and WE answering in kind. Honestly, I'm not an analyst by trade, right? This is not my number one role, so I'm not going to pretend like I know all of the ins and outs of exactly why that game went the way it went. But what I do know is that I want another banger like that. That was such a fun game to watch. That was such a fun game to just revel in. I'm desperate for just 2, maybe 3 games of that.
So, knowing these teams, I'm pretty sure that you're going to get your wish. Whether it's going to be a third game is up in the air. I would love to see that, especially because these two teams are very similar. It does seem that, especially after game 1, that Team WE are just the better version currently of that, where it's these early scrappy fights. Beishang constantly putting this pressure, but we know SOFM can do the same in kind. It's constant looking for these pressures topside to be able to help Bin get ahead, or even try to transition that bot lane for Huanfeng so that you can have this 80 carry that is constantly being able to dive in the backline. There's a reason why they like to pick this Kai'Sa over and over again.
Yeah, the Kai'Sa looks amazing for Huanfeng. Unfortunately, will now have a loss on the board. So his flawless 10-0 Kai'Sa, now 10-1, unfortunately, for him. But definitely a very, very strong pick for them. And, it's something that you can very easily go for in the draft. I'm not 100% sure which side the two teams are going to be on.
I think they're swapping sides, if I remember. I think WE is going on to blue side, Suning on to red. And there's not going to be any substitutions for either side. It's going to be the same players playing. So it will be a bit different. And I'm curious to see with the sides being swapped, how Suning are going to opt to draft this one. If they're going to try to see if they can put that priority on to Angel for that Azir again. Or if maybe they're going to try to grab something like that Udyr for the SOFM.
So pressure. It depends on the bans, right? On what's banned away. I think Udyr and Olaf will still be the priority for SOFM. If we get one ban and one pick, because I would expect that WE being first pick here, if Udyr gets through the bans, I think WE just first pick Udyr. I would love to see Suning at that point go for the Kai'Sa for Huanfeng, which, very, very standard for them. But I'd love to see something like the Skarner coming out for Suning. Like when the way that they play the game in the mid-game is often based around these picks, Skarner is a pick that's been really coming into his own recently, and it feels like a pick that would suit SOFM. It's not something he's played so far this split, but I definitely think it's something they could go towards. They've actually banned the Kai'Sa themselves to make sure that's not first picked away, but both Udyr and Olaf are available. Hecarim's available as well, so Beishang just goes for the horsey instead.
That's kind of what I expect. Hecarim on 11-5 feels to be the #1 jungler that everyone wants to default to. He's got all this damage that he's able to provide while still being incredibly tanky, just because Turbo Chem Tank is able to work so well with this passive to jump onto the squishy members backline. But Udyr probably going to be the lock-in for SOFM.
Yep, so junglers both locked in. I feel like you could have waited on the Udyr for your third pick here and just gone for a really, really strong bot lane 2v2. But with Tristana and the Kai'Sa taken off the board already, I wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, On the side of WE here, I expect a Thresh Aphelios or Thresh Jinx again to be locked in. Missing looked great on the Thresh. I think it's open. I think you just take it here. The Azir I like for Angel as well, but with the Jinx or Aphelios both available, Thresh available, I think that is just the way forward for WE. And then Suning, I think maybe locking in potentially a support or perhaps just your AD carry here would be the best way to round out your first phase. I think the support match are probably going to be the most important.
And I'm curious to see what they opt for, if they go for that supportive role, or if they go for the AD carry, since we know whichever one is not banned is more than likely going to be the lane focused in the bans by Team WE, to try to make it a bit more difficult for Suning.
So aggressive bot lane here from Suning as they lock in the Kalista. This is going to indicate that Suning really, really want to get Huanfeng ahead. They want to win early on, and then they have that late game insurance in that of Angel on the Azir, but also in a lot of matchups, mid lane priority. So you can expect them to lock in something like maybe a Nautilus alongside that Kalista. Also, the Jarvan support has been a thing this split. Not so much here in the LPL, but in the LEC, that was paired a lot with the Kalista, so maybe that could be something that comes out. Rel taken off the board. You can expect to ban onto something like the Leona or the Nautilus as well, and we'll see where they decide to go in terms of the support role. But Suning, they can just ban out Shanks here. What did we talk about earlier today? Shanks plays the Orianna, he plays the Azir, he plays the Victor. They're all taken off the board. Zoe was the first ban as well. Shanks now pushed to the edge of his champion pool. Where does he go next is the question. Syndra's available, but Syndra has not had a good win rate for them to split. I actually quite liked his Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia was one of the picks that I thought Shanks actually performed pretty well on. And when we think back to what was Shanks hyped for when he first came into the LPL last year, it was that Cassiopeia. So I'd love to see that come out. But again, against this composition, it's not ideal.
I love Blitzcrank. Please lock that in, especially with Kalista. Oh, it's the Jarvan, as you called. You got it right on the money, Munch. It's going to be that Jarvan support.
All right, so the random stab in the dark was correct. Let's go. Now I look like a genius. But yeah, so this is like a weird combo where basically the whole point is at level 6 you have just this insane all-in potential. So the Jarvan support for On, I have no idea how much they've been practicing this. I'm hoping it's a lot because this is not your traditional bot lane. You definitely have to have some style up your sleeves here. But the Rise locked in for Shanks and now a top lane. You have to go blind for that of Breathe. I'm curious where they go. I mean, you could just go with something like, yeah, like Gnar is available. So they just go for Gnar.
It makes sense.
Now Bin gets the counter matchup.
Come on, go with the Aurelia, please. The Aurelia for Bin would be insane. It's one of the classic Bin picks if you look at solo queue and what he likes to play there. It'd be an amazing pick to be able to pair in. Well, Camille is his best, where everyone knows how well Bin can play on this. The Aurelia would be some style, so going back to the tried and true on Camille instead.
Yeah, and I like the Camille over the Jace especially. Like, Jace is the kind of classic Gnar counter in the current meta. That's been the go-to to play against Gnar, at least in the LPL. But the Camille fits much better with the rest of the composition, right? A lot more all-in, a way to hard engage outside of just the Kalista Jarvan. So I quite like the Camille pick. It also has a reasonable matchup to Gnar as well. So Bin should have a good time there. You can see him going for the Ignite TP as well. He knows that he can really push his advantage in that lane. And once again, it's going to be down to these junglers. SOFM and Beisheng, this time racing around the map on the Horsey and the Bear to see who can get their lanes ahead.
Who's going to be first to the party? Who's going to be the one to set the tempo of the game? But with Suning's draft, they are hard-inning on this mid-game pressure. The mid-game skirmishes that we saw in Game 1. They are doubling down what they did before, and they are throwing everything to try to win these fights.
We'll have to see what they've got in the tank to be able to do so. Suning now 1-0 down in this series. And I want to quickly point to the standings before we jump onto the Rift here. WE, if they can win another game here, will be tied for 2nd place. That's insane. They're currently in 6th place at 9-3. 2nd place is 10-3 for EDG and Rare Atom tied right now. WE can be in that conversation with a win here.
they can lock themselves into playoffs as well if they can get this 2-0 over Suning. But the drafts are an interesting one. All over the place for Suning, trying to find these early fights into Team WE. Well, WE, they have a bit of a safer backup plan. They can fall back onto scaling options. They can fall back onto these mid and bot lane duos to be able to carry them through. But we know between these two teams, that's not going to happen. They're going to fight early and they're going to fight fast.
You better believe they are. I can't wait to see what happens in this game. But I want to quickly revisit that topic I just brought up of WE in the standings, because there's a really important caveat to that statement. That yes, if they win here today, they'll be tying themselves for second place. And I think they'll finish in like third or fourth there based on tiebreakers. But importantly, when you look at WE's remaining schedule, they still have to face both EDG and Top Esports. A confident win here against Suning is necessary if you want to be looking at them favorably moving later on in their schedule.
Fair point. They want to be able to have it a little bit easier to guarantee themselves a higher seed in the standings, especially in the playoffs, with how it works and wanting to avoid as many matchups as humanly possible with Ben in this trade. Getting a pretty good one on Breathe, but Breathe at least playing it smartly, playing it safely, so he's not getting bullied out too bad.
So I want to talk quickly about this bot lane matchup, because I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in Kalista Jarvan. But one thing I do know is that Thresh is real good into Jarvan by default, because if you time it right, you can flay the flag trap. So once again, a lot of this game for WE will be about protect Jomung, protect Shanks, right? Missing has to do so much work in that regard to stop on getting into the play. One thing that he can't stop with the play is the all-in at level 6 with the Fate's Call. Really good trades coming out from WE here in the lane, but the Rend turns that around.
I was about to say, like, they at least had a little bit of a trade, but look at the damage that can come in from Suning. They're looking for the 2v2 fight to get a kill. Almost got Jomung as well, but they have demolished this bot lane.
I feel like, I'm not sure if I saw that 100% correctly, but on there, threw his flag down, then waited a second before going for the knockup. Yep. So missing Flayed too early. That was beautiful to see from On. Let's just remember, this is his rookie split. This is a brand new player. I want to take another closer look. So they hit the level 2 to start the play. Yeah, waits a second. So the Flay comes out first. On, you're an absolute legend, mate. That was beautiful.
Honestly, you gotta applaud that, because like you said, the patience to wait it out. So now this bot lane that wants to be able to win out early, you pick Kalista to be a bully, and Suning are going to have that as their default go-to in this bot lane to continue to get themselves into these mid-game skirmishes.
Fantastic start here for Suning, and a really, really good way to start that bottom lane, because we talked about the 2v2 being one of the most important parts of the map and getting the Kalista ahead. You have to expect Suning to focus on towards Drakes this game. They will have a lot of bot priority with this Kalista. They will have a lot of strength to go for those Drakes early on in the game, especially with SOFM being on that Udyr. But they do have a massive wave crashing into them right now. Obviously, Drake not on the map just yet. On the side of WE, though, like, they're in no rush this game. No. They have a great teamfight composition. They have massive front line. They have 2 insanely good scaling carries in that of the Rise and the Jinx. But also, it's not just about teamfight here. With a Gnar and a Rise, WE actually have very good 1-3-1, where Azir, not as big of a fan of being off in the side lane. The big question is, who will be able to match up to Bin in a side lane later on into the game? And that will depend on if people are able to get ahead individually.
Right now, it's going to be a death sentence on to On. Just trying to chip away at the health bar of Jomung so they can get some control in the spot lane. But I kind of want to go back to that point you were making about Ben, where this 2v2 fight was really exciting to watch, but we are always expecting it to be Ben to look for these sort of trades, try to be able to get an early snowball. And on Camille and Tanar, that is what we'd want to see, but so far hasn't been able to really get that foothold over Breathe to be able to try to find that solo kill just yet.
Yeah, not just yet, but I mean, Breathe is going to play that very safe on the Gnar. He does have the range advantage, so it's more waiting for a good opportunity on that Camille to be able to actually all in the Gnar. SOFM waiting on the very edge of vision. That is beautiful from him. This is that opportunity.
Too. Gonna be able to get the bear slap they need to. There is no escape. Giving the kill over to SOFM. It's an easy gank.
Really nicely done from SOFM, but that's what I was talking about, right? It's not about the consistent win for Camille against the Gnar, especially when he's in mini Gnar, having the range advantage. You can just stay away. As long as he can dodge the stun, he's fine. But waiting for Breathe to overstep, then punishing extremely hard. SOFM goes up to the top side once again and gets his top laner a lead.
No. Gearson, where Peishang is now going to try to get some pressure back for the team. They've been playing a lot around this bottom half of the map, and it seems like that is going to be the early gank. Trying to get the knockup. Nicely done by On to try to disengage. Realm Warp in behind from Shanks. Going to get a lot of damage onto On, sacrificing the support so Huanfeng can survive.
That's a 4-man play in the bottom side right there from WE. They commit very heavily to make it work, and they do eventually get a kill off the back of it, but the reset's coming on through. They won't be able to turn it straight into a Drake, unfortunately for them, which they would have liked to do with how much they committed down to the bottom side, but very nicely played by On. I'm really impressed by the Jarvan pick from On. Just jumping straight onto Beishang to deny the engage onto Huanfeng. Gets his AD carry out, who, by the way, Huanfeng, his flash is about to come off a cooldown. It was not available during that. So had On not found that knockup, Huanfeng likely goes down.
This is incredibly impressive. And look at this now. Rotating around to try to help SOFM get another gank on to Beishang. Invading the jungle, but missing his nearby, but can't click the lantern, so they got a lot of damage onto Beishang. Having to be a bit careful because there could have been the rotation coming in from Shanks on the other side. So shifting sands from Angel to be able to escape, but they want to at least get something for this play. It's going to be a blue buff that is secured by SOFM. It's going to be a hook followed up onto On, looking for the play, but not going to get the damage. On again, going to be the sacrifice, so the rest of Suning can escape.
So On goes down for the play there, and it looked good that he was rotating up to try and help his jungler there, but steps a little too far forward. That was a little greedy from Suning, let's be honest, trying to get that blue buff. And they do get it, but in trade for a kill, and that immediately is no longer worth it for them.
No.
Beishang on the top side of the map will be clearing away. Interesting that neither of the teams are trying to force the dragon at this point in the game. I feel like Suning have the opportunity maybe to go for that now with Huanfeng on this Kalista, as Bin is almost diving.
Solo diving. Actually, continuing to dive with the ultimatum, tactical sweep, and slices him down. Solo kill for Vin.
I don't know what Breathe expected. He had no HP. Like, he was clearly trying to bait for Shanks, but you're mini Gnar. You don't get to do that at this point in the game. Really, really nicely done by Bin to punish him, but honestly, that was a huge misplay from Breathe to step up that far against a Camille that's literally just shown that he's looking for a kill on you. He was trying to dive you a second ago. I don't know why you're walking up that aggressively.
Right, and this is what we were talking about topside for Bin. I was like, hey, when's the solo gonna happen? Well, he listened. He was saying, all right, I know, Magical, that you want this to happen, so here you go. Breathe was too far up, and because now you don't have to worry about Gnar actually showing mid lane, no longer worrying about a TP play, having a bit of vision control, knowing that Shanks has to recall, they easily can secure themselves this objective that WE last game were so in control, despite the fact that there was a lot of skirmishes happening and Suning constantly trying to be able to battle back, aren't in that position to harass these turrets anymore.
So Suning, they grab that Drake themselves. Nice start to the game. And across the board, this is looking good for Suning, right? 1,000 gold lead as well. And you've got that Kalista. So you expect the early advantages to be going the way of Suning. This is what they need to happen. Because later on in the game, against Jinx and Arise, it's going to be difficult. The one big thing in... Hang on, we've got Beishang going on to Bin here.
Yeah, and SFM right there to be able to get a good trade of damage. Just a little bit of damage. Thought he'd try to go for a bit more since Breathe was so far back, but I think they're so worried about Shanks and his rotation. But continue your point that you're talking about.
I was just going to say that one thing that does go in favor of Suning when it comes to the late game is Azir, generally speaking, is going to be able to outrange the Rise on the other side, so it can be a little bit difficult for Shanks to have as much free reign in those team fights as you would like. But realistically, again, I don't think Suning are actually going to be looking for 5v5 team fights in the late game. When you look at their composition, they don't have that massive front line. They're looking for short, bursty skirmishes. They're looking for picks, and they're looking for side lane pressures. It's very much a nice block. I don't know if that was a block from Angel, if he was just walking back to lane, but
Either way, it was nice.
Steal from Jomung. Oh, Captain Jack Cleanse right there from Hwanfeng.
Good call to say we're not going to worry about this, since On was trying to get a bit of vision control around the mid lane. That way they don't have to worry about Shanks. Because unlike normal Twisted Fate sort of plays, where it's a pretty easy time to be able to use that Destiny Gate to find ganks, Shanks is doing something similar with Rise. It's a little bit more difficult. You have to go a little bit further, but I like that On is trying to secure control around Shanks so he can't ever make those plays.
Shanks is on a ward. He's been spotted, so he won't be able to go for a play towards the bottom side right here. You see the bot lane for Suning resetting. Oh, actually, they decide to stay in the end.
Yeah.
They are going to stick around, at least for now. Bin, though, getting very close to his first item complete here. It could be a Triforce or a... I've forgotten the name of the big green one. The one that you went for last.
Divine Tsundere?
Divine Tsundere, that's it, yeah.
Yeah.
So could go for either. I'd expect the Divine Tsundere, to be honest, against the Hecarim and the Gnar, but if he's just looking to assassinate, it's possible to go Triforce, but I think the Divine Tsundere really the option. Angel's in trouble.
Oh, nice Emperor survived, but the Onslaught of Shadows trying to get a bit of damage. The flash coming in from Angel to be able to survive, but SOFM in the middle of it all, trying to interrupt the Realm Warp. No escape, flashed instead. And now that Missing is here, it's a flash forward, not going to be able to get the death sentence they needed to. So with 5 members committed, it's SOFM keeping them alive, and they survive.
That was beautiful from Angel and SOFM. 2v4 with a rocket coming across as well, and they managed to survive. Cheeky little sidestep from SOFM at the end of the fight to dodge the hook from Missing as well. Very, very nice stuff from Suning. And again, when you manage to make these kinds of mechanical outplays elsewhere on the map, it just gives you space for the other lane. As you can see, Hwanfeng just pushing away by himself on the bottom side right there. He'll be able to just crash a huge wave, which Jomug should be able to just about arrive and collect in the end. But nice stuff regardless from Suning.
And this is actually a complete change of pace. I expected a lot more scrappy fights from this Suning roster, where their composition seems to want that. But WE aren't at least trying too much for it. They tried mid lane there, and it feels like they just can't actually get anything to stick on the Suning side. Suning are just playing this map so smart and being so safe. Even though On's been picked off twice, it's been trying to keep him alive, though Hwanfeng has to be careful. There is an attempt to dive, but keep in mind, here we go. Fate's Call, trying to keep the fight going. Had the ultimate into the backline with Cataclysm. Double knockup, and look who's running in bear form to try to show up. Jomung not going to be able to get the kill that he needed to on Hwanfeng. Instead, it's the backline, Missing, fighting with SOFM underneath the turret. On, wants to be able to get it, but Super Mega Death Rocket gets excited and finally dies to the flag, so it's a 2-for-1 trade.
Positive coming out for Suning in the end, but Jomug, he was just waiting for the cooldown of his Super Mega Death Rocket. Fires it out at the last possible second and gets the kill onto Hwanfeng, trading it at least evenly there, or at least 1 for 2. But ultimately, still goes in favor of Suning, with Drake coming up in 5 seconds as well. You'd expect SOFM to be able to just sprint it over there. Spreeth just trying to hammer away on this top side turret. Doesn't have TP available. Neither top laner will be able to get involved in the potential dragon play, but you can see Beisheng moving over to that portion of the map himself.
Trying to contest this. I'm wondering if Breathe, without that TP, is going to book it towards the dragon, but let's take a look at this replay. Keep in mind, Cleanse isn't up yet for Hwanfeng.
Yep, so gets caught up by the hook. Nice hook there from Missing. Survives temporarily. I wasn't sure if On had just gone too deep for this one, but Suning, SOFM, comes in from the side. Jomung, his ult is still on cooldown at this point. He's just waiting, buying as many seconds as he can. On doesn't realize this. On could have gone and just been like slamming him there, I think, but the rocket comes up in the end and manages to pick the kill. So nicely done there by Jomung. And getting those early kills on Jinx is such a crucial thing. You can see the plated steel caps as well coming out from Jomung, knowing that he does not need to be just insane maximum optimum DPS in these fights. He just has to survive what Hwanfeng, what Bin, what SOFM are throwing at.
Exactly, and with the help of that Conqueror as well, it's going to help out. But we'll see how it's going to do in a team fight. It's going to be a 4v4. Even with the TP behind, Breed does get that in time. And the Smite battle goes over to Beishang with SOFM stepping too far forward. Needed to back out of that one. It wasn't your fight, even under the wall, under the Realm Warp, trying to see what they can get. Breed takes a lot of damage from Angel. That was definitely a questionable gnarl.
Breathe, man, what is going on today? Breathe has had a few moments this series where I'm like, what is up with this guy? Like, he is a premium top laner. And, you know, WE paid top dollar to get him on the squad as well. He's had some exceptional series across the course of this split, but that flash Gnar was not it. A couple of the moments on this Gnar today have been a bit questionable, not really respecting the limits of the mini Gnar in a lot of situations. But, you know, it happens. I don't want to harp on it too much. The Triforce did come through for Ben in the end, not the Divine Sunderer there, but really, really great fight overall for WE. Finding another kill for Jomung, finding the situation, and even if the Gnar ult was a little questionable, they still get the Drake, they still win the fight.
Exactly, and that's the big thing, is they get the kill onto SOFM as well, so they have a lot of pressure, but SOFM, I do appreciate, never tries to relent. Breathe, unfortunately, the moment he steps up, even without the ability to be able to go Mega, you gotta respect the fact that it's going to be that dive every time.
Yeah, Breathe doesn't get to do anything in that one. I'm not going to criticize him too much for that play, because the split second he steps out, he's just dead.
He's just
and I think realistically, the choice there was hope SOFM's not there, try and clear the wave outside of the tower and maybe get away with it, or just leave, because if SOFM is there, they're going to dive you regardless of whether you make the play. So either way, SOFM grabs the Herald for himself and can use that towards the bottom side here, try and get some gold towards Jomung and open that map up. So not Jomung, sorry, towards Huanfeng. But whether or not he's going to be able to get down there and just slam it in the bottom lane, could go towards the mid lane either with this Herald. Interestingly, we see Angel with a Nash's Tooth first item on the Azir, just going straight into that attack speed. Quite often we're seeing a lot of Azirs these days just opt out of the Nash's Tooth entirely. It's a while since I've seen it as a first item.
Yeah, it is definitely an interesting option. I guess seeing that Jinx has already finished off that Everfrost, just wanting to be able to have that capability for a little bit more extended trade damage, feeling that you're going to be rooted for a long time. But I'll be honest too, I'm not the best analyst when it comes to that kind of thing. I am a bit surprised that it's not, you know, either the Luden Tempest or what normally is taking that Landry's Anguish to be able to get a lot more damage in the trades, but Huanfeng taking a lot of damage even with the help of the Immortal Shield bow to try to survive against Romong. It's not going to be the easiest time now that Kraken Slayer is already online for Jinx.
Yeah, I mean, in a 1v1, it's still very, very Huanfeng favored at this point in the game, but it's not been a 1v1, right? It's a 2v2 in the bot side, and that one was a 2v1. Here we go, going for the dive.
Having the shield, got to be careful, trying to get the zap, but dodged away by Huanfeng to be able to survive, not have to worry about too much damage. I was a bit surprised they tried to go underneath the turret, since SOFM is nowhere nearby. Sure, maybe they can have a TP from Bin to try to keep these extended fights and these skirmishes going, since that's what Suning built this composition for, right? They want to have these scrappy fights early on.
Yeah, and I feel like this fight in a minute and a half for Mount Drake is going to be a very important moment in the game for Suning. If there are any Suning fans out there listening, you got to be looking at that Drake fight, or maybe an opportunity onto Breathe in the top side right now. Angel with the Empress Divine. Oh, man.
You know,
that ain't it.
No, it's not, but I guess it's okay for now, since they're going to just back off of it anyways. They don't lose anything too much, just the ult. Trying to make Breathe feel a bit better is what I'm thinking. Saying, hey, Breathe, I understand that you didn't have the best ult. Oh, it's okay, buddy. I'm right there with you.
Yeah. Missing ults in solidarity. I respect it. Yeah, unfortunate ult from Angel. Not the end of the world, though. He's going to TP. Recall denied on Huanfeng. Nice little rocket there from Jomung. Important, because it's 30 seconds until the Drake. This means Huanfeng doesn't get to reset before the Drake comes up. WE have moved up towards the top side, so they will be foregoing this Drake. They will be just allowing Suning to grab this next Drake, but they're saying, look, we're going to trade it for a top tower. We're going to stop Huanfeng being able to rotate and answer on the top side at all anyway. So now you have to trade. You have to play the macro game against us.
Plus, it's Drummond getting solo gold on this top turret, while bot lane, Huanfeng called in on to help out a bit more to be able to get that attack speed with the flag to kind of take it down as quickly as possible so they can then turn for a possible contest around Dragon. But WE are just saying, we don't really care. We're going to hold on to the top side instead, get a lot of gold, keep Bin pinned in the top side so that we don't have to worry about anything.
So Drake will go the way of Suning, although I say that, Beishang could look for a steal. He doesn't have vision right now, so I don't think there's any way for him to just ult over and steal this one. Does go the way of Suning. So importantly, that Drake is going to be going their way, and it's a Mountain Soul as well. So that is a win condition for Suning. Even though they have this Kalista that will fall off, having the Drake starting to stack up is very much in their favor. The problem is, like, across the board, scaling, I feel like, goes the way of WE, but the Camille is the part of that equation that I'm not 100% sure on. It depends how they're able to pressure in the side lane.
I think I've realized why the Nashor's Tooth is built by Angel first. And it all comes down to Baron. If you look at both Azir and Kalista, they're really good at securing an objective like Baron. If you leave them with any time alone, Azir is going to shred through that, right? And Kalista is a secondary smite. So if they're both of them on top of that, you can send those two alone to the objective, and you should be able to get it.
I do feel like Leandri's would be the better Baron taking item, though.
I'm just trying to theorize, man.
I get where you're coming from. I appreciate that, but I feel like Leandri's is the Baron taking item for, AP mid laners.
I'm just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm trying to help him. All right, but let's turn over to the gold instead, because there is a pretty good lead right now for Suning. About 3,000 gold over WE. You've been able to see that a lot in the items. A lot of that is on the Bin and Huanfeng. Well, Huanfeng is not too far behind at least, so they're able to keep the two carries in a good, proper position with one another, which is unfortunate for Suning.
Yeah, it does make it quite difficult for Suning to operate in this game. And, you know, this is the point of the game where I would turn to my color caster and ask him to explain the intricacies of the way these two compositions work and what I should be expecting moving forward in the game. But unfortunately, I am the color caster in this game. So that makes it very difficult for me to throw to my color caster at this point. So instead, I'm going to look towards the Baron. Suning are clearing away vision here. As you rightly said, they burn through a Baron real quick. There's no dragon on the other side of the map. And this is where Bin comes in, right? Huge split push pressure from this Camille is something that Breathe won't very proactively be able to deal with.
No, and if he steps too far forward without that hop, you know that Bin is going to try to solo kill him. This build is meant for the 1v1 fight, the split push capability that Camille can always default back to, especially when ahead like this.
Yeah, and one of the really nice things as well about the Camille is that you're so safe. That's what makes her such a great split push. Obviously, with the Triforce and the Hydra as well now, you are going to be able to push those waves so incredibly quickly. And if you're left alone with a tower, you'll annihilate it in seconds. But also, with the hook shot, with a flash up as well, like, you can so easily escape those side lane situations. If Beishang does happen to run down, there's a lot of situations where you can just use your Hextech Ultimated to dodge the initial engage, then hook shot out, flash if you need to. You're halfway across the map already.
So looking at the two compositions, I feel like Team WE is the easier one to dissect. It's pretty straightforward team fight composition. We've seen these used pretty often, even though Ryze is the more niche pick, the one that's not picked as often. It still fills a similar role that you see with more control mages, where he is the control mage that fits better in a side lane as well.
You can feel the pressure that WE are under right now, where they're using Jolmung's Jinx Rocket just to check if Baron is even happening. Suning playing with vision. The engage, though.
Pulled back with Fate's Call, but that is a big cooldown burn. With On taken pretty low, they need to be able to use them to engage these fights. That's why you go for that Zhonya's Rush. You want to be able to get Cataclysm onto Jolmung so that Jinx is locked down, not going to be able to escape. And without that easy engage tool of Fate's Call, it's going to be a bit easier for WE to find the proper fights they need to.
Azir turret down in the mid lane. This could be an opportunity for WE here, because Breathe is about to turn Mega. Maybe a TP opportunity, but it doesn't look like there's going to be a window. 40 seconds on the Drake. That's what we got to look at next. Keep your eyes on Jomung in these upcoming fights, because he's hitting 2.5 items at this point. Jomung is going to be doing massive damage. Wanfeng needs to be cautious, needs to be protected by his team during these fights, but also they need to step forward and get damage done.
Right now, it seems Suning have full control of the river. Look at where the vision line has been placed down for them. They have control of both top and bot side, pushing so far into Beishang that they're going to be spotted at every moment that they step into their own jungle.
It's so incredibly hard to face check in this kind of game, especially when the stakes are so high, right? We talked about the standings. We talked about how much this win means for both teams. For WE, it's a ticket into the top 4. For Suning, it's a ticket to playoffs as an entire thing. Drake on the cards, though. Both junglers want to get in here.
Trying to kill Beishang. He's got to be able to get the Lantern to be able to escape and get over the wall, but now the Dragon's so low. Super Mega Death Rock and steals it away, denying that sole point that would have been critical for Suning.
So clutch from Jomung to be able to get that rocket in and take the Dragon away. That would have been sole point, as you rightly point out. WE deny it. Now, our focus can move up towards the top side of the map. Bin waiting for his opportunity.
That's
Shanks is down here as well as Breathe.
Oh, he's baiting him in. Angel's behind, saying, oh, I'm all by myself. Oh, no, woe with me. Please don't. But now that they saw the pony on the other side, they're like, okay, wait a minute. Maybe not actually looking for this fight.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see Suning trying to play towards the bot side. Like, here's the thing. We talked about how they can pressure on this Baron. I don't really get why Suning haven't just started the Baron. We saw that WE had no idea whether it was happening or not. We saw Jomung ulting blindly at the Baron to just look for either a blind steal or just to scout it out at all. I feel like Suning have had opportunity to just try and brute force that play. You've got a Kalista, you've got an Azir, you burned through that incredibly well, but also slowly but surely Jomung is coming further and further into this game. You've got this Rise that you're going to have to deal with. You don't really need to pull the trigger on a play like that.
And taking a look at this replay, I feel like it was a bit of a mistake from Suning to start that entire thing on. Wanfeng had been wailing away, had a lot of spears, and disengaged, so they lost that secondary smite that I was talking about. Why you have Kalista for those objectives is Ren, to be able to secure that just in case smite's not enough.
Yeah, it's twofold in that, on the one hand, obviously Kalista very good because of the Rend. Like, obviously that goes without saying that in those kind of situations, having the burst damage on the objective is fantastic. But one thing that I think people often misunderstand about Kalista is that fighting for Drake is... Those are the kind of team fights that Kalista likes. In the meantime, though, forget about Kalista. We got a Dragon, a Baron, sorry, started off. WE have to answer here. They have to face check in and find a way to stop this.
SOFM wanted to be able to start it off, but into the backline on Ghost. Dies, and they do get the pick on Jomung, but they have to be careful. They got a lot of damage on a missing. Try to see who else they can get. SOFM having to flash away to be able to survive. They're getting away from the fight as far as they can, but they're getting chased down by the Pony Express with the Realm Warp on the other side. But at least they got the cleanse from Wanfeng to get a lot of damage onto WE, but now they are off of the Baron. The fight did not go the way they wanted. Bin got blown up at the beginning.
WE able to start the fight off beautifully, able to do that. And flash ult from Breathe this time, it was to try and save the play. I like what I'm seeing here from WE, not allowing Suning to just go for that Baron, making sure to stop the play happening before it can turn into anything too sinister. And again, Suning, it feels like even though they have this small gold lead, it feels like this is slowly but surely getting away from them. It doesn't feel like they know exactly how to make this play happen. What is that TP?
It was an escape TP. That's what, oh, that's what happened. On accidentally, Zonia's at the very beginning. On Shanks, we see on the other monitor, does get the TP interrupted, so he dies. That probably is going to be Baron, but looking at this play really quick.
I'm not going to lie, I'm more interested in the Baron than I am in this play, but let's take a look. Jomung misses the flash here, gets absolutely slammed on, and yeah, the Baron started up. WE have to contest this. Keep your eyes on Beishang. Can he get the steal?
Wanfang has a lot on that though. He's going to be able to rend, and unfortunately Beishang, he's trying to stand this to be able to fight back. Fate Skull going to make sure that they don't lose on and they can re-engage if they need to. Jolmon getting a lot of damage onto Angel. He has to go golden to be able to survive. Breathe is about to go Mega, waiting for that jump in. Going to be able to get the slam down onto SOFM. Wanfang not able to do what he needs to, and they're getting chased down. Excited Jolmon. He takes down Suning. Only 2 members survive.
Jolmon comes up clutch on the Jinx, the team fight AD carry. He got his 3 items, he finished his Infinity Edge, and he blasts the lineup of Suning in that team fight. Drake coming up in 40 seconds as well. It's just going to be the tier 1 for now, but importantly, killing almost everyone that got the Baron. Bin's still going to be a benefactor here. Suning did still get the Baron at the end of the day, but huge turnaround for WE to be able to win that fight. The TP denied by Angel.
Barely.
Beautiful stuff from the mid laner from Suning.
I like that. He flashed for the shifting sands to make sure that he could get the Emperor's Divide. But going back to that entire play, Team WE were fighting 4v5 to try to see if they could at least get a couple members from Suning. They knew the Baron was more than likely going to go their way. Wanfang was on it for so long. Ooh, on though, getting picked like this could be bad. Was able to get saved by SOFM, but it's the Dragon that's up on the docket for Team WE, and they can burn that down pretty quickly.
Yeah, easy pickup here for WE. They just muscle their way in. And Suning, they're a bit late to the party. And we're getting to the point now where Kalista, 3-4 items is not really her strongest part. Kalista, you ought to be fighting on 2 items. Jinx is well and truly the stronger AD carry at this point. Game, that hook is huge.
On goes Golden to be able to survive, but he's dead. Even with the Cataclysm, you know that he is a sucker left out to dry, and they have to bail out of the fight. And unfortunately, that's another Baron buff gone.
This is getting real scary for Suning now. They have 1 Baron buff. The Baron power play currently is at minus 550 gold. Not ideal, it has to be said. The slight silver lining for Suning is that at least their Baron buff is on the Camille, right? At least Bin can use that to pressure in the side lane. Maybe he can get a tier 2 here, but I don't know. You're just going to be trading towers on the opposite side of the map anyway, so it doesn't feel like a play that you can actively use aggressively. TP from Bin. Here we go. Suning want to make a pick.
Deep TP. Looking for Beishang. Runs right into the pony. Has to be careful. Hook shot over the wall. Jolmon is far enough away to stay safe from Suning and gonna be able to have that kite back to survive easily.
And that is so huge now. Suning mess up the TP play, and here's the thing. Here's the advantage I was just saying, right? Bin has the Baron. He's the split pusher. He can put side lane pressure on. Maybe that's the way that they can find a way into this game. Not without TP, they can't. If TP is down, it means that Bin is guaranteed not a part of the fight unless he stood with the team. The split push pressure is removed off the back of that play from Suning. Now WE, all they have to do is just play the map smart, stay grouped when the objectives are coming up, which isn't for another 3 minutes. Set up these side lanes, go for the 1-3-1. You've got a Gnar and a Ryze. WE can quite happily go for a 1-3-1 at this point, set up these lanes and just begin to siege.
It seems that WE are doing exactly that. They're playing this one nice, calm, patient. It's a great adaptation from this team. Where last game, game 1, Scrappy, they had a kill a minute, constantly looking to see if they can battle against Suning. Where Suning have tried to do stuff like that this game. They've looked for some plays, but they got stopped by WE and have been struggling to find that exact pick they wanted to be able to get. And now we're in that position that you were just talking about, Munch, where Wanfang on this Kalista is not nearly as scary as Jolmon is on that Jinx with the Guardians. Angel completed Last Whisper as well. She's going to eviscerate Suning.
Yeah, I mean, 4.5 items, 5 I guess if you include the boots. Jolmon is monstrously huge. Same for Wanfang, he does have that Rage Blade now, but realistically, the 4-item spike for Kalista, not even remotely close to that of the Jinx.
Exactly.
And Shanks as well. We've not really talked about Shanks that much. Feels like he's been very quiet this game. Same for Angel, really. Angel's had some big ults, but Shanks, He's on 3 items himself. He's a Rise. We've not really talked about the ridiculous damage potential of a Rise. Angel tries to get away.
Onslaught Shadows gets the Fate's Call, and Breathe is nearby. He wants to be able to get the Mega Gnar ult, but really, that is just going to be WE forcing away Suning once more. Jump in, gets the golden out of Angel with the ultimatum onto Breathe to try to lock him in place, but they're going to be able to pull him back and get him to go golden to be able to survive, but you know that he's going to die the moment he's up. Even with the hook shot to be able to get over the wall, they have to have the flash, and they immediately kill on for it. So Ben might survive, but they've lost that engage potential, and this is WE continuing to dominate this map.
Bin survives, but On goes down anyway. This will be at very least one tower going the way of WE, but Baron's up in 30 seconds as well. They can push towards this inhib, then transition straight towards the Baron. On's still not up for another 20 seconds. SOFM looking for a flank here.
Trying to be able to get near this backline, but look at Breeze, look at Fei Shuang. They're keeping him away so they can take themselves an inhibitor, and Dromong is able to play so far forward because they don't have to worry about that Udyr anymore.
And an SOFM here.
Oh, he gets picked too, flashed away. Vin's nearby, but unfortunately, SFM needed to just realize to back out of that completely.
And that is the worst possible player to go down if you're a fan of Suning. That is WE now guaranteeing the Baron, short of some kind of miracle from a player on the side of Suning. They've got to just brute force a 4v5 fight here. Everything is in favor of WE, and Missing finds a hook.
Oh, they're just going for the fight on WE. They know that they can win this one pretty convincingly. Bin is not able to assassinate the backline, but there is still a lot of damage on Breathe. Angel's going to be able to take him down. Missing might be the next target, but now you got Jomong excited. Got the knock if they need to. Going to be able to pop the Guardian's Angel with Wanfeng getting a lot of damage, but he's hooked with the Death Sense. The Flay as well, taking him down, and that is WE getting the ace that they need nearly. Only Bin's alive, but he's not going to be able to fight back against WE. Not when they control the map, and there is a Dragon for Soul available.
That hook from Missing just won WE the game right here. TP comes in, the fight continues.
WE, why are you continuing this? I guess if you have excited, you're going to be able to. Wow, they turned it right into the face of Suning. Realm Warp in. That is them getting the 2-0 over Suning. I thought that they had made a mistake, but man, does Dromong know the limits of Jinx.
They managed to take this in a clean end to the game. Beautiful decision making coming out from WE in the end. And that hook from Missing, when the Zhonya's is in play for Shanks, when Jomong is in his GA, Missing lands the hook on the last remaining carry in Huanfeng. He's stunned up, he's taken down, and that's the moment that WE pounce. They charge it down the mid lane, they win out the final fight, and they take themselves a 2-0 and tie the standings as our third team now at the top of the table on 10-3. It's RNG in first place, and then we have EDG, Rare Atom, and WE all on 10-3.
And that gets them secured for playoffs as well. What a victory for Team WE. We even talked about how going into Suning, it's a very similar type of team, wanting to be scrappy, wanting to find this mid-game pressure. But in Game 2, Team WE flipped the script. They drafted to be able to scale if they needed to. Dromong on Jinx. You talked about Shanks on this Rise as well, to be that other option, to be able to get them so much damage that Suning could never actually fight back into them. They couldn't even assassinate Dromong no matter how hard they tried.
Yeah, it was so incredibly difficult to get onto Jomong, especially in those late game fights when he has the GA as well. That GA was so crucial in the final fight, keeps him alive, and again, you got to give all the praise to Missing in that final fight. That singular hook turned everything on its head. But I appreciate the playmaking from Suning. I appreciate that they were trying to just force these fights because, let's be honest, they were running out of options at that point in the game. But again, it felt like a lot of this game, especially the early game, was too slow from Suning. We needed to see this decisive play earlier on. They had the Kalista. They could play through the strength of the bottom lane, try and force those dragons, try and force more plays around that portion of the map. But, I mean, the first strike wasn't even taken until like 10, 11 minutes into the game. I feel like we just needed a faster pace across the board here from Suning. The decision-making wasn't really there in the early game, and it ended up biting them later on.
Yeah, they drafted for an early game, mid-game comp, And unfortunately, even after getting a solo kill for Ben, having the 2v2 bot lane that was working so well for them immediately out of the gates, they never really accelerated the gas from there. They kind of let off a bit, and that gave WE enough time to breathe in that game and be able to relax, go back to the drawing board, and then figure out what they needed to do to be able to fight back.
Yeah, really, really good stuff from WE. Really controlled gameplay from WE as well. Feels good to see this version of WE where, honestly, Breathe didn't have a good day today, but it didn't matter too much, right?
No.
Breathe got caught out a couple of times on this Gnar. Bin, I feel like, was the better of our two top laners in this matchup, but again, Breathe was being put on the... certainly in the second game, a more defensive pick. In the first game, he had the counter pick, and after the crazy fights that we saw early on, managed to get a lead, but it was kind of out of the hands of the individual players there. In the second game, though, Bin managed to find an individual lead, but it's not enough to put the pressure on. The 2v2 not working out. Like the Jarvan pick with the Kalista, I like the creativity there.
I do too.
I like it on paper, but I just feel like a normal hard engaged support, like Leona was available here, Nautilus was available here. I think just going for a normal hard engaged support, maybe even going with something like a Jhin from Huanfeng. Like maybe just go back to what was comfortable for Suning in the past. Like you don't have to play this super aggressive pick in that of the Kalista.
Yeah, it seems that they just weren't able to execute how they needed to, but like we said with WE, they have this composition that's a bit easier, and Breed defaulting it back to, I wouldn't say exactly a tank, but a safer pick that can really work well in these team fights. I almost feel like this might be the death of a lot of these fun top-side matchups where you're trying to have these 1v1 carries, and we're starting to see more often than not everyone defaulting over to tanks, defaulting over to something that's going to be able to provide more for team fights.
Yeah, I mean, it was a fun matchup to get to watch these two go head-to-head, but I think you're right that the meta is definitely shifting towards things like the Scion especially has been a really highlight pick recently. But there is definitely space for carries, especially in the LPL. We still see a ton of Jace. We're seeing Camille today, but Gangplank has been a really good answer to some of these tanks. We mentioned it before, how Gangplank can essentially just have a free lane against champions like the Scion, scale up really nicely, be able to influence the other lanes without ever leaving the top lane as well. So there are picks available if you want to carry top laner. You can opt out of having that tank, but it does mean you have to play the game in a different style later on. So it's down to whether or not these teams are capable of playing these different styles.
And that's one thing I gotta say I love from WE. They've proven that they can play both styles. They can have Breathe on something that can carry, but they can also default back to something that's providing more for team fights. This gives them so much more versatility when it goes to how they want to be able to play, especially looking towards playoffs. And WE wanting to contest for as high of a seed as humanly possible, while getting a 2-0 like this over Suning that have a normal on paper where we look at them trying to play around mid-game normally, WE proved that they don't have to just default back to that.
Yeah, WE showing that they have late game prowess as well, right? And I think a key thing for WE here is that they feel like they're on the same page. When we saw the plays from both teams, honestly, it felt like communication was good. It didn't feel like we had random players being on different pages comparatively to their teams like we did in the first series today. It felt like both teams were playing as a team, but WE managing to do a much better job of that. And when you think about WE, with like Jomung and Missing moving around together with the triple threat now style of roster that they have with Breathe in the top lane and Shanks in the mid lane, it feels like this is a team that is going to be good at that 5v5 style, especially if we get to a meta where front-to-back team fight is kind of the mainstay. I feel like WE is inevitably going to be a terrifying team to go up against.
Honestly, I'm excited to see how they're going to play in the playoffs, especially since they've been on a tear. It's like Rare Adam. They're an exciting team to watch, and see them succeed the way they are. I'm so happy for both of them. But let's talk about Suning a bit, because with this loss, that puts them at 7-6 now in the standings. I think they're tied now with LNG. They're only one game up between both Invictus and Billy. There's a chance, there's a small chance that they might not make playoffs if they can't figure out how they need to adapt towards the meta or be able to close out when they have an early game comp like this.
Yeah, it does feel like Suning will have to really fall from grace to not make playoffs at this point, because one of the weird things about our schedule is Suning still have 3 more series to go, but importantly, when you look at their schedule, they have LNG, which, yeah, I'm still leaning towards Suning there. It's kind of hard to call, honestly, with how good WE looked today. That one is going to be an important matchup, but then Suning, you expect to be a favorite over BLG. You expect them to be E-Star as well. So I would say that Suning should still very much be in a shoe-in for playoffs. But as you rightly say, if they're not getting these wins, that's not an easy statement to make.
Exactly. But let's turn it again once more. Let's flip the script and start talking about MVP. And I thought it was going to be Dromong on that Jinx. Just usually that's how it goes. You see damage charts, you see KDAs, but I'm glad it goes to missing. You talked about that crucial hook that won that final fight.
And also, just throughout the entire game, he was consistently in the right place at the right time, but his dark passages were so beautiful, so consistently to pull his carries to the right position. This is one of the things that Thresh brings that pretty much no other support, aside from maybe Tom Kench, offers, is the repositioning of other players. Being able to make sure that your carries are always in the right spot in the fights, being able to add mobility to your team when it comes to getting around the map as well, being able to pull things like a Hecarim, for example. He has no way to get over walls, but when you're playing with a Thresh, he does. So missing one of the players in the league that gets the most value out of this pick, you can see in some of these fights just doing such a great job to peel for his team.
Right, and that's what I want to keep an eye on are the dark passages as well as the death sentences. Like there, getting Angel to go golden so quickly, so now it's an easy target.
Yeah, and it just sets up Jolmung to go crazy in these fights. Once missing plays bouncer for the majority of the fight, then Jolmung can just pop off. I believe this is the last fight of the game where we saw it all going a bit crazy. And you keep your eyes on Jolmung, right? He's about to go into his G8. You see Shanks go golden as well. Look at this hook.
Wow.
Straight on towards Huanfeng. Takes him out of the fight. Saves the game. If that hook doesn't land onto Huanfeng, Huanfeng can turn that fight around. He can maybe kill both carries with a Rend and finish off the game. Maybe not finish off the game, but get Suning back into the game. That hook won WE the game and the series.
It really did, because then they pushed down mid. I was expecting them to just try to push in the minions and then peel off for the soul, but they opted instead. They're like, no, we can win the game. We got this 2-0 for them. Well done for Team WE, securing playoffs as well. We're going to toss to a break. We're going to get ready for our next series, RNG JDG. Stick around. We'll be right back.
This is going to be good. The beating of war drums thunders across the battlefield. Gnar leaps into the air with an insatiable rage, dominating his enemies.
We're doing this again. It's oh my god! Everyone goes into the wall, drop down. RNG!
Old dynasties awaken, slaying their foes to take back their throne.
Won't quite just get it, but a Magnet Storm is insane! On top of the lilting lullaby, that was beautiful!
Anything, at least you get one kill traded back, but look at this Jinx, look at this pop-off, and it's RNG wiping the floor!
When Destiny sends a gold card their way, time itself will freeze over.
Here we go. They're going again. Gold card and his double knockup as well.
A brotherhood of champions is reunited, finding their recovery through defying the odds.
He's like, please guys, let's focus on the objective. Lumao in with a huge 5-man magnetic storm. It's ripping apart the side of East Dark.
Himself into a choke. Konami's flashing forward. Rocket jumps again. It is like playing Mario Party here. We got Goomba stops left and right.
No victor can be declared until the war is over. Fight with every fiber of your being, for only the fearless shall prevail.
He's going to keep this away alive, but Cloud9 now funnel in. Sven going to be on a killing spree as he takes down Smoothie, and it looks like absolute carnage here as Cloud9 are going to run over the rest of CLG, but Finn actually has found a way back through. He's going to get the knock up on the Perks, and Turtle also fighting back at CLG in a 2v2. It's a triple kill for Turtle, it's a quadra kill for Turtle, and CLG have turned it back around, and as Turtle grabs the pentakill.
They want to end this game, but Toby, he wants to say no. He puts on that back massager onto the Scion, and it's barely even that because it is Scion. That is a big sleep, though. They're going to find the Kalista in the front line, and she's just going to go down into that Guardian Angel, fighting front to back here. That's a massive shield. Look at Death. He gets into the back line, and he's going to shut everybody down, and I think that's just going to end this game here. Death is able to just sweep everybody into the dumpster.
Então o Titã tem que chegar para poder castigar, não deixar todo o time da MTZ bater no Jojo. Olha o flash, consegue atordoar, força o flash do outro lado, o Jojo vai apanhando muito, embaixo da torre, tá lá! Tira a mão do Micão, fica o confronto agora, o Micão contra o Titã, o Micão quer levar mais uma, e na experiência contra a novidade, o Titã vai levar melhor!
Uno por C les da pie para ir por el varón, pero están un poco tocados y podría ser un 50-50, aunque hoy no esté muy finutiado.
Uy, qué lindo trollado, Atención con esto porque Diva intenta robar un doble, asegura Mighty Bear, pero atención con esto porque Zeus asegura un doble asesinato. Odi muy tocado, sale bien con el destello, siguen cayendo los jugadores, termina siendo un exterminio para el equipo de Rainbow Seven.
And with one more dragon to go, that's a 25-minute Mountain Soul. Neon takes a gigantic... Oh, there he is again! Oh!
That is beautiful!
The snipe from downtown!
Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talking about. They keep running their mouth. Yo, keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Keep talking all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter, all the chitter chatter. It don't matter, na 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 na. Blah blah blah. Break. Dance. Dance. No way you'll see my team. No, we beat them all. Stomp them out. They keep talking, gonna shut them down. We don't really care what they talk.
就小虎这赛季的表现也挺让大家吃惊的嘛，因为刚转上单的就可以打得这么好。因为我也了解 RNG 是比较喜欢打上野的队伍嘛，但是我抗压能力也比较强吧，我相信不会给他们占到便宜。
Welcome back into the LPL. My name's Magical and I'm joined in by Munchables. We're getting ready for our final series of the day, RNG versus JDG. This should be an exciting one. We got the top team in RNG facing off against JDG, who are trying to fight for top position themselves.
And once again, I'm going to bounce straight off of the interview we just saw there. I love the way Zoom words that. It's like, look, RNG played through topside. I got a high stress tolerance, which I'm guessing is like a bit of a weird translation of basically he's the greatest weak side top laner we've got in the league, and I have to say I agree with him. Zoom has some insane laning stats. We'll get into all of that, but I love the way that was worded. That he's like, don't worry, I can handle it.
I'm excited to talk about that a little bit later, but I kind of want to talk about the two teams in comparison with one another. JDG last year were considered the smartest team in LPL. Well, now that title's been usurped from them. RNG are the new smartest team in the LPL. They've taken that title for themselves.
Yes, so RNG have been playing exceptionally well in LPL this split. I think far beyond what people were expecting from them. If you think back, like Xiaohu swapping to the top lane, everyone was like, it's a bit of a meme, whatever. And expecting that to change very quickly, it's not been the case. They are playing towards Xiaohu, and the way that this team is playing, way consistently playing towards Xiaohu, you can see in this play, Xiaohu has Herald, but they hold onto it for so long and push that advantage further, then send the Herald down towards the bottom side instead, just funneling a ton of gold towards Xiaohu. And then in this other clip, you can see that they wait for their opponents to make a mistake. In this series against EDG, which was an incredibly great series anyway, RNG waiting for EDG to overstep, making the TP play down, and punishing massively onto the carries of EDG.
It's so smart. And normally, when you talk about a team like this, when they have smart macro plays, you're thinking, oh, very slow, very methodical. Well, I mean, it is methodical, but in a very different way. It's very much that they're fast. They play knowing exactly what their advantages are, and I love seeing how they're able to get these leads for themselves. And you set it up, I think, best. Looking at Xiaohu in the top lane, having swapped up there, going up against Zoom, who is great at playing weak side. I feel like that might be the advantage for JDG here, but it's still Xiaohu who's been getting a lot of resources.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at the laning stats there, the CSD at 15, the XPD at 15, it's going to be going the way of Zoom, because as an individual top laner, Zoom is one of the most exceptional top laners we have in the entire league. Obviously, his team fighting is pretty much unparalleled. The way he's able to control space in those fights is so beautiful to watch. And I mean, look at his champion pool, right? Renekton, Aatrox, this guy likes to team fight. I think that's clear to see. He's not exactly the split push player. But up against Xiaohu's not a typical top laner. We have a lot of weird picks from Xiaohu, so it's a different style that we're going to have to see. And, you know, we've got a couple of clips of these guys popping off. And, you know, Zoom, the Gangplank, he can always bring out as well if they need to have a carry performance coming out from Zoom. But it's important to remember that they're against a team that will play towards this top side. Wei loves to gank up towards Xiaohu. He loves to set up in this 2v2 and just crying as well. More than happy to just shove out the mid wave, get up towards the top side of the map. That's the key thing. They almost never play towards Gala and Ming. They will always be setting up towards Xiaohu and trying to make plays off the back of that. And like this clip especially, look at this. Wei moves in. This is a 2v3. Right. Wei and Xiaohu in a completely even game just comfortably take a 2v3. They read exactly what E-Star are trying to do and they play around it beautifully. When you have a top and jungle that play together this well, it's incredibly difficult to find advantages on that side of the map. So JDG, I am curious how they go about approaching this, whether there's going to be a lot of bans towards Xiaohu to give Zoom a good time, or if they basically just kind of raise their hands up and go, look, you can have the top side of the map. Zoom, we'll just pick you Ornn or Gangplank or one of these weak side top laners. Hope you can survive under a tower. We're going to try and play towards our bot lane and try and find victories through that side of the map.
And that's what
we'll have to see what tag they go for.
Yeah, I was going to bring up that Xiaohu, we saw in the graphic that he has 13 unique champs he's played this split. That's third place, only behind here. I have it actually somewhere here, because I actually counted up everyone to make sure I got this completely right, because I didn't want to have it off. I think it's the Shy and I think it was Bin are the only two that are above Xiaohu in unique champions played, both of them tied at first at 15. Well, you saw that for Zoom, they usually just are like, what? Okay, we can have sack top lane, put them weak side, so that way we can have team fight later. It's all about being able to get the gold from farming up and then join in later as someone that could always help impact the fights.
And I think the key thing about the unique champions, though, is not just like the number of unique picks. It's the fact that it's which picks, right?
True.
Because when you think of like the Shy and you think of Bin, like the Shy is going to pick a few AD carries up there, I'll admit. But Bin is generally going to be playing top lane picks at very least, just lots of different ones. Xiaohu's been playing mid lanes towards the top side. So it's not really something that you can play around. And like we saw Tristana top recently. We just had a few clips of that. Like it's something that's very difficult to draft against. And we've seen that time and time again in RNG drafts where RNG are able to pick something that ultimately there are so many flex picks available for this squad. Things like the Gragas, things like all of these mages towards the mid lane. Tristana, they can pick them so early on in the draft and pretty much send them to whichever lane they want.
And the thing for me, when I look at how JDG might be able to take down RNG, it would really be about trying to see if they can almost ignore the fact that they know that there's going to be this flexibility from RNG and just get a very, very straightforward, typical draft. We're starting to see a shift in meta. We already were talking about that and alluding that 11-5, we're seeing some people still be able to play a lot more of the carry top sides, but weak side top lane is a little bit more in the meta and in the know. Sion, we were already mentioning that before, something that a lot of people have been defaulting to. We also know that Zoom can play GP perfectly well. That does decently into most matchups, but also is going to be able to scale until the ends of the earth to be a menace when it comes to team fights.
Yeah, I mean, Zoom's Gangplank is a thing of legend. Plenty of enemy players have discovered that in specific finals. I'll mention no names. But yeah, I am curious. I don't think that they're going to go for a carry top lane, though. Like, when you look at the match history for JDG this split, they've got, like, one Gangplank game. And it was a win. It's not like Zoom's Gangplank isn't good. I'm not trying to say anything against Zoom's Gangplank there. But when you look at the style that JDG are trying to play, generally speaking, they need Zoom to be on a front line. They need him to be a big tank. And it's really been Kanavi that's the carry. Like, this is a team that loves to play towards Kanavi. That was their big strength last year as well. Things like this Kane that we saw coming out. He even played Mundo Jungle, which basically nobody else has played. Still a huge fan of the Graves as well. One of the only junglers in the league that is still a really, really big fan of the Graves. So my question is, what is Kanavi going to play? How can these laners play towards Kanavi? Because just making sure that you have mid-prio for Yagao so you can play towards Kanavi, making sure that you have a nice fat frontliner in the top side for Zoom, and then also either a safe lane in the bot side, like quite often things like Aphelios Thresh is a bit of a go-to for them, but also if you can get a good 2v2, go for that 2v2. Let Loken and Lumao strut their stuff for a little bit and maybe send Kanavi down there. Like I said, there are kind of two ways I see JDG going about this. Either try and protect Zoom or just abandon him completely and try and win on the opposite side of the map.
I honestly think it might be the latter of those two. I feel like that's going to be the game plan for JDG. But if RNG are reading their opponents and are that smartest team that we were talking about earlier, they're probably going to read that well. Wei is a jungler that has been dominating, and it has been amazing to see how this player has really come into his own in this season.
Yeah, Wei is an exceptional jungler. I think there's quite a few people that believe he's one of, if not the best jungler in the league, which I think still he needs time to prove that. He looked really good last year as well, though. He was one of the big reasons that E-Star had their massive win streak. Now him and Cryan moving over to RNG, taking all of the power of that E-Star rising squad, giving it alongside Xiaohu in the top lane and this incredible bot laner of Gala alongside Ming. You've got the veterancy there. You've got the new all-star talent there. You've got just a beautiful recipe of success here for RNG.
And who would have thought that going into the split that they'd be this dominant? A lot of people thought that they'd be starting to come into their own in a bit of time with more experience, but man, they are really proving everyone that they are the #1 team now. And JDG, a strong team from 2020, are still doing well going into 2021, but it seems that teams are really passing them and surpassing them in great stretches, even though JDG are still able to compete in many aspects.
Yeah, JDG, a team that have looked better more recently, right? Like when you look at the way that they've been playing recently, they are on a 2-win streak. They had a very, very rough start to the split, as a few of our top teams did. But here's the problem. The recent series that they played were against E-Star and were against V5. These are not the biggest opponents in the league right now. Both of these teams are down towards the bottom of the table with, V5 with 5 wins, but E-Star with just 2 wins on the scoreboard. JDG, I'm just going to lay it on the table. My realistic expectation coming into this series is that RNG are a clear favorite coming in. What I would love to see, though, is JDG at least, if not taking a game, at least having a game where they are trading effectively on the towers around the map. RNG is a team that's incredibly smart about how they play the early game. They really play towards getting towers early. They play towards figuring out what the opponent does. And it's like, Ming and Wei will move around the map, and their sole objective is to just deny whatever your opponent wants to do. Wherever you are trying to make things happen, Ming and Wei are going to deny that. So if JDG can figure out how to outmaneuver RNG, if they can at least, you know, trade evenly on some of these towers and find win conditions for themselves, so long as they don't just play passive this entire game. Because that's been one of the big things that's been frustrating me about JDG this year. Is so many series we see them kind of just sitting back, waiting to scale up, not really doing anything, and then they fall too far behind and it's all kaput.
Well, let's see how they're going to do as we move into the draft for game number 1 between RNG and JDG. Zoe, one of the top bans by RNG. They never really want to face it. Doesn't matter what team it is. They always take that away. But the Lilia ban is a bit surprising to see. I know Wei plays that a lot. Kanavi has also been playing this a ton, as opposed to the normal Udyr, Olaf, Hecarim. These two junglers have normally been going to Lilia as opposed to that.
Yeah, the Lilia being banned away, which has been a very common ban on the current patch. Lilia just an exceptionally strong jungler, but as you say, Udyr and Olaf both available. I quite like the Gragas ban. It's something Zoom's played a ton of. It's that weak side top laner, but it's also a flexible pick that can offer options for the team. Certainly, I mean, like, when you think about Lumap, he's not the kind of player that would shy away from going for the Gragas. A little surprised to see the Jace ban, but I can understand it. You know, Xiaohu, carry top laner, it's something that he can certainly pop off on. Kai'Sa available, Udyr available, Hecarim available, Olaf available, many first pickable champions available right now, and it's the Hecarim for Wei is the lock-in for RNG. JDG could just go for something like the bot lane 2v2 here if they want to start it off, or could go for the jungle instead, but I like the idea of going for the bot lane 2v2. You could always go for an Azir for Yagao.
I like that idea as well. Go for the bot lane. You don't really need to lock in the jungle. You know where Hecarim's going. Hold on to the jungle pick so that way you can get this ADC a bit early. Tristana, Kai'Sa, both of them have been left open, but they opt instead to go to the matchup that is always expected. Udyr, Hecarim, Olaf, that's the trifecta of junglers. Lilia kind of hanging out on the edge of that as well, but these are like the default ones that everyone falls back to, so I'm expecting ADCs to be picked up next.
Yeah, so Udyr and Alistar, and I don't hate picking the Udyr here because you're trying to figure out what matchup you're going into, right? They're basically saying to Gala and Ming, what style are you playing here? Because Gala plays Kai'Sa pretty much every game. Like, he has played other picks. We've seen his Xayah, we've seen his Aphelios, but Kai'Sa is far and away his most played champion, and certainly his best champion, at least, if not most played. But looking at what pick Ming will go for as well can allow Loken a bit more space on that AD carry pick, make sure he's going into a good matchup and just locking in the really strong support in that of the Alistar. It's going to be a Sion, though. Blind pick for the top lane here for Xiao.
I mean, it could be Flex, it could be Cryan playing it as well. We have seen a couple of Scions played, but I don't think that that is a Cryan champion. That is probably going to go topside. The Tristana is the trade here for JDG, but I'm really curious as to what the side of JDG are going to do to answer this Scion. Since Gnar is gone, Jace is gone, where normally you kind of want to have Zoom on a stack top lane and weak side top lane, but it's Scion. You're not really going to do anything anyways into this matchup, and Xiaohu's doing what you normally do.
Yeah, so Xiaohu on a tank makes me think RNG are changing things up for this game. I think RNG are basically saying, look, Zoom's going to be safe. Zoom is just going to chill at the top side. I honestly think maybe RNG ban away the Gangplank here, just to stop him having this sort of free in quotation marks laning phase for the Gangplank to scale up. I think maybe RNG are going to try and contest on this bottom side of the map instead. Rakan taken off the board here. So Orianna, very much a comfort pick for Cryan. The Azir still open and available. That could be the next pick for JDG. Perfectly safe to go for that blind in the mid lane. Obviously Zoe already banned away. The Orianna banned away as well. So I feel like Azir is kind of the premium, safe, wave clear mid lane available.
Well, Renekton is going to be the final ban for RNG. Yeah, I'm kind of looking towards the Azir. I'm also looking towards the Gangplank. JDG hovering this Twisted Fate, the rotating ability, the global that it adds, if they somehow are able to get Gangplank on top of that, that'd be impressive. They can move around the map and actually contest RNG on a lot of early objectives.
So they do have a 100% win rate with Twisted Fate right now. This is a pick that Yagao played a ton last year as well. This is not something that JDG are new to. Yagao being able to get around the map and find advantages through side lanes. I like it though. Like the reason that we were talking about the Azir is to be able to just get shove in mid and you know, handshake the mid lane and scale up. Instead of scaling up, he's handshaking the mid lane, still has that shove, but he can impact the game elsewhere early on. Get this Tristana ahead for Loken. And Zoom goes for this set as well. So very, very safe on the top side. Tank versus tank. Shouldn't be too much going on there, but Zoom can do very, very well into those tanks as the set does a really, really good job into those beefy frontliners. So this is, I actually really like this composition coming out from JDG, so long as Yagao gets out of that mid lane and gets proactive on the bottom side of the map.
There's a reason that Twisted Fate has been the most banned against JDG. It's what they've been able to do, as you mentioned, 100% win rate on this champion. They understand pretty much the level 6 mechanic. Once you get level 6, you're out of that lane. You're going elsewhere. You're trying to find what other leads you can get for your team. And putting Zoom onto the set actually has me really excited. Normally, weak side top lane, but set into Sion is a lot more favored towards set because he just likes to bully people in lane.
Yeah, we'll see how that top lane is going to go. I don't anticipate that being a huge focus of action, although, like, let's be honest, with these junglers, it wouldn't surprise me too much if we do have a couple of ganks. Like, Set can set up incredibly well for ganks in the top side, so it wouldn't be crazy to see at least a couple of ganks going that way, but we'll have to wait and see on that regard. I'm mostly looking towards the bottom side of the map. At minimum, we need to see Yagao moving around. He's very likely going to go for this Twisted Fate build that we're so regularly seeing with the Everfrost, with the Rapid Fire Cannon, and the Lich Bane. So it's all about picking people off, playing for those picks, getting to dragons way early to set up vision so that they can pick RNG apart before the fight ever begins.
And they're gonna try to see if they're gonna be able to beat them in that bot lane. JDG, RNG, let's get ready for the game. As we've loaded up, we're ready to get going for this first exciting matchup between RNG and JDG. I'm excited to see how they're going to be able to battle, especially around the bottom half of the map. Loken, Lumao want to be able to carry JDG, and they want to be able to have Yagao coming in there and helping them out in those early rotations.
I'm excited for this one because RNG a clear favorite coming into the series, and Gala especially on this Kai'Sa. This is very much a pick that he has excelled on this split, but this is not the classic for the side of RNG when you look at the way that they've built this composition. Like, Xiaohu's played a lot of Gnar for sure. He's played a bit of Gragas as well. It's not like he's not played any tanks in the top side. But when you think about Xiaohu succeeding this split, it's picks like the Tristana top, the Orianna top, the Syndra top, even the Camille's and the Lucians they've been like the standout picks for Xiaohu. So opting into this start, oh no. Oh god. You can't start the game like this, guys. Come on, way.
No. Well,
what a way to do it.
It happens. It happens. They are still going to be able to at least get something, but this gives a lot of priority over to Kanavian. I told you about this set into Sion. It's not needing any help from Kanavi. It's all about bullying tanks.
Yeah, I mean, that's not just down to the matchup either. That is Xiaohu simply disrespecting right there. 2v2, though.
Ooh, Lumao taking a lot of damage. Seems that Gala and Ming trying to get that early advantage utilizing this Leona. Look at that, just standing right in front of the minion saying, I dare you to come anywhere near to them.
Feels like the players are feeling fresh stepping onto the Rift today. We're getting a little bit of 2v2 action in the bot side. We get to see Zoom just absolutely bullying Xiaohu, who, let's be honest, took a disrespectful path into the lane. You know that you don't beat the set 1v1. Like, you know, especially at level 1. And Zoom punishing incredibly hard for that. We looked at the top lane stats. Zoom is all about that individual lead that he's able to find for himself and already kicking that off with a bang.
No, I doubt there's really going to be anything to change that, unless you have Wei visiting that top side. But as we saw, unfortunately, a bit of a rough start. This is going to give Kanavi such a massive lead to be able to utilize this Udyr to constantly pressure Hecarim. If Hecarim even falls a smidgen behind Udyr, he will constantly be able to beat him to the punch on every objective.
Look at this, Kanavi moving up towards the top side. Xiaohu's still level 2. This is bad news bears for Xiaohu.
They're just going to utilize that Haymaker shield to be able to flash away. And look at the damage. Look at that play from Kanavi. It is a 1 first blood for Kanavi. Zoom not even close, baby.
Not even close. Cool guys though, look at explosions as he just waltzes away from the tower. Nicely done by JDG. And it turns out it's Xiaohu who's the weak side top laner. It's Xiaohu that's getting dived. Xiaohu is getting a taste of his own medicine right here at the top side.
Ooh, but the 2v2 bot lane, Ming at least getting the rocket jump out of Loken. But it is interesting to see this change for RNG, normally having such a strong top side. It seems more, though, it is going to be about Gala and Ming, them trying to be able to carve out advantages, and having Xiaohu default back to the weak side, defaulting back to the frontline member that is only going to be there to absorb damage for them.
So I want to quickly address the compositions holistically here and what we should be expecting from our two teams as we move forward in this game. And on the side of JDG, I've said it most games so far today, with an Udyr on your side, you should be looking towards the Drakes, especially with the Twisted Fate in that mid lane you can just shove out. And the same in the bot side. With Alistair Tristana, you're able to get push, you're able to get priority on the bottom side of the map, so they should be able to look towards Drakes. Yagao, it's getting close to going down here. Good trade from Brian.
Now, Grind was able to get a lot of damage back. And, oh, Xiaohu, you can't push out the wave like this. It doesn't matter if you think that Wei is nearby. You're going to just get chased down by Kanavi. Even with Wei getting a lot of damage, it's going to be the solo kill gifted over to Kanavi, trying to be able to get away from the zombie form. And keep in mind, Zoom didn't even bother to join in. He's like, you've got this, right, bro?
Yeah, Zoom's much more worried about the state of his wave right now and where he's holding this in the lane. This is brutal for Xiaohu. That's his second death. Does not have TP. The wave is going to be frozen there for a little while. I think it should slowly push out now, but even still, it'll be a lot of CS denied by Zoom here. That is a rough situation for Xiaohu to be in, falling massively behind. And now, you can see, Dragon is onto the map, Lumao, moving into the enemy jungle, making sure to get some deep vision as early as possible before the resets. See, Ming is going to be resetting right now. With the push in mid, with the push in bot, JDG should be favorites to go for early Drakes, but Kanavi, he just wants to ruin Xiaohu's day.
Uh-oh, be careful though. Wei is nearby. Oh, this is why they have Destiny. They've opened up the gate. They noticed that Wei is there, and so they're gonna disengage that one pretty easily. And that's the nice thing about Destiny, Kate. Once you see everyone on the map, you know whether or not that play is gonna be successful before even teleporting.
And here's the thing, right? We said we needed Yagao at level 6 to get out onto these side lanes and see what he's going to be doing. Clearly, they telegraphed to us that they're trying to make a play towards the top side, but even if they don't make the play, they force Wei to play towards that side of the map. Now Kanavi can just go to the bottom side. That priority still was very much in favor of the bot laners for JDG, but 2v2 going on. Wei is over at the Crooks as well.
Uh-oh. That's a lot of damage on the Lumao. He had a flash coming in from Gala, trying to be able to get the 2v2 kill, even getting cleansed to be able to get rid of that ignite immediately. Not wanting to worry about any trade back if Kanavi was in the area, but Kanavi's busy. He wanted the dragon.
Yeah. I was expecting Wei to get involved on the bot side. I was expecting maybe a contest over the Drake. They just wanted a 2v2. Gala gets himself the kill there. Very nicely done. And so JDG do get that early trait. They're able to use the Destiny well to find themselves advantages in the top side. But Gala and Ming step up. This is the quote-unquote weak side bot lane that we always talk about. How they're usually quite passive. Usually they're letting Xiaohu lead the charge. But this time around, they turn it on its head. And with Zoom in the game, they decided, you know what, Xiaohu? You're on your own this time. Let's play for Gala and Ming.
I like that. It's the smart plays that we expect from RNG. Changing up the strategies, trying to figure out their opponents and what they normally play to be able to beat them in a separate game. And having Gala and Ming be these people to be able to have a 2v2 advantage that normally is not there. Normally it's Loken Lumao that is constantly played around by Kanavi. Well, suddenly you've lost that option for JDG, where they might have to go back to the drawing board, maybe try to see if they can Yagao to be able to be the one that they actually want to play around.
I wasn't sure if Lumao was going to go for the Hex Splash plate into the mid lane there, but he's just going to back away. Now, we're getting to the point in the game where blue buffs are coming in and a couple of items should come either side. It will be Cryan that's able to get some push advantages in that mid lane. It's not as easy for Yagao to just shove the wave and get out onto the sidelines. But all he needs to do is at least neutralize the lane so that he can get elsewhere on the map. But RNG able to grab themselves the Herald. Zoom had to reset, I believe, so they're able to at least do that one.
So
and
much.
now over towards the bot side as Scala returns.
I was going to say, I really like so far what JDG have done in this early game, being able to play around the top side. But it does feel like they're leaving Loken and Lumao out too much. And should we expect to see Kanavi suddenly shifting now that they've gotten a pretty good advantage for Zoom in the top lane towards that bot lane?
I would love to see exactly, because when you look at that composition, there is no damage except for Loken. Like, obviously, Yagao's going to do some damage, but realistically, he's there as a utility mid laner. He's there to set the play up. Loken is the guy that has to carry this team. So sure, you've got an advantage for Zoom. It's a huge advantage, but now we need to see that lead transitioned elsewhere. It's lucky that Kanavi got both of the kills, because it means that he can very aggressively transition that lead elsewhere on the map now.
Especially because Zoom is going to be building the typical set build where you get that stride breaker to be able to dash in a bit easier so you can get range for the base breaker, all that jazz. That's pretty standard. And having a tank with that much gold isn't really the best. You always want to be able to put it on someone who's going to be able to help out a bit more elsewhere. But I like this. They were able to try to go for the Destiny Gate play onto Xiaohu. Having Kanavi on the other side, they are punishing poor Xiaohu, saying, don't ever play weak side again.
Yeah, but Wei is here to answer on the bottom side of the map. They've got a Rift Herald to work with. Solar Flare.
They might just have to give up Lumao on this one. He's pretty much a dead cow. Let him be made of mincemeat. Give the kill over to Gala, because that wouldn't be a good fight to have back.
So now onto the bot lane tower. Gala can clear those waves. I don't know if they'll be able to actually finish the tower off. They need to get at least a couple of plates here. I mean, we're doing the picture-in-picture. There's no way that Zoom wins this race. Not against the Rift Herald.
I believe in you.
They'll be able to drop this one down.
I believe in him.
That final plate is just too damn tanky, man.
You just gotta believe, Munch. Come on. You gotta give him the chance. Look at this. It's so close. Come on. Keep punching it. You got this. Oh, he might have it. You see, you
Oh my God, he
believe.
did it.
Believe.
All right, Zoom, I take it back, man. He's too damn good at the game. They gave him 19 ganks in the first 4 minutes of the game, and it turns out he's real big right now. Able to take that down, finishes the Stride Breaker, gets the first tower of the game, and also gets that solo goal. So Zoom is monstrously huge, but now JDG, they've got to make things happen on the bottom side of the map. Because yes,
agreed,
Zoom is big, but Loken is falling behind. He's pretty much your only source of damage. And look at the composition that RNG have. They have so much dive with Wei, with the Leona, as well as Gala on this Kai'Sa. If they can find Loken out of position, they will just jump straight at him and one-shot him. So now, JDG, you need to start playing towards Loken. You need to set your AD carry up for success.
It's one of those compositions that I always like to dub the submarine comp, where every element of it can dive into the backline. Even Azir, who's normally someone who wants to be in the backline, he's easily able to get on top of Yagao and Loken.
Well, the submarine comp is that's Twitch Shen, right? Isn't
Well,
that
yeah,
very
it's where it
specifically
really
Twitch
stems from, but this is still a similar idea.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. They are diving. They're definitely diving, so I can't criticize that. But I remember that one being specifically
it was
called the thing. Hang on. Drake's up, though. And we're going to see the two teams sort of grouping for this one. You can see Zoom moving down on your map as well. We could have a 5v5 on our hands, and let's be honest, with a Twisted Fate, 5v5 straight up is not JDG's big comfort zone.
No, but
actually, it
Kanavi
looks like
does
Gala's
have that
gonna
Frostfire Gauntlet, and that makes it a lot harder to be able to kill this Udyr, especially in the mid game, since you're still working on being able to complete that Mythic for Gala, the one with 2 kills, the one you put so many of your resources in. It was a smart call from RNG not to try to fight that one, purely for the fact that you probably wouldn't have been able to get through the tanks.
So another Drake now for JDG. We talked about with this Udyr, with this Twist of Fate, they needed to focus on those early, and they will be able to get 2 back-to-back. It's an Infernal Soul as well, so we were talking about how maybe JDG's comp lacks damage. Not with an Infernal Soul, it does. So if they can grab that one for themselves, they'll be in a much better position. And, you know, that pick potential from the Twist of Fate only gets bigger. But I want to see JDG now. I've said it about 6 times. Go to the bot lane, get this tower broken down, get Loken set up for success.
One day, Munch, they'll listen to you. One day. I don't know what day that is, but one day.
I think the key thing, though, is... Oh, hang on, Zoom.
Oh, here we go. I like this, but there's a lot of damage put onto Yagao. It's still a good drawback in onto Ming to be able to punish him and bully him around, so you have 3 kills onto Kanavi.
All right, a nice pickup here for JDG, but ultimately still focusing towards the top side of the map. I want to see them try and finish off the tier 1s in the other lanes now. Open this map up, because when you look at a Twisted Fate and a set in the composition, Yagao really wants to go for this. Okay, Crime's fine. When you look at Twisted Fate and set in a composition, you have really, really good 1-3-1. Because Set obviously can just run between the lanes, no worries. He's pretty quick. But Twisted Fate with that Destiny can be in a side lane, get over to the rest of the team very, very quickly. Whereas this is Zir not as able to just fly around the map in the same way. So there's a lot of opportunity there for JDG to play the map beautifully in the mid game and the late game if they're able to just open this map up first.
And that's what I want to see them try to do. Try to be able to continue to open up the map. Try to be able to find those picks you were talking about with Yagao. He's still waiting to be able to get that Destiny Gate back up. It's only halfway through its cooldown, but having Everfrost completed is going to be a nice touch to try to see if you can pick off someone like Gala, who's not going to be able to get away too easily. Sure, you have Cleanse to be able to try to see if you can escape from Yagao's clutches, but you can only cleanse so many things. There's a lot of point and click to be able to kill him, especially if you have a rotation like we see that JDG are trying to set up around this Rift Herald.
RNG contesting this one as well, and should be able to get that. Zoom going to trade it in the bot side, and do you know what? It's a Herald. What does a Herald translate to? A tower. So, Zoom's like, I've already got a tower. No worries. You guys can have the Herald. We'll just focus on the Drake in 2 minutes time. We'll focus on opening this map up. Like we said, this is exactly what they want to do. Look at where they are on the map right now. Yagao in the top side, Zoom on the bottom side, and then your 3 core members in the mid lane. This is exactly how JDG need to play to open this map up. And guess what? If you get these side laners with push priority, you can suddenly find yourselves with a man advantage in the mid lane and go for a dive onto Crime.
And remember how I was talking about, you know, easy to execute compositions front to back? Well, sure, there's the dive potential out of RNG. If you look at it holistically, more likely than not, it's a front to back composition with the meatballs up front, the carries in the back. The great thing to counter that is never fighting it. You stick to what you were talking about, the 1-3-1, putting people in side lanes, and it seems that RNG weren't ready for that. They weren't expecting anyone to try to go for the style. This is great from JDG.
The key thing for RNG is that while this composition is looking really good for JDG right now, if RNG ever managed to wrestle tempo away from JDG, if they ever managed to be the team that's leading the charge on what towers they're going for, that's not a fight though.
I don't know if they want to start that fight. They didn't have the proper positioning. Look at Cryan, he doesn't have that TP to be able to join in. That could have been devastating had JDG been the ones to commit fully for it.
Yeah, so JDG able to step in with the man advantage there, trying to brute force their way onto the map. You can see last second reset here for, I'm not sure who that was. I think it was Kanavi, because Drake's coming up in 40 seconds. So JDG need to be grouping up. This will be sole point. RNG, they've got a good 5v5. They've got a good dive. They need to shut down Loken during this fight. Whereas, you know, Kanavi and Zoom, they are pretty massive at this point in the game. So it might be difficult to get past this front line.
The big boys are going to punch some faces. That's what they're going to do. They are going to look for Gala and punch him in the face a bunch. That is all they have to do. As long as they can take out Kai'Sa, honestly, that's a lot of the lead that RNG have been able to get gone.
So TP's available on both sides here. RNG grouping up in the mid lane. As JDG have position for the Drake right now, but all 5 members are here for RNG. Yagao moving down, has Destiny.
I didn't like that position from Lumao. It looked a bit bad. He took a lot of damage on that, but Kanavi still trying to hold on to this flank angle. Has a 2-level lead over Wei, so might be able to have this fight. Getting Soul Point would be nice, but you don't want to lose too much. Gal on the other side, just to distract, just to be able to have another angle. They're trying to split up RNG, so they can't ever have that front-to-back comp. But you got to be careful that people are jumping onto Loken. He's able to get away just for now, but there's a lot of damage. Zoom here, he's got the slam down. He needed to, but they got Gala away still. Now they have the kill on the way. Xiaohu, the next target. They've got Loken in the position to be able to get the resets on top, right on to Krine. They've taken down RNG, even if Gala was able to take one with them. It's not going to be so great. Well, Ming gets the Portal Combat on the other side. Kanavi says, thank you, I'll take my soul points.
Lumao, you beautiful man. A 4-man pulverized from him in the fight. JDG, it looked so bad to start off with. They were all in different directions. They were spread out. I thought it was just going to be a 5v3 before the rest of the team could arrive. But Lumao, by so much time for their squad, they're able to divide and conquer during this fight, and in these smaller skirmishes within the fight, they're able to come out on top. Let's take a bit of a closer look at what actually happened, because we see the hard engage coming out here, the onslaught shadows across the squad, but Loken survives, and that's what we said. Keep your eyes on Loken. Lumao flashes in, gets everyone, and the Emperor's Divide just doesn't do enough damage at this point in the game. Knocked away with the Buster shot is Krine. You can see both carries from RNG just zoned away on the top side of the map. And then Loken's like, all right, time to move in. Yagao's here. Time to finish everyone off.
And with that, getting the ace, getting themselves within Soul Point, that is a huge shift of gold that they've now gotten over RNG, taking down that tier 1 mid on top of everything else, icing on the cake for JDG. They're scaled up in this perfect position to be able to consistently bully around RNG. And here, we do see that Rift Herald was popped mid lane to get a lot of damage, but it wasn't able to secure the turret, which means that JDG have that tempo advantage because they can now go and take RNG's jungle free.
They can move in and grab some of that jungle. Once again, we can set with the 1-3-1. We talked about this before. This is perfect for JDG, right? Zoom just sits to the bottom side. Doesn't actually have his TP available right now, so maybe needs to move over, because Xiaohu does. We've got to fight from RNG.
There looks like there's a lot of damage on Kanavi, but he's still alive. He's difficult to be able to kill. Xiaohu kind of trying to see if he can position to be able to take down Lumao. He's not as tanky as he would like to be, and Zoom was never able to get into the fight in the first place. So RNG trying to kite back with Kanavi pretty low. They've at least forced away JDG from being able to continue to harass their base and their jungle.
Yeah, only 2 ults used as well by RNG, and I think JDG realizing that actually they don't have an opportunity to re-engage that one. Still had the Scion ult, still had both Azir and Kai'Sa ults as well. So nicely done by RNG to find a pick. And it's exactly what we were just alluding to, right? Zoom was on the bottom side of the map, didn't have TP available. Xiaohu had that TP advantage, so he's able to get into that fight, forces the 5v4 in favor of RNG. Now JDG, once again, they do have this gold lead. They have the advantage with the Dragons, but if they start to lose control of the game, it'll be very difficult for them to get back on top. When you look at the AD carriers right now, Gala is miles ahead of Logan. He is a full legendary item up on his counterpart. Gala in these fights on the Kai'Sa, if he's able to find his targets, if the team can protect him, he will take over.
And that's going to be the name of the game for RNG, is getting Gala in that position to be able to take over. But as long as you can see another fight like how JDG were able to find before with Zoom on set to have that flank, there is always the option for the continued pick out of JDG, but it seems like those options are going to get fewer and far between.
So Baron now, the call for RNG as they contest vision a little bit here. Difficult for them to really commit. Zoom on the flank, though. If he can find a good ult onto someone like Gala, Cleanse is available, but Flash isn't.
They're really far out here, too. Destiny Gate open. Gold card onto Gala. Cleanse immediately. Here's the showstopper and jumping into the backline, trying to get on top of Gala. Going to be able to have the Emperor's Divide to be able to cut them to pieces. JDG are split. Zoom is dead, and they can continue to chase on to JDG, getting the slow and knock up onto Loki. Cleanse a little bit too late. They continue to try to press and take down Loken because they know without this carry, JDG don't have a fight.
This is beautiful from RNG. They acknowledge that they can win the 5v5, and JDG, for some reason, opt straight into it. They try and find a pick onto Gala. The gold card goes in, but the cleanse was available, so Gala can then just Killer Instinct to the back of the fight, keep himself safe, crying with a great Emperor's Divide as well. Now Yagao wants to contest.
Trying his best to be able to contest, but it's the kill for Gala, and Baron is not low enough for Kanavi to be able to get in. He had to flash out of there, so that is going to be RNG securing Baron and pushing off JDG.
This was beautiful from RNG. Brute forcing a fight, and once again, Gala surviving. Take a look at this. So, in with the Destiny. Gold card onto Gala. He has cleanse, so he can walk away. Then Set comes in. I was worried, but the Killer Instinct, and he's headbutted away by Lumao. After that beautiful Alistair play that we saw earlier, I thought that was a Killer Instinct out of the fight. That was a mess up from Lumao. Really unfortunate play there from JDG. And it does mean the RNG win out that fight. That tiny little interaction might be everything. Now into the 5v5.
They feel a bit more confident now to start off fights themselves. They feel like they can flex their muscle a bit around this dragon to deny the Infernal Soul from JDG, who would love to be able to get their hands and their mitts onto it, but it's the Smite secure for Wei. JDG are a bit split in this fight. I'm still trying to see if they can disengage. Wei doesn't want to let them go too easily. Lumao using a minion to try to be able to disengage for the time being with the Unchained broken. Unfortunately, not going to be able to have enough to be able to defend this tier 1 turret. It's so low that they have to bail completely.
And you know, we talked about earlier, if JDG lose control of this game, it's going to be very difficult to get back. Well, with the Baron in their pockets, RNG now can go wherever they please on the map. They no longer have this 1-3-1 threat against them. While ever they have Baron, they will have pressure in those side lanes. Just the Baron alone will do that for you. So now RNG are in this fantastic position where they can control the side lanes. They can control the state of the map. And suddenly, now it's down to JDG trying to get creative, trying to find a pick in a side lane and force something somewhere on the map. But the question is, will they be able to do it quickly enough that RNG can't answer elsewhere? This is the smartest team in the LPL we're talking about.
And didn't we even say that these picks are going to get fewer and far between for JDG? Even Zoom is no longer safe to be able to push out like he once was. He's easy pickings for the side of RNG. Ming's already there to be able to cut off his retreat. You're not as tanky as you once thought.
So now JDG trying to answer elsewhere on the map. Gala will be able to clear this wave, but the minion wave isn't there yet, so they can't get straight onto the tier 2. Cryon can clear in the mid wave. JDG can go up to the tier 2 in the top side of the map, perhaps.
It does seem that they're going to fall back instead. I think that for JDG, that it was a nice attempt from them, but without Zoom, they're so afraid that Xiaohu's going to flank them and be able to cut their retreat off, where they'd be easy to be able to annihilate for RNG, and that would be the game right off of that.
So we reset here. 3 minutes until that Infernal Drake comes up, and RNG finally in control of the game. They have been struggling to take control of what's happening in this game the entire time, but off the back of all of this action, they're finally in charge. And look at the items quickly. QSS there for Gala, as well as his cleanse, so he's even harder to lock down than he was before, and he's on 3 items plus a BF sword. You've got an Azir for Cryon that's now hit that 3-item mark. He is massive in this game. And when we get to that next Baron, by the way, RNG can just pull the trigger and just basically one-shot a Baron if JDG are out of position. Now it comes down to JDG. Are you creative enough? Are you able to find a way to play the map that RNG can't outdo?
Once touted as the smartest team, this would be the time to prove that they are still an incredibly smart team. Find that creative pathing to be able to punish RNG. They're able to at least get themselves a tier 2 in the bot lane to get more gold influx. They still, in fact, have a gold lead over RNG, but it's where the gold is that really matters. You already mentioned Gala having such a huge lead. Loken, the player they normally play around for JDG, has kind of been left out to dry still.
So Zoom is able to shove out on the top side. Zoom does have his teleport available. Drake up in a minute and a half. That's really what we've got to focus on here. And so much of this Drake fight is going to be about how these two teams are controlling the lanes leading up to that. RNG right now are the stronger team in a straight up 5v5, but what JDG want to do is find themselves presence in these side lanes. Now that the Baron is gone, they can try and set up that 1-3-1 again and then rotate in towards the Dragon. If they can get some deep vision, look for a pick with Yagao. Problem is, it's going to be difficult to find that pick. The target has to be Cryin. Doesn't have a Zhonya's, has no way to cleanse off a gold card like Gala can. If they can find a pick onto Cryin, maybe they can make something happen.
Maybe, but I'm still worried because if you're not focusing Gala, he's 7-1. This Kai'Sa is scary right now. She's going to destroy your entire team. Sure, it's the collector build, the older Kai'Sa build that we've seen somewhat replaced in sometimes, but it's gonna have a lot of damage. Your team's not really that tanky to survive her, especially when she's ahead.
And I think there's a really important thing about the itemization here. Not just about Kai'Sa, but look at the other side as well. Loken, he's had to go into early armor pen because... hang on, we got to fight.
Yeah, it looks like Kanavi. He's pretty tanky, but Xiaohu on the other side was able to split up the fight for now. Lu Mao still waiting to be able to rotate, and Ming took a lot of damage from this entire time. They're able to at least get the cleanse out of Gala. There's going to be a long cooldown. JDG can try to punish it.
Yeah, that's huge, actually. Getting the cleanse before this fight. Dragon is coming up. Yagao's behind the enemy team. If they can shut down really Gala or Cryin, they can win the fight.
They got a lot of damage on the way. Trying to jump into the backline. Emperor's Divide to disengage for now. But they still have Kanavi flashing away from Wei. Getting a lot of damage on Ming, but they're able to get the Zenith Blade. And Gala's trying to see if they can follow it up. He's still
on the Drake.
Getting the knock-up, but it's the Drake. They're trying to just get the soul for themselves while Zoom is doing his damnedest in the backline to keep them all disengaged. He tried to get the Stridebreaker away towards the team, but they're trying to dive in with Cryin. And look at Loken. Loken's damage finally coming online. They're taking down RNG. They've got the soul they need, and somehow JDG clawed back.
And Loken going with the early Lord Dominic's regard. He has the armor pen. He can shred through Xiaohu through Wei. And guess what? Baron just spawned as well. Gala's the only one on the map from RNG. He cannot contest this in any way. Now with an Infernal Soul, with a Baron as well, this feels like JDG are poised to take game one.
And you were big brain on that one. They didn't need to focus Gala. They got Cryin. They got Ming. The engage potential out of RNG was taken out of the equation. So JDG not only got themselves the soul, they get Baron on top of it. It's Kanavi soloed it out.
Just a quick moment there. They wait for the respawn on Yagao as well before taking the Baron. No rush on that one. Make sure every member has got it. You love to see it. But another look at this fight quickly because they go in. RNG know that they have to commit, but they overcommit on the top side. JDG just buy time. The whole time Loken is just hitting the Drake. Kanavi's there as well. They smite the Drake out, and then it's like, okay, well, Loken, our only damage source anyway, is still full health, able to flash away from Cryin, and just starts bopping people. He has so much damage at this point in the game. He's able to just shred everyone. Grabs himself a BF sword off the back of that fight, as well as finishing his boots, and got a stopwatch, importantly. So if he's ever caught out by Cryin, he's able to keep himself alive for a second.
Can we also applaud Zoom in that one? What was that, 4 members of RNG that he was able to distract and survive? It was nuts out of JDG.
Man, Zoom's set is something else. Like, when you think back to the kind of prime of set top, it was when Zoom was in his prime as well. We got to fight though. He's caught out this time.
He's got a big shield from the Haymaker. Showstopper to try to draw back in and survive again. It was Ignite ticking on the other side. Cryin is split up, but look at the damage onto Xiaohu. They want to see if they can at least get rid of the tank with Cryin taking a little bit of damage from the brunt of everybody. But it seems like RNG will be able to disengage all the while. JDG are more than happy. They still have Baron.
Yeah, you think you've got to pick onto Zoom, but he's completely invincible. You just can't kill him. There is no such thing as a pick onto Zoom at this point. You're just starting a fight. So now into the mid lane they go. The 1-3-1 that we talked about is so exceptionally strong, especially with a Baron for JDG. You just sit Loken with Luma, with Kanavi in the mid lane. They're even sending Zoom down there as well, just to make sure RNG can't force this fight.
Oh, they're forcing it on the side of JDG instead. They got the pick onto Cryin. They still have the damage they need to with the turret gone. Ming next on the docket, double kill coming in from Loken. They might continue with a knock-up onto Xiaohu, getting a lot of damage coming in from Loken. Gets hit by the decimating smash with Gala into the backline, but the
Gala?
last shot was able to at least keep him at bay for now. Jump back in on top of Gala, having themselves an unofficial triple with the ace. That is JDG taking down RNG, trying to reclaim their title as the smartest team in the LPL.
JDG feel like they might be back. A game win against RNG is a big underdog in this series, and such an intelligent way to do it as well. The 1-3-1 pick comp out of JDG, they pull it off beautifully, and they get themselves an incredible game win.
It was a bit messy there in the mid game. It seemed like RNG had figured out the strategy. They found the fights they needed to claw it away from JDG until we had the split fights where it was JDG finding the picks they needed to. Zoom as well on that set. It was beautiful to see.
Yeah, really, really great stuff coming out from Zoom on the set, as you'd expect, right? Like I tried to sneak this in the game, didn't have time between the fights, but when you think about Set's prime time as a champion, it was that top lane set last year. That's exactly when Zoom was considered one of, if not the best top laner in the entire world. This guy is an insane talent in the top lane. We were hyping him up coming into the game, and he is still proving exactly that. On the other side, though, Xiaohu in these team fights is having a really hard time on Sion. Not really able to zone the carries in the way that you need from your front line. Kind of just being a meat shield, with, you know, that's fine to an extent, but when you're against some of the other top teams in the LPL, it's not quite going to be good enough. So Xiaohu maybe needs to be pushed back onto these carry top laners, because this tank really didn't feel like good for him. And RNG, when they're playing towards the opposite side of the map, didn't feel like they could control the game pace in the same way that we've seen from them across the course of this split.
It was really interesting, wasn't it? We saw two different styles from each of the teams. We saw RNG trying to play around the bottom side of the map, trying to see if they could rely on Gala and Ming, with Xiaohu on the weak side. But JDG answered it by playing towards Zoom, and the damage graphs were interesting, because, like I said before, it seemed as though RNG were going to be able to have the team fight prowess that we expected, and the picks weren't working for JDG, until they found the perfect fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is a perfect example of how this composition operates for JDG, where you essentially have a Tristana and 4 tools that all have CC that will enable Tristana, right? You've got Tristana, 3 bouncers, and his mate that slings cards occasionally. Like, it's all about finding the picks. It's all about setting Loken up to be the big carry. And yes, Cryan is going to top damage chart because he's playing Azir, and he had a Wit's End and a Leandris, so he's going to be able to just burn because these tanks are all huge. But ultimately, the game was very well played by JDG. RNG did find the one fight at about, I think it was 24, 23 minutes, something like that, where they almost turn everything around on its head, managed to get the Baron. Started to look really dicey for JDG, but JDG played the game very, very well. They played the map well, didn't allow RNG to take complete control back, and then reset into that 1-3-1, reset into being able to look for picks and to be able to stop the RNG carries being able to show up in these fights.
I also did like how they were able to play around a lot of those early dragons. Getting themselves in that position for an early soul point kind of forced RNG to play constantly into their hands that allowed them to look for multiple pick potentials. I talked about how there's a few windows that they could find, and that was one of them.
Yeah, they were able to force the hand of RNG, right? Force them to play against them in these early fights. And when you've got like an Azir on your roster, generally speaking, you want to try and play for the later stages of the game, but accelerating that pace was definitely the way forward for for JDG, sorry.
Great stuff from JDG to take Game 1 over RNG. We'll see if RNG can fire back in Game 2 or if JDG can get an upset with a 2-0 over the #1 team in the LPL. We'll find out after a short break.
The beating of war drums thunders across the battlefield. Gnar leaps into the air with an insatiable rage, dominating his enemies.
We're doing this again. It's oh my god! Everyone goes into the wall, drop down. RNG!
Old dynasties awaken, slaying their foes to take back their throne.
They won't quite just get it, but a Magnet Storm is insane! On top of the lilting lullaby, that was beautiful!
anything. At least you get one kill trade it back. But look at this Jinx. Look at this pop off. And it's RNG wiping the floor.
When Destiny sends a gold card their way, time itself will freeze over.
Here we go. They're going again. Gold card and his double knockup as well.
A brotherhood of champions is reunited, finding their recovery through defying the odds.
He's like, please guys, let's focus on the objective. Lumao in with a huge 5-man magnetic door, just ripping apart the side of East Dark.
Got themselves into a choke. Konami's flashing forward. Rocket jumps again. It is like playing Mario Party here. We got Goomba stops left and right.
No victor can be declared until the war is over. Fight with every fiber of your being, for only the fearless shall prevail.
It's like most of the time you play on my mind. Am I enough? Am I enough? Are you in or out? Just tell me right now. Am I enough? Ooh, am I enough? And now I'm waiting for you to make your move, but I don't know if I can wait. It's like I'm on the emotion overload. I don't know how much more I can take. Out my mind, you got me going. Out on my mind, I'm trying to hide it. I'm waiting around too long, and I'll be gone. I'm waiting, I'll wait around for long. Don't need you to lie, just make up your mind. Am I enough? Ooh, am I enough? Don't need all the hype, just say I'm your type. Am I enough? Ooh, am I enough? And now I'm waiting for you to make your move, but I don't know if I can wait. It's like I'm on the emotion overload. I don't know how much more I can take. Out my mind, you got me going. Out on my mind, I'm trying to hide it. I'll wait around too long, and I'll be gone. I'm waiting, I'll wait around for long. I won't wait, no. I won't wait, no. I won't wait, no. No, 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 no. Out my mind, you got me going. Out on my mind, I'm trying to hide it. I'll wait around too long, and I'll be gone. I'm waiting, I'll wait around for long.
RNG 的沙尔其实挺厉害，然后他们玩的也是很凶的。他们能赢的时候，每次都上去打对面人，然后他们要发育的时候，每次都就不会死，玩的挺好的一个沙尔的。RNG 最近是比较看上野的一个队嘛，先上野要打得好，然后沙尔肯定是就2打2的，沙尔2打也是肯定是要打得好才能赢 RNG。
Welcome back. We saw a great game out of JDG in game 1, and you heard it from them as well, that they normally are playing so strong towards this bottom lane. And you see how even with RNG, where they're like, yeah, you know, they're pretty good in the 2v2 bot lane. Gauntlet's pretty strong, but we can take them on. We know we can beat them since normally RNG are playing so heavily topside.
Yeah, and it's interesting that we didn't really see that in game number 1 from RNG. They weren't really playing to the top side in the same way that we used to. JDG, on the other hand, very much were. Really, really great topside play, and setting up Zoom to be kind of a pseudo carry, at least in the early game, setting him up with a huge amount of gold so he could really make his presence known on this set.
Right, and that's honestly why he's the MVP of that game. They set him up with set, and the puns there, to be able to just dominate, and his team fight prowess was immaculate. I keep talking about the one fight around the dragon where it was him being able to deal with 4 members of RNG by himself.
I think this is exactly that fight, to be honest, as you see. I mean, Loom out, the 4-man pulverized, that was just beautiful. But then, yeah, you see Zoom just on the backline doing a lot of work. It was the flanks, really, that across the course of this game, I think were really exceptional from Zoom. I'm hoping we get one of the fights from later on in the game where he was able to get one of those big flanks off a big showstopper. Here we go. This is, yeah, so Zoom able to just jump forwards in the fight and able to buy a lot of time. I think this is actually after the play that Zoom had made.
Oh, no, it's about to happen. There it is.
Oh, yeah. So here it is. He goes in with the showstopper, buys so much time while his team is doing Drake, by the way, then gets out with the stride breaker. Beautiful to see. And it sets up Logan then to carry the rest of the fight, the rest of the game, and playing through the Infernal Soul. Really, really great stuff from JDG. Now back to the drawing board a little bit for RNG. I feel like we got to see a carry of the top lane. We've got to see Xiao on something where he can really influence the lane.
That's what I was going to say. It felt a little odd out of RNG. It was not their normal playbook that we saw in game 1 against JDG. Them trying something a bit new. They have, you know, they've played Sion top lane for Xiaohu before, but it's not something that we're expecting for them.
I think the thing is, it's not a lane bully, right? When we look at the way that RNG have really succeeded in the majority of their wins this split, it's been when Xiaohu's on a lane bully. Like, even the Gnar in a lot of matchups is a bully against other tanks and things like this. So I feel like not having Xiaohu on something where he can actively win the lane by himself makes it a lot more difficult for the whole team of RNG to operate with the way that they have been playing the game more recently. But also being against Zoom. Zoom is just exceptionally good in the 1v1. He's like, even if we see no junglers going towards the top side, even in a matchup that's favored for Xiaohu, I'm still kind of leaning towards Zoom. That's how good this guy is in the top side. So it feels like JDG will be on red side once again. They probably just allow that counter pick for Zoom at the top side once again and play towards him.
Seriously, that's honestly all they have to do. It's just give Zoom whatever he wants top lane to be able to have his own kingdom. Sure, we might see Wei play a bit more towards the top side of this game, just to be able to try to control Zoom, but he is more than adept at being able to deal with it and be able to fight back pretty well. We've seen that he has one of the best CSs at 15 because he can absorb so much for the team. So going into this draft, I'm really curious to see what RNG are going to try to do to contain him.
You never would have guessed that coming into this series, 2 bans would have been thrown at Yaga, would you? But here we are. And the Jace going to be banned away from Xiaohu once again. Immediate Gragas lock-in here. Could be a flex pick, but very possible that that's going to be going up towards the top side. But over to JDG now. They have their pick of the litter with the top junglers right now. Same with engaged supports. Same with AD carries. They can pick pretty much whatever they want. I'd like something like the Kai'Sa, maybe a Kai'Sa in the jungler.
See, I was wondering if Kai'Sa or Tristana, one of the two, you know, both of them being open, both of them being really strong.
True,
and
yeah.
I feel like with the jungle too, having the pick of the litter is just making this so much easier for JDG.
The Gragas, definitely a high priority pick here for RNG, and it's something that we haven't really been seeing first picked anywhere near as often recently. But instead of going for the AD carry, JDG decide that they want to lock in this support structure first, right? Kanavi gets the Hecarim. We get Lumao on this Alistar, looked amazing. game number 1 of this series. You have your engage tools locked in now. You have your way to get these fights going. The question is, what carries do you want to set up in these fights?
We're getting some typical picks outside of everything else. We're getting Udyr, Kai'Sa, Gragas. I'm even wondering if it's not even going to be for Xiao, it's going to be for main bot lane, just because that is something that they have gone back to. Even outside of, like, as you mentioned, where Gragas has kind of fallen off, it's still got all that adaptability of where it can go for RNG. That's got JDG probably questioning a bit of what they want to be able to draft for themselves.
Yeah, so JDG so far, a lot of dive, right? A lot of all-in potential coming out from the squad. RNG on the other side, fairly similar, right? With the Udyr and the Kai'Sa, you can definitely just kind of run at them. But up in the top side, this Gragas, a lot of disengage, a lot of front line there. As 2 more bans go towards Cryin here. And it's RNG trying to ban away top laners that maybe will do well into that Gragas. So something like Renekton still available as well. The Gragas has typically done pretty well into the Renekton.
Well, the picks I'm really looking at are stuff that Zoom likes to play too. So not only is that Renekton left open, being one of his most played this split, but that Aatrox too, that was banned previously. So I'm wondering what JDG are going to draft for themselves. Probably the Renekton since it's open, right?
I feel like getting a priority mid laner is really good here. I'm a little surprised to see the Victor, I'm not going to lie. I would have expected maybe the Azir there, because Victor's not really a pick that you think of Yagao with. It's not something he's played a ton of this split. Azir was open. It's his tied most played mid laner. But does go for the Victor instead. So still a lot of scaling, a lot of just push in the mid lane, a lot of wave clear. Kind of ticks a lot of the same boxes as the Azir, but huge amount of burst damage as well. So a lot of follow-up in these team fights. But now hard engage support again for RNG. And they have to go for a mid laner themselves. You'd expect maybe it's their turn to go for the Azir, but something... Oh, here we go. This is the spice we were looking for. Renekton. I think that's a Renekton mid.
I think it is too. Cryine's played Renekton mid 4 times this split and has won every game with that. This is a pick they're very comfortable sending into Cryine's hands and being able to play aggressively into a Victor.
In hindsight, I think the Victor is a takeaway from Cryin, right? I think that they're trying to remove the comfort pick from Cryin. Cryin has not played as much Azir, and when he has, it's not been as successful. I think that this Victor is more of a removal from what Cryin likes to do. The Renekton in the mid lane, though, bit more of a bruiser, bit more focused around the early stages of the game. It feels like RNG should be able to have a bit more pace to their gameplay because they are now running a one-threat composition. I feel like we've swapped sides. As Cho'Gath as well for Zoom to finish this one out. This one's going to get interesting, and you know, I feel like this game is going to test the limits of my knowledge as a color caster here.
I mean, you know what? We might as well just bust out the galaxy brains, right? Just try to throw whatever we can into the mix and guess at many things. But I'm excited for this. I like seeing Cho'Gath. I'm someone, even if it's like just a big meatball and tank, it's fun to see.
Yeah, Cho'Gath, like, it's an exceptional weak side top laner. I think people don't often see it, right? Because it's not that popular of a pick, but in a lot of matchups, very, very good at just clearing the wave away. Very good at just, similarly to the Scion, you scale exceptionally well into those tanky items and just getting a ton of health. Gragas won't really be able to punish the pick too hard because you have so much sustain in the laning phase. So feels really good on the top side for Zoom with this Cho'Gath pick.
As we get ready, let's jump into game 2. Loaded up onto the Rift. Getting ready for the second game. JDG up 1-0 over RNG.
1-0 for JDG. And, you know, we came into this series, Mad, and we were saying, look, this is the smartest team in the LPL in RNG up against 2020's smartest team in the LPL. And the expectation, I'm not going to lie, was that RNG should come in as a heavy favorite in game 1. JDG bring it to RNG. They show that they are not a team to just be sniffed at. They didn't have any roster changes aside from just extra players added coming into this year. The big change was that they hired Chashao, who was Suning's head coach going into 2020, the coach that took Suning to World's Finals. Can he do some work with JDG now? Late invade here from RNG as they want to take this blue buff.
Gonna take the blue, but there might be a bit of a fight. JDG have been able to split Cryan away from the rest of the team, and Lumao might try to see if he can get the double knockup into RNG. There's a complete split fight around blue buff, with Cryan now having Yagao with Ming nearby. They're trying to chase, but they're gonna get the flash in, flash away from Wei, barely surviving with the help of the Ignite, but Ming goes back in on a Kanavi, gets the health back from Smite, but they're chasing him down. Gala wants it, first blood going over to RNG.
Gala with the first blood here, beautifully played by RNG. You can see Yagao trying to flank, but RNG just collapsed on Yagao. Suddenly he's outnumbered, he has to just back away completely, uses his flash, and then they can just turn the fight onto its head. Huge play to start things off from RNG. We said they have an earlier, much more aggressive composition, and right from the word go at level 1, they start pushing forwards. Now in the bot lane too.
And look at this, with this advantage they've been able to get for themselves. Lumao and Loken having a similar bout as they did in game 1, where they're struggling at level 1 to be able to maintain presence in lane, and that's pretty much going to be the nature of the beast for Loken and Lumao. They're not really going to be able to do too much against Gala and Ming.
And that's the thing, right? Especially with Flashdown, Alistair does not exist at level 1. There's no world where you can get a good pulverize in this lane until you're level 2. So, good respect coming out from JDG. They know that there's absolutely nothing they can do there. Also, Zoom using the Cho'Gath skin. This is the first time I get to see it outside of TFT, so I'm just a little bit excited for that as well.
See, I'm still a purveyor of the gentleman Cho'Gath. I love the sound effect. The num num num. Up you go. Silence. Even though this is a nice skin. And now we're going to get a nice dive from Wei, Cryan on the other side. Man, they are not relenting on this pressure. Double knockup comes in from Lumao. They might trade this back. Gao shows up just in time to punish RNG. Wei barely alive to be able to escape, holding on to those double buffs he's got for himself, but the dive goes awry.
Beautifully done by JDG, and importantly, JDG won that at a man disadvantage because it's RNG diving onto the tower. JDG getting a pick. Now Kanavi gets to sweep up this entire jungle. He got the top scuttle. Zoom is chilling in this top side. We said he's got a favorable matchup, and he is using and abusing that fact right now in the top side. This feels really good for JDG to answer the early aggression, and RNG have thrown away the advantage that they started the game with.
Yeah, when you look at this, they thought they had it because Lumao and Loken were still level 1, but the TP just was able to get there just in time.
And the thing is, like, both mid laners essentially arrived at the same time, right? Cryan had roamed down. That's why they were going to go for this dive play, because they had a 4v2. But Cryan was actually slightly late on arriving comparatively to Yagao, who just TP'd in. So we ended up seeing that Yagao was actually on the scene first. He's the one that ends up getting the kill onto Ming as well, which means he's now going to be able to speed up the process on getting big on the Victor.
He's fine, it seems. Well, that is one of the nice things, that it's been a while since we've seen Victor versus a top laner, since Renekton, you know, even if Cryan's playing him, is normally a top laner. Remember back in the day, there was that time where Victor was dominant in top lane because it was really difficult to do much to him. The shield he gets from the Frisbee, as well as having gravity field that he could put on top of himself, so that Renekton can't actually do much if he wants to slice and dice on top of him.
Yeah, it can be very difficult to get on top of that Victor if you kite it well. But if Victor steps out of position, let's just remember, he's real squishy. He's very easy to just brutalize, especially on the Renekton. But look at Zoom right now on this top lane matchup. Huge CS lead for himself. Just finishing off a plate as well with the Demolish there. The thing about Cho'Gath is, because of his passive, he has so much sustain in that lane. You can just perma-shove. You have shove in so many different matchups. Both junglers are bot side, though. We could have a 3v3 here.
Oh, no, it's got to be a 4v3. Cryan already on his way. There's not a TP this time. Now that they've been able to spot out Wei, Cryan, I wish he had waited to poke his face out a bit more. Though it's still the attempted 4v3 with Kanavi nearby. He's galloping towards, and it's going to be the jump out from Loken, but jumped on top by Cryan. A lot of damage was tanked up by Ming, so finally dies to the help of the turret as they slice with the call of the Meek onto Kanavi.
still alive. Enough minions here pouring in. JDG are trying their damnedest to keep fighting back the 2v3, but they're pushed away from their own turret.
They weren't
flashed
tanking.
away from Lumao, and finally they're able to get the second kill for RNG.
Oh, that was so beautiful from RNG on the redive. They just walk in and press S. Nobody auto-attacks. And so Lumao uses all his CC to try and protect Kanavi, but they're like, hey, we're not even taking the tower yet, buddy. No worries whatsoever from the side of RNG. That was so smartly played. Really great to see.
This is why, at the beginning of everything, we talked about how smart RNG are with these plays. It's not that methodical, waiting it out, just slow pace. They're smart in how they go for these dives. Sure, they lost Ming at the very beginning, but the redive was beautifully executed.
I'm not sure how that Q didn't hit the Grump. It doesn't matter at all in the grand scheme of the game, but I don't know how that Q didn't hit that Grump. Yeah, so really, really nicely played by RNG, speeding up the pace of the game towards that bottom side. They are consistently going for this dive over and over again. And importantly, they should be looking towards trying to get Drakes as well. They have potential push in the bottom side with this Leona and the Kai'Sa, but off of the level 1 plays, off of the lead that they have on the bottom side, they have guaranteed push now. They also have the Renekton in the mid lane, right? We talked about how this Renekton is picked up so that you can just push out that mid lane and get elsewhere on the map. So huge push in both sides of the map. Does mean that Wei should have the advantage going towards the Drake. On the top side though, for that Herald, because Zoom is so strong on this Cho'Gath, because he's winning that 1v1 so heavily, should feel like JDG can at least contest on that side of the map, but with Wei going this deep in the jungle, maybe not.
Oh, Blast Cone over the wall. He should have been able to see Xiaohu. Now he's poking his face out so they can guarantee they steal this red buff, but it is going to be the top sides. No, they're actually not even bringing down Zoom. They're conceding the red buff.
Yeah, I think correct decision there, understanding that Zoom is not going to be able to significantly impact this play. So RNG, off the back of that play, will be able to go for the Herald as well. That's the thing. I mentioned the push that Zoom has for himself, but he is still a Cho'Gath early on in the game. He's not that tanky just yet. It's not like he's going to massively turn a play around at this point, just off of 20 CS. So understandably, JDG decides to back away from that, or they need to try and play this slow a little bit. They're the one with a 2-threat composition this time. They've got the Victor, they've got plenty of scaling. They don't need to rush. On the side of RNG, they're the one with a 1-threat composition. They're the one that needs to be accelerating this game. So JDG, they start the Drake, they back away because they realize this ain't happening anytime soon. But all they need to do is delay RNG from getting Drakes.
Well, and that is unfortunately not going to be the case. It seems that it should be taken pretty quickly. Oh, no, they're not actually going for it. Even though they have a push mid, there it is. I was waiting for them to go for that dragon because they have a winning bot lane, they have a winning mid. It's pretty easy to grab this dragon.
If you really wanted as well, you could just run straight towards bot lane for Wei and just slam the Herald down. The reset has just come in from Loken and Lumao, but they will be coming back to lane. So I think he'll probably go for the reset first. Use that empowered recall because he is low on HP. If a fight does kick off, then he'd be in big trouble. So I prefer this in hindsight. Just go for the reset and look to put it somewhere. So here's the thing, right? I would love to see them use the Herald in the bot lane. I have a feeling that Xiaohu gets this Herald. Even though he's on the Gragas, even though he's the one lane that can't really push at all, I have a feeling that they're just going to try and brute force the Herald on the top side anyway.
Does seem that that's the path incoming from Wei, as he's already heading towards the top side to get Gromp, get a little bit more. And, the thing is, I'm kind of with you. I wish that they would pop the spot lane, since Zoom is going to, even if you're able to force him out of this lane and you pop down Rift Herald, he's going to come back. You're going to be able to keep pushing back Xiaohu. Give more gold to Gala and Ming. Let them be able to be this mid-game powerhouse for you so you can keep relying on them. You saw last game how Gala was able to do it in those mid-game fights when given a lot of gold.
Yeah, the question is how do they set it up, right? Because they're not going to be able to use this Herald for Dragon priority. Dragon's not up for another 4 minutes, so that's out of the question. It's just about getting some gold onto one of your carries, right? You do have push in the bottom side already. We've seen that this is a team that wants to dive the bottom lane. That has been the bread and butter play for RNG this entire game so far is dive bot, dive bot, dive bot. So you can see Wei just clearing his Krugs now. you could set that up. Just get Cryan to shove in that mid wave, start to move down himself, get way over there, go for the dive again, slam the Herald, finish the tower.
Intelligent plays from RNG still. Or even if it's a telegraphed play, they've got Kanavi pretty much controlled. You can see Cryan playing really aggressively onto this high ground because they can. They know that they have backup. There's not really going to be a great fight for JDG. Not when you have this Hecarim that's pretty, not super far behind, but not in a great position to be able to compete with Udyr, with Wei, who's always going to be able to out-rotate you.
So Wei moving into the mid lane here. I'm not sure if he's going to drop the Herald. Yeah, okay. So I wasn't sure if he was going to try and get priority so they could rotate, or if he was just going to drop the Herald himself. But they can move Gala over, so he's going to get a bunch of gold for these plates anyway, if he's close enough anyway. And we'll be able to do that. So I think deciding that trying to force the dive, especially with double TPs available for JDG with Zoom and Yagao, would have been able to respond if they try and force the dive bot. So deciding that just slam the Herald, get a bit of gold, give it over to Gala. That's going to be fine for that.
And again, that gets Gala into a position for these mid-game fights, these skirmishes they're going to look for to be much more of a threat. And for RNG's sake, I feel like that would be a good thing to take, is that tier 1. It gives them opportunities to now push further in that mid-game when they want to.
I will say that RNG do need to pick up the pace a bit. Like, when we're looking towards the Drakes, that first Drake of the game was very late for them. And it does mean that, you know, going for some kind of soul, because it's going to be Infernal or Ocean Soul, really, really big win condition right there for JDG, for RNG, sorry. Being able to stack those Drakes is going to be incredibly important. The longer they take to do that, the more online Yagao will become. Yagao is really the ticking time bomb on the side of JDG in this game, because Loken, beyond 2 items, he's going to be useful, right? But Yagao, when you get to sort of 3 items on that Victor, you can really start to blow people up in the fights. And whether or not they can misposition Yagao will be one of the big questions. Like, using Xiao, who's casks well, Ming with the Solar Flare, can they get onto that Victor in the late game team fights? Do they ever opt into the 5v5 late game team fights? These are the kind of questions that we need to be asking.
Well, I just wonder if they try to get the 5v5 team fights, if maybe they weren't able to accelerate the pace quick enough in the first place.
Xiaohu, all he's trying to do here, he's okay to take damage so long as he can stop this wave coming under, because that plate is on 10 HP
I feel
right
like
there.
Zoom
you see
should
that?
have just walked up and took it. He should have just, he's tanking up, just get it.
But if he tanks the tower, I'm pretty sure Xiaohu just kills him, just keeps him under the tower, knocks him back with the ulti. Very nicely played by Xiaohu. Just denies 160 gold from Zoom. That was really nice to see that little bit of micro between them. They know that neither of them can all in unless that dive actually goes through.
So Wei is on a ward right now. There's a TP in from Yagao. Get a bit of damage. He thinks that he can trade back, that they have Ming on the other side. So RNG continuing to hold on to control of this bottom quadrant of the map, so that way they can get this dragon that's going to spawn up soon.
Yeah, and there should be no contest here from JDG. Like, the push is going in favor of RNG in mid and in bot. Wei's actually looking for a blue buff on top of the dragon, if he can get it. Do you see the Gore Drinker come through from Cryan instead of the ankle breaker? So he's looking to just get in the middle of the fight and have that sustain, because it's not like they're lacking frontline right now. So the Drake taken by RNG here. Zoom will be able to just shove yet another minion wave underneath the tower. He's building himself quite a CS lead to work with. Might actually be able to finish this tower, because he does have the demolish. So he's getting pretty big. And I think he will be able to finish this one.
No.
Oh, no. Nice ult from Xiaohu.
Denying that, saying, all right, we can't have this Cho'Gath be too tanky in these mid-game fights, because then it would be able to pick us apart. I like this answer from JDG trying to get themselves a Rift Herald so they can crack some of the turrets, but RNG, they were in a position, you could see Cryan was looking for that flank to be able to get into the back line, but they didn't pull the trigger.
So this feels good for RNG, honestly, because we've seen multiple styles from RNG across the course of this split. And I feel like I've been talking a lot today about playing through top, trying to snowball, play as fast as you can, like outpace people on the map and out-trade people on the map. And that is one style that has been very successful for RNG. But they have run your more standard compositions, especially when they were playing things like Nart and this Gragas as well. in the top side, they've been able to run these more front-to-back style comps. And while obviously this is not exactly your standard front-to-back with this Renekton, as Zoom finally finishes that tower off, won't be able to get the knockup. This does feel like a solid start to the game and a very controlled start to the game from RNG. I'm just a little worried that it's too slow. I'm just a little worried that they need to start to pick up the pace here, because JDG have shown that they're perfectly capable of taking games here against RNG. Herald goes down in the mid lane.
And Wei is trying to be able to get as much damage onto this to deny that charge, but it still will go through, only getting down right below 50%. But I want to... Oh, wait, hold on. Might not be able to get a chance to circle back to your point, because looks like RNG might have gotten the flash out of Zoom. All right, so it will be JDG getting out of there, but I kind of want to circle back to what you're talking about, that RNG, they are taking a while to be able to do a lot, but they do also have 2 dragons currently to none of JDG.
Yeah, and obviously that's to do with the fact that they've had this priority in the bottom side and in the mid lane as well, so they're able to snowball those drakes for themselves. I want to look at the AD carries though, because we have a pretty significant difference in the AD carries. Obviously, let's just bear in mind that Gala got first blood before the game ever began, so he's had an advantage for this entire laning phase. This is not just AD carry diff in a vacuum, but the key thing that I want to point out is that this difference between the AD carries has been extenuated by the fact that there's been these consistent dives in the bottom lane. Now there's a 30 CS lead in favor of Gala. He's already got a Kraken Slayer. He's going for a Last Whisper second item as well, so that he's able to shred Zoom and Kanavi and Lumao when they're trying to be this big brick wall on the front line.
Not going to have to deal with that with an early Dominic, so guard for sure will be nice for the side of RNG, while JDG still working on scaling themselves up. You've got your eyes on the ADCs. You got me all hooked on Yagao and waiting for this Victor to be able to get 3 items.
Yeah, it's still a little while away though, unfortunately, before Yagao's really firing all cylinders. Min caught out, forced to flash here.
Yeah, but they do get the Chaos Storm, and with 5 members of JDG here, there could be a flank from Crying that can split them apart. This is that mid-game fight that we've been wanting to see, but JDG are quick on these reads. They're playing this one so intelligently to be able to read what RNG want to do and always disengage at the right moment.
Yeah, really good stuff from JDG to be disciplined in these moments as well. One of the big... Oh, hang on. We've got Wei maybe caught out.
It seems like Wei is just more tickling Kanavi, being like, all right, look at me. I'm over here on this flank. Pay attention to me. Dragon is about to spawn. Well, it's about 45 seconds until it spawns. And JDG still want to get some control of vision around the river like they've had on top side for quite some time, but they need to be able to deny soul point that RNG want to be able to set themselves up into. We've seen how that can affect the game. Last game was so pivotal for JDG to have that.
So just keep in your mind here. Zoom's playing Cho'Gath. We've talked about what he does in the top lane. When it comes to objectives, you can feast. It does more than Smite does. Like, forget the junglers. It's all about Zoom when it comes to this dragon. Ooh. Here we go, engage.
They look like they had Xiaohu, and into the backline they go. Kanavi, he's been locked down for so long. They're getting a lot of damage. Explosive Cat's not going to be able to connect. Yao got the kill on the other side, but they now are split away. RNG trying to see if they can get Gala out of there, but it's going to be Crying who dies to Loken. Could have the resets, but his blast going. Loken jumping in on top of Ming. They got the knockup as well. Boom goes the dynamite. Double kill for Loken.
And you know, when the front line can't get in, when it's not this giant scrap that RNG want, when it is this front-to-back style, they just don't have the damage. Gala was not able to just fire away for the entire time, even though he's finished off a second item now. It doesn't matter, because this big, beefy front line of Zoom, of Kanavi, of Lumao, disrupting the fight, stopping the Renekton, stopping Xiaohu's Gragas as well, getting onto Loken. It meant this Victor and Tristana could just have a whale of a time. When you look at where the carries are positioned, look at Yagao and Loken, right? Still right at the back of the fight. Ults across the entire team here. Health bar's already so low. The disengage ult is too late from Xiaohu and doesn't do enough. And look, Loken and Yagao still chilling. Gala is silenced. He can't do anything. He can't even get auto attacks out barely. There's just this huge brick wall of Zoom that Loken can hide behind the entire time and then zip forward to finish off the kills.
It's a simple composition. You get a few tanks on your side. You have Tristana and Victor that are going to do so much damage. RNG, they played this composition last game. It didn't work out for them. They wanted to be able to dissuade any dives into their backline, but they couldn't do it. And this time, JDG, with that composition, to be able to have the front lines, well, sure, RNG had dive possibilities. This time around, they're struggling to be able to keep consistently diving into the backlines. You can even see here that Cryan just gets caught himself out. So much damage from Kanavi to be able to pick up the kill. Even with Gala trying to go into the backline, they've taken out Loken. That could be the time for RNG to be able to pick up a win, but with an explosive cast, not enough damage. They still have to be careful. Gala is trying to kite back, double kill on a Kanavi, flashes forward for a triple kill, but they got the knockup they need to for Zoom to take him down, denying the resets that he wanted to be able to get, denying the possible quadra or pentakill. They're chasing away the rest of the members of RNG, giving the thumbs up too, saying, you are mine. I just want to be able to get you, pick you apart, rip you with the spikes, and there goes JDG, only leaving Xiaohu alive.
The Dumpling Brothers themselves, Zoom and Yagao, come out on top of the fight. 302 and 205 respectively. It's beautiful to see, chasing people out. And Yagao was safe the entire time. We saw Gala managed to finish off Loken right at the very start of the fight. It was an early engage coming out from JDG, but the rest of the team wasn't quite able to finish off. Obviously, they get the first kill. Then look at the CC chain onto Loken, right? He gets stunned up, then stunned up, and then in comes Gala from the top side. Xiaohu's there as well, so he can play defensively up towards the top. But Yagao now is free firing for the rest of the fight. The tanks go in, and he's just chilling. Gala cannot do much. Flashes forward for a kill, which perhaps was a little overzealous, maybe realizing that the fight was already lost, but wasn't able to do anything. And we're looking at feast stacks right now. He's on 8 stacks already. He's a big, chunky boy.
Got all the stacks on the minions. Was able to get one champ and trying to get some of the neutral camps as well. And Brian here, he's leveled down to Zoom. There is feasts available, even though you think that you're going to be able to get away with the help with dominance. They're just waiting it out. There's the heal. Look for the munch. Nom, nom, nom.
Delicious, delicious crocodile. Oh, wait, that's not crocodile. That's, oh, it was a crocodile.
It was a crocodile.
I got confused because it wasn't Renekton top and it hurt my brain. It was Renekton mid. Zoom gets the kill in the end, easily done. And there's not much of an answer from RNG. Yes, they can move towards the top side, but realistically, I don't think they can threaten the Baron with just a single DPS. They're going to try, though. On they go towards the Baron. It feels like JDG should be able to contest this realistically.
Zoom does not have TP, though. That is going to be the big thing. RNG do opt to peel off. They're afraid. Xiaohu is not with the team. The fight could have started. Zoom has been walking his entire way to this. So yeah, they just peel off and get the turret instead.
So RNG try and brute force this Baron. It doesn't work out. Now they're TPing. They've cut JDG off. So JDG are trapped on RNG's half of the map.
I was about to say, is that really that creative a thing, though? Look at Zoom and how he's able to play so far forward. They're so afraid of this big Godzilla creature that they back out.
What do you do? Zoom is so scary. In they go.
Oh, no. Looks like Zoom wants more crocodile. Nom, nom, nom for a second time onto Cryan. He's 5-0-2 on this Cho'Gath. That brings him up to 10 stacks now on this Cho'Gath.
Zoom this game is both figuratively and literally a monster. He is absolutely ginormous. Onto the Baron they go. Smite available for Wei here.
Looks like RNG are trying to stop as best they can with the explosive cast. They got a lot of damage. Xiaohu was not able to pick up the kill that he needed to. Yagao is trying to kite back the best he can with Gala being able to get the kill, but look, they lost the top lane. Wei's caught up. That's the smite gone now. There shouldn't be the contest, but Gala's enough of a threat. He dives in with Killer Instinct. He might be able to get it. No, he couldn't. Loken silences him.
A split second away from finishing off Loken there. If he gets 2 kills, that could flip the entire game on his head. But this is just as Dragon spawns. So JDG now, 2 Dragons on the trot, pushing that win condition further and further away from RNG. And they're even going to leave this so Zoom can get yet another stack and get even tankier. Zoom is large and in charge. Let's take another look. As RNG force this fight, they had to, right? It's 4v5, but they have to try and stop this from happening. The bomb goes off, the cast goes in, but ultimately they just don't have the damage to finish anyone off. It means Loken can free fire, and then the hero play comes out from Gala. He realizes Yagao is so low on HP already. He can blast his W in, finish off Yagao immediately, and he's so damn close to finishing Loken too.
So close to being able to get Loken, but Loken surviving meant that they can immediately turn for the Dragon. They have this advantage still against RNG. You can see with 3,000 gold over them, Loken has now been put in this position, the late game carry, to be able to get the damage they need to back up Gao.
So we have this weird problem, right, where on paper it looks like RNG have a 1 damage comp. They have an AP Gragas, so there is some magic damage coming in there. But Zoom is just so monumentally huge. He doesn't really need to build any actual ammo. There's no kill threat whatsoever from Shadow.
Navi, Onslaught of Shadows was used to try to escape. It looked like they had the pick, but unfortunately the Solar Flare was a little too far from Ming. And now JDG, they've shown up. They've got the TP from Yagao as well, and they've caught RNG in the bad spot. Caught away for their entire base. Blast going over the wall. Zoom is huge. What do you do to him? He is a monster right now, and they can dive on a Gala. There goes the damage of RNG. JDG, they've got this fight in the bag. They've taken down Wei Cry next to fall. Ming gonna be into the ground too. JDG are back, baby.
Hell yeah, JDG back in the league right here. 18-8, taking down RNG. I don't think they can end the game just yet, but this is looking damn good for them. They've got the better late game composition, and they're winning in the mid game anyway. In goes Zoom. He is triple the size of any reasonable champion. Look at him.
He's an
absolute
so far
monster.
To see him. They're gonna end this. They don't care that Zhao Hu is here. They've got the thumbs up. They're saying it's okay. 2-0 for JDG. They take down RNG, and they are back.
Your spring 2020 champions are back and ready to play a 2-0 upset over RNG. This is a monumental win for JDG this year. They had such a rough start to the split. There have been so many question marks surrounding this team. What went wrong? Where did the synergy go? What happened? But with Coach Chashao stepping in, it's taken a little bit of time to mesh, and now it's starting to come to fruition. This is the team that we all fell in love with last year.
I love to see this play from JDG, utilizing Zoom to his fullest, being able to put him on tanks. Sure, you could say, oh, putting someone on tanks not that great. Then you see his Cho'Gath. Then you see his set. You see how they can play around that, and it was beautiful.
Zoom is a monster, man. If he doesn't get MVP, I don't know either. Yeah, I'll cry. But unbelievable performance across the series. His set looked clean in game number 1. His Cho'Gath in game number 2, and it feels like JDG have remembered how to play around Zoom as a top player, right? Because Zoom was one of their big significant win conditions back last year as well, and he was still. It's not like he was a massive carry player then either, right? The most carry champion he plays is the Gangplank, which is still like this weak side top laner. It's not like they usually are diving for Zoom regularly, but it does feel good to see JDG playing very intelligently, shot calling correctly, being decisive in these games, because a lot of the games this split from JDG had felt lackluster. It had felt like they weren't really sure what they were doing on the Rift. This sentence only makes sense within a group of certain people, but it felt like the mojo was gone, you know? It felt like the pizzazz was gone. I don't quite know how to describe what that means, but on the eye test, it was like, this doesn't feel like a top team anymore, even without roster changes. That mojo is back.
It is. I mean, it makes sense to me. I understand exactly where you're coming from on that one. It did feel like they had lost that spark that they had once had. That's why we were saying at the very beginning, it seemed like RNG had taken the title of the smartest team in the LPL away from JDG. But this game felt like what we all fell in love with before in JDG. It felt like they had found out how they wanted to be able to play as a team once more. Maybe it was just 11-3. They really weren't comfortable. Or 11-2. The preseason messed with their brains a bit too much, and now they've figured out how to play League of Legends once more, and this was far, far better from them.
Beautiful stuff, and you know, the Emperor of Spring, Xiaohu himself, has been overthrown by the champions of Spring in 2020 now. Phenomenal win here for JDG. And I think that the most important thing is just that this is a huge watershed moment for the league where we have a turning point for JDG. We now can look at JDG and say, hey, this is a team you have to worry about. RNG losing in this fashion, in a 2-0 fashion, in 2 very clean games from JDG as well, is an incredibly impressive performance. I want to reiterate that this is not RNG just suddenly being a terrible team. This is very much JDG stepping up, because if you told me 2 weeks ago that JDG would be able to take on RNG, I straight up wouldn't have believed you. This is a really, really impressive win from them.
It is, and honestly, had you told me earlier today that they would be able to get the 2-0, I would still be like, I don't know. RNG are a really strong team. They've been looking really hot lately, but JDG are back. It is honestly looking at how they're able to draft, and in both games, it wasn't the same style that they needed to play. Sure, you did put Zoom on something that could win and bully in the lane, but at the same time, it was the pick comp with the 1-3-1 compared to more of the front-to-back team fight in Game 2. Both styles looked really clean out of JDG.
Yeah, and I think that you've hit a really good point there, is that we've seen multiple styles in this series from JDG. I'm not going to lie. Look, we could talk about the compositions. We could talk about the teams. I just want to talk about Zoom's Cho'Gath.
Oh, yeah.
The man's a monster. That was so much fun to watch. Like, obviously, in the laning phase, he looked amazing, as you'd expect. He had the counter pick on the red side. Like, he is straight up a better top laner than Xiaohu. I think that's pretty unarguable. Like, Xiaohu just moved to top lane this split. That's not really an insult to Xiaohu. No. Zoom has been one of the best tops in the LPL for a while now. Like, this should be expected that Zoom wins lane against Xiaohu. But to dominate in this fashion, then transition those leads so well into the mid game, it's just honestly a pleasure to watch. And I feel like Xiaohu still has a bit of growing to do when it comes to playing these tank picks. Obviously, he played the AP Gragas in game number 2 and didn't really feel as impactful. But even in game number 1 on this Scion, still feels like he has a lot of work on how to team fight as tanks. He's so used to being the carry for the team as a mid laner. Still feels like there's a bit of a learning curve to go through that.
And the thing is with Xiaohu, I think you've also hit the nail on the head with this. It's just, when you put him on the carries, it seemed a lot better. I mean, you think about that Tristana game that he was able to play to bully around Flandre's Narb. It was great. But he needs a pick like that if he wants to be able to win, with the meta shifting a little bit away from the only being carries in top lane to now having a bit more of a mix. He just doesn't seem to have that same oomph, while someone like Zoom, who's been in the top lane for some time and can play a varied amount of champions and different styles all across the board, it's clear that Zoom is going to constantly be able to win this out because of his varied champion pool.
Yeah, definitely feels that way, especially when JDG are on the red side. So really, really phenomenal game coming out from JDG, and a really, really great moment for JDG fans moving forward in this split, because I think a lot of people were starting to lose hope that this team would recuperate, and I think a lot of people were saying, we need to see Xie in the mid lane, we need to see Mystic stepping up as the AD carry. Obviously, Mystic's still in quarantine right now, so unable to play for now. But with performances like this, maybe the roster changes aren't the way forward for JDG. Maybe this is the roster. They just needed a few weeks to get it all figured out again.
Right, and that's honestly a great thing to see from them. But I want to now kind of shift their conversation a little bit to RNG. We've now seen RNG are not infallible. They can actually be taken down, and this makes it far more exciting going into playoffs. I was thinking that RNG were going to run away with things, especially with how they've been playing for a while. But now we know that teams can actually be able to battle back, and so when we get to best of fives, it's not looking so clear for them.
Yeah, I mean, one of the weird things about RNG is that the one loss that they got this split was against BLG, which I don't think anyone was expecting. Obviously, BLG looked a lot better right at the very start of the split, so it wasn't quite as one-sided back then, but still RNG were the favorites there. But yeah, now a second loss for RNG. I think a lot of the teams in the LPL, when you look at the top of the table, are having a sigh of relief, because RNG now with 2 losses, it means the EDG, RA, teams like WE as well, they're actually in the conversation to be able to tie first place.
To tie first place for seeding, to try to see how they're going to be able to compete. I'm excited to see that, but we got to move to MVP, and I'm pretty sure we knew that it was going to be Zoom. We were talking about that. We would be disappointed if it wasn't. It was incredible to see how he was able to play that Cho'Gath.
Yeah, beautiful performance. 606 on the KD as well. Really, really great stuff to see. I mean, like, dominant laning, fantastic team fighting, able to control the objectives. And I just love that the team was playing so much to him as well. You saw them allowing him to be the one to take the objectives, allowing him to be the one to use that feast effectively, setting him up for the kills onto the Renekton as well. Just an overall fantastic game. I love that the damage percent and the damage taken percent are exactly the same as well. That is weirdly satisfying to see. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
I mean, but that Cho'Gath definitely wasn't balanced because he was disgusting in this. Where you see him, he's so tiny here in the mid game. By the end of the game, he was like, what, a good like portion of RNG's base.
Yeah, to be fair, he definitely bought one of those flasks that also increases your size. So he definitely cheated a little bit, but this was the big moment for RNG, where it was like, okay, JDG have gone too far, and Gala comes in, tries to sweep up the fight. This was the moment where I was like, oh no, JDG have thrown the game. But Yagao managed to survive. And Zoom is just completely invincible. He's still full HP at this point in the fight, and like just walks up, easily finishes off the AD carry. Even if it was just him and Gala, like, that's so incredibly difficult for Gala to ever finish him off. Hadn't finished off the full armor pen item just yet, so would have taken a while for him to whittle through that Cho'Gath. Really, really phenomenal. What a way to snowball on a tank as well. Really beautiful to see.
Yeah, it was a great way to be able to snowball that win for JDG. Congratulations over there. I hear that we have Wendy ready with Lumao for an interview. So Wendy, take it away.
Hi everyone, welcome to the interview, and here we have Lumao from JD Gaming with us. So congratulations on this 2-0 victory, and you have beaten the top team on the standings. So is there any special preparation before today's best of 3? 那首先恭喜你们2-0拿下了今天比赛的胜利。那现在也是击败了排行榜榜首的 RNG 嘛？那没有在赛前做哪些特殊的一些针对性的准备呢？
因为就对阵上 RNG 这场比赛对我们来说特别关键，然后我们在很早的时候就开始准备打他们，就应该选什么阵容跟打法了。对。
I believe today's matchup is very crucial for us. So we have started opponent's team a long time ago, and in terms of the ban pick and also our draft, and also we try to target on the opponent's playstyle. So in terms of the opponent's playstyle, in the pre-match interview, Zoom also mentioned that RNG currently they usually to target a lot around the top lane and play around Xiaohu. So how to restrain the top jungle performance from RNG for today's game? 那其实感觉就像你刚才说的，就是也研究对面的打法。那就像在赛前采访中 ，Zoom 也有说，现在的 RNG 很多时候都主打上路，去围绕小虎来打。那整个在今天的比赛，你们是怎么样去限制对面，特别是一个上野的发挥呢？
我觉得我们主要是选方上比较有优势吧，因为小虎的就是英雄池很深嘛，然后我们就不想让他就我们的注目被 counter， 就选择我们注目来 counter 他，就我觉得这个是最主要的吧。
I think we try to make good use of our right side because we believe Xiaohu got a super deep champion pool, so we try to give Zoom the counter pick so that Zoom can have a better performance in the actual game. And also in game 2, the opponent's team, they have made the level 1 invasion, and also they tended to make some bot tower dive. So together with Loken, how to hold this pressure in the early game for game 2. 那其实感觉第2局对面也是有进行一个1集团的入侵嘛，而且他们也一直想在下路进行越塔，然后感觉比较针对你们下路。那你们整个在第2局前期和 Loken 选手2个人是怎么样去好好的扛住这个压力呢？
因为1集团我们就打得不是特别好嘛，而且他们的阵容1集团很厉害，所以我们就送掉了1血。然后之后其实，在死掉过后，我就和我们的队友都说了。 他们一定会越我们的塔，然后我们提前沟通，然后就牙膏就说能看我们，然后乐波守下来的话，就对我们来说就胜算加了很多层。
For that level 1 invasion, because opponent's team they have a stronger draft for that level 1 invasion. So we didn't manage to have a very good performance at that part and give the first blood to the opponent's team. But after that, we have made a very good team's communication, and we told our teammates that they may probably make a tower dive around the bot lane, and also Yagao talk to us. He will like focus on the bot lane and help us. And after that, we believe we have a higher winning rate if we can hold the pressure from the bot tower dive. And also, we feel like in game 2, there's not many skirmishes before 20 minutes, but after that, you guys really seek so many opportunities to make the engagement and cleanly end up the game before 30 minutes. So could we know more about the mid to early game strategy from game 2? 那感觉第2局你们好像整个在前期没有相对来讲比较被动一点，然后20分钟以后就很迅速的一直在找机会去打团，然后很快在30分钟之内就终结掉了比赛嘛。所以想问一下，可能第2局整体中后期的一个战术思想是怎么样的？
因为第2局的话，我们的阵容是偏后期的，然后他们阵容是偏前期的，所以我们只需要把能放的资源都放掉，然后让我们发育得很好，然后我们每波越塔都防守得很好，所以说我觉得我们就沟通好25分钟以后我们是肯定会赢的，所以我们做到了。
I think for game 2, we have the late game draft, but at the same time, RNG, they got the early game draft, so we try to hold the pressure and maybe give up some natural resources, and we try to scale up until the 25 minutes because we believe if we can hold the pressure in the late game, we'll definitely to grab the win for game 2. And also my last question is definitely currently, JD Gaming got a very gorgeous performance, but in order to have an even better place in the playoff, which part do you think the whole team can still make some modifications or improvements on? 那现在感觉你们整体的状态都特别好嘛？那为了能在季后赛争取一个可能更好的一个名次，你觉得队伍可能哪些方面还可以再进一步的进行调整或者提高呢？
我觉得我们这个队伍目前为止就是需要把沟通跟配合跟指挥再统一一下，然后做得更好的话，我们应该能在季后赛拿到更好的名次。
I think we can still make some improvements in terms of our team's communications, the synergy, and maybe for the shot call. If we can fix these parts, and I believe we can have an even better performance in the future and get a better place for the playoff. And thank you for the sharing. Congratulations again. 那再一次的恭喜你们。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much for that, Wendy and Lumao. Unfortunately, we are having a couple issues with Munch, so it's just going to be me to wrap up the day. I really did like to hear that from them and what they can improve going forward. Talking about improving communication and shot calling, it definitely seemed in that matchup against JDG that they had really been able to get all that working well together. They really did prep and knew how to pick apart Xiaohu, especially when it came to the counter picks for Zoom in the top side. Being able to have this fantastic top laner get these leads for the team to transition those to the mid game to the late game. It was great out of JDG to be able to get the 2-0, but I want to talk about the rest of the matches that we had seen throughout the night. We had a lot of exciting League of Legends played. 3 matches in total. Started off with LNG getting that 2-0 against OMG, keeping their riding on the playoffs high because they want to be able to maintain a spot. There's a tight fight going on right there in the middle. WE being able to get a clean 2-0 against Suning as well to remain towards the top of the standings. Now that RNG fell to JDG, might actually be able to compete for the #1 spot. That would be great to see out of them. But we'll have to see for the future. Looking towards tomorrow's matchups and what we have going on there. Well, first we got to get to the standings. Like I mentioned, you see 3 teams tied for second with FPX barely behind them. And RNG now are fallible. We know that they can be beaten. I'm expecting that top esports probably going to be able to compete for that #1 spot as well. It's crazy to see all these ties and how close it is towards the top and towards the middle. Well, honestly, what's going to happen is all up in the air. It all comes down to how they play out the matches. And like I was saying, looking towards tomorrow and the matches that we have there, RA trying to maintain their win streak up against LGD, who want to be able to keep at least a glimmer of hope for playoffs going. They need to be able to get that win, the miraculous comeback that would really be an upset of the century. But IG, they're in the middle, taking on TT, who are also barely managing to hold on to a spot. We'll see how that's all going to go tomorrow. But that's going to do it for us today here on the LPL broadcast. I've been Magical. I was joined by Munch. Unfortunately, his internet didn't really want to work out towards the end, but it's fine. At least we were able to get through the entire cast uninterrupted for the most part. So I hope you all have a wonderful night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Watch me do my thing, and I know what you came here for. Eyes down, staring at the floor. Your mind says go, but your body resists. Your feet start moving to the sound of prints. Don't say no, no, don't lose this. You gotta give it up. Eyes down, staring at the floor. Your mind says go,